Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Wantage Road. We are on day 3 of the Division 2 County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. The score overnight for Gloucestershire, 77 for no loss, giving the visitors a lead of 315, 10 wickets remaining. Cameron Bancroft, the Australian overseas, not out on 36, and Ben Charlesworth not out on 41. Liam Patterson-White will open the day from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined once again by Phil Rowe. Phil, how are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thanks, Dan. Yeah, looking forward to see how this is going to unfold. And we're away.
Patterson-White starts with one down the leg side and a smart take by Lewis McManus. How do you see this playing out, Phil?
Yes, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, that's pretty obvious. We're in effect, just to keep it simple, in effect, what we've got is a 2-day 1-innings match, and Gloucestershire have got a 315 start. That's the gist of it. So, it's going to be extremely difficult for Northamptonshire to get out of this game from here, but they can do it. It is possible, but very difficult.
It's driven through the covers. That's wide of the Northants fielder, Captain Luke Proctor, who gave chase, but Bancroft timed that so well that almost accelerated across the outfield, which is the first time we've seen that across the course of the last 2 days, which is possibly a little bit worrying when it comes to how quickly these runs might come this morning for Gloucestershire.
It's quite a difficult shot to play, that the off drive to the left armour from this end, because it has turned and it has bounced a wee bit. It was just so full that he was right over the top of the ball.
Oh, and that's come back nicely.
Yeah, and that backs up my point, I think, Dan. It has to be right under your eyes. It's an old cricketer's adage, but the previous ball was right under Ben Charlesworth's eyes, so he could drive it. That one just shorter, and it did turn.
Yeah, and that turn will, well, not only give Patterson-White a lot of encouragement, but probably give Zafar Gohar quite a bit of encouragement as well.
And therein is an issue, isn't it? Because the top order of Northants is full of left-handers, as we know. And, Zafar Gohar is very good at landing the ball where he chooses to land it, at the pace he chooses to land it, the drop he gets. He varies his pace well, varies his angle as well. But he doesn't vary his accuracy particularly.
Yes. Yeah.
He is unerringly accurate. There's a sizable spot of rough outside the left-handers off stump, and he'll be rubbing his hands in glee at seeing the ball turn from there.
Absolutely. Siddharth Kaul then is going to open the bowling this morning from the David Capel end. He picked up 5 wickets in the first innings of this match. On debut for Northamptonshire, having signed a 3-match short-term deal. Replacement of Chris Tremaine. He's going to start with... It is going to be 2 slips.
Yeah, Karen Nair at first slip was jogging out to extra cover. He was very keen that we have a man at extra cover or in the covers. There is a man on the backward point boundary, and Karen Nair has encouraged Luke Proctor to get that fielder out to cover. So I'll leave that to you, Dan.
Yeah, well, Bartlett's gone squarer, so he's almost on the point boundary, isn't he? And then I think it's Patterson-White's gone from gully to cover. Again, we saw it a little bit last night with Northamptonshire. Squared Bancroft up a touch there, but we saw it a little bit last night that maybe just weren't, what's the right way to describe it? It was maybe not completely set on their plans, and it took a while, didn't it, for field placements to come into place, and that one there for the second over of the day was probably a bit of an example, the fact that actually that took quite a while for Northamptonshire and Proctor to settle on that. But then again, Luke Proctor's got a new bowler here that's going to have ideas with regards to his own fields, and he's not going to have captained Siddharth Kaul before.
Yeah, I agree with everything you've said there. Personally, I like to see the field set and bowl at your pace, get ready. Bancroft yet to face a ball at that stage, and let's bowl before he's got set. But we took a minute and a half over getting the right field, and we've had all morning to talk about that before the game. So a little bit of lack of readiness really from Northampton, which is unlike what I've seen in their cricket so far, which has bit really good so far this season. They've been on it, like the way that the intensity they've played with.
Bit of bounce on that one from Siddharth, turned around the corner by Bancroft for a single down to Sabe, who's fielding at deep square leg. Yeah, it was the Lewis McManus helmet saga, wasn't it? Yesterday evening that took what felt like a couple of minutes actually, I think, to get that sorted out. When Patterson White came into the attack and the helmet wasn't ready, and
so I've noticed 3 balls into this over, it feels like more than 3 balls. That's hence the time it's taken to set the field. A couple of balls have really bounced a bit. They've been a bit what I call pecky bounce. They've kind of gone a bit north. That one didn't misbehave at all. But the last ball to Bancroft, it looked like it just rose a little bit more than he was expecting.
Yep.
And the first ball of the over as well certainly did bounce a wee bit more.
Yeah, Marchant Delanga is probably going to be quite excited having seen a couple of those as well. He picked up a few of those, didn't he? I appreciate it was against Northamptonshire's 10-11, but the ones that Sanderson and Cool got, kind of real brutes of deliveries. And the one for Sanderson in particular, the almost just ripped the thumb off the bat handle. Defended by Charlesworth. We did speak a bit yesterday evening, didn't we, about how the rest of this game plays out and what kind of number or time that Gloucestershire would be looking for with regards to a declaration. Obviously, that's not saying that Northamptonshire couldn't bowl Gloucestershire out, but I think the more likely scenario here is the fact that Gloucestershire will declare at some point today.
Yeah.
With the benefit of obviously sleeping on it overnight, and not saying you spent all evening wondering about Gloucestershire's declaration and what you had over your Cheerios this morning, but have you had any more kind of chance to think about it?
I think we're looking at the middle of the afternoon, broadly, plus or minus 40 minutes either way, really. Gloucestershire don't need to do too much more than they're doing. Get themselves in this morning. They can gently accelerate, and then they may have a little bit of a flurry towards that time that they choose. The thing is, when you're looking at declarations, one of the considerations, and of many, one of the considerations is, will I have time for a second new ball? If so, how many overs am I going to have with that new ball? How many overs do I want with that new ball? What's the game done so far in terms of the pace that wickets have fallen at? How's the pitch behaving currently? They will have plenty of time with the second new ball, so that's tick. Almost whenever they choose to declare.
Yeah.
From being sensible about it. Northampton's wickets fell pretty quickly. There is spin available. The sideways movement, the seam movement has died off, as you would expect it to do.
Down the ground. Aggressive shot by Charlesworth, but can't beat Scrimshaw at mid-on. Maybe just didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Managed to keep it down all along the carpet.
They're going to be able to have 130 overs, something like that, and they don't need to therefore think too much more about it. I mean, they will as the day progresses. Clearly, at some point, someone's going to clap their hands and bring the team in.
Yes,
but they don't need to be worrying about when that's going to be, because the game has moved forward so quickly, because they bowled Northamptonshire out so cheaply yesterday.
Yeah, and over a short period of time as well, wasn't it? It was... How many overs was it in total? 58?
Yeah, I was going to say it felt like 50 odd. Yeah, 58 overs. Yeah, okay.
I think it will be interesting though, as to what Gloucestershire do decide to do. Again, we mentioned, didn't we, the length of time it's been since Gloucestershire have won a county championship game. does that influence a potential decision? Would they look to give themselves maybe a little bit extra in the field to give them every possible chance?
Yeah, I would say so.
Potentially,
yeah.
If they'd have won last week, for example, then there's kind of a conversation there to kind of make a bit of a safer declaration. But
yeah, no, I think that's right. I think we may see them accelerate during the latter part of this morning session and then into the early part of the second session, with that very much in mind. Was let's not get them 9 down and run out of time. That would be unforgivable, really.
Yeah.
You know, if they bat on too long. So yeah, the thing is, obviously they've got a great platform here at 86 for no wicket. That if they do choose to try to accelerate, they've got a lovely platform.
Yeah,
they're not in danger of getting bowled out and getting chased down. So it's all in their favour. Really the variables of declaration and acceleration, Northampton taking wickets, are kind of, to some extent, irrelevant. Although of course they're interesting at the same time.
Yeah.
But what's the biggest factor here is how well Northampton bat in their second innings.
Yes.
That's what's going to dictate this game, which is also influenced, of course, by how well Gloucestershire are going to bowl, and they bowled very well yesterday.
Siddharth just finding a little bit of life and a bit of movement out of this day 3 pitch at Wantage Road. Just a couple of balls there keeping Cam Bancroft honest. That one before that in particular, like it just kept a little bit low, didn't it, on the Australian?
Yeah.
He did well to get bat on it. And records are there. Well, good or bad records, they're there to be broken at the end of the day, aren't they? This Gloucestershire side will win games of cricket again.
I saw a bit of stuff online. I tend, as you know, Dan, you and I have spoken about it a number of times. I tend not to look online, particularly. But sometimes it finds you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I did see some comments from Northamptonshire supporters, absolutely understandably disappointed with the way that Northamptonshire were dismissed yesterday.
Yeah.
But I also think it's potentially bordering on disrespectful to Gloucestershire to suggest that they've come here to be beaten.
Yeah.
And I thought they've bowled very, very well. They've got a very good and balanced bowling attack who bowled very well. Now, would we normally have batted a bit better than that? Well, probably, yeah. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You're not going to have your best day every day. But Gloucestershire are a decent cricket team. Yeah, their record is not very good, and that's a fact. That's not an opinion. But they haven't come here to rock up and make the numbers up, and they will challenge a number of other teams during the season as well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them win further. They haven't won this game yet, by any means.
Yeah.
So but if they were to, that doesn't really. I think we have to give them credit and full respect for the way they've played their cricket here today. And any in Division 2, and any team could beat any team over 4 days. So, I'd like to, like from a Northamptonshire perspective, of course it's disappointing. Of course you look at this fixture and think, that's one we could win.
Yeah.
But it's not a banker. You've got to go and win the game. And Gloucestershire have outplayed Northamptonshire over the first 2 days and thoroughly deserve, on merit, to be in the position that they're in. So I think sometimes as a supporter of a team, it's easy to take your eye off the opposition and take them for granted.
Yeah.
And I think that is a borderline disrespectful. They're a good cricket team and they've played very well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic innings, wasn't it, by Miles Hammond on day 1. And then as good of a spell of fast bowling as you're going to see from Marchant de Lang. Fair enough. Not particularly keen on it going against your own team, but if you can take yourself out of that situation for a short moment, that spell and that's performance by Marchant, particularly that spell just after lunch, was genuinely as good as what you're going to see in first-class cricket, regardless of who you support or what country you're watching first-class cricket in. And I think the point you made about everybody beating everybody having the ability to beat everybody, I think is a really, really good point. You've got early doors in the season, isn't it? But you've got Sussex at top of the league. As Patterson White continues And at the moment, you've got Glamorgan, who are third bottom, and Sussex are a bit behind the 8 ball down at Cardiff.
Mm-hmm.
It has got one of those. And Northamptonshire should take a lot of positives, I think, from how they have performed this year. Okay, they did have a bit of a slow start down at Hove, didn't they? And I think it would probably be fair to say that a bit of bad light certainly helped them out a touch there. Otherwise, Sussex would be a bit further clear at the top of the table. But obviously, Northampton were 9 down when bad light came into effect and were still behind. Well, no, they were just in front of Sussex, weren't they, at that point? But not miles. And then after that, Northampton's 552, 605, 453. They're a team that are in good form with the bat. They're a team that are hard to get out. All those 3 scores that I mentioned, they were all declared at the end of the innings as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a bad day yesterday. It wasn't a disastrous day, by the way. And if it was, I'd say so.
Yeah.
We had a bad day with the bat. No question at all. But quickly followed up by, crikey, Gloucestershire bowled well. Yeah.
Swept
played
by Bancroft, and that's going to give Sanderson a bit of a chase up the hill towards the players' rooms, and Bancroft's going to add a couple. Gloucestershire going to move into the 90s. Just think, pound for pound, Gloucestershire have just been a good team over the last 2 days. The batting performance, different approaches from different players, but I think each and every one of them contributed significantly in their own way to that first innings score of 409. Good take by McManus.
They've lost a few of their big guns, haven't they, over the last few years as well. We talked earlier this morning about Craig Miles and Liam Norwell. It's a big part of their bowling attack in red ball cricket, in all cricket, for a number of years.
Yeah.
Became established professionals with Gloucestershire and developed very well under the regime there. And then, unfortunately for Gloucestershire supporters, they moved up the M5 to Birmingham together, to Warwickshire. And Ryan Higgins, who, yes, has always been known as a good cricketer, really developed his game with Gloucestershire as a terrific all-rounder, decided to go back home to Middlesex, where he started his career. And like Northamptonshire have found over the years, it's hard for the smaller counties to hold on to their best players at times.
Yeah. Charlesworth on strike. Kept a little bit low on McManus as it came through. I think we've spoken a couple of times before, haven't we, about the ins and outs of players moving between counties. And I think something we spoke for is that it feels like there's becoming a bit of a gap between, I guess, what you would call like a top 6, i.e. the test playing grounds essentially, and the 100 owning grounds. And we spoke about compensation, didn't we? But that go between counties when it comes to players leaving within contract. Not much you can do when players get to the end of a contract, obviously. But do you think, with how the game's moving and the money now involved in the game, not necessarily in county cricket, but just generally speaking cricket, do you think there should be a bit of a transfer news type market fee that mirrors along that kind of professional football side of things? We're never going to talk about the same kind of numbers.
No.
But would it help?
Well, it would certainly help the smaller counties. Firstly, it would certainly help the smaller counties. Initially, I don't know what would happen as a result of that. I'll come back to that after this ball.
The leg side.
So let's give an example of a player called Joe Bloggs.
Yep.
To keep it easy. So Joe Bloggs, by the way, I'm making this up as I go along. So if I drive into a cul-de-sac, help me out.
I mean, I think the other thing to caveat, sorry, before you go into it, is like Northamptonshire is relatable, isn't it? David Willey went from Northants to Yorkshire, and Ollie Stone left to go to Nottinghamshire. Like it's not just kind of picking on Gloucestershire here.
Yeah. Okay, so Northampton have got a player. He becomes an established part of the first team, and he is known to be a very good cricketer.
Oh, guys, I think in the end, through the gully region, Emilio has a half a dive at it, but can't get there. 98 for no loss now. It was deliberately played, I think, by Bancroft.
I don't know.
Do you not?
I think he's going more in
Square.
front of square. Yeah. He's played the square driver for Bancroft a few times. I'm not sure. Certainly the ball carried very comfortably. Fifth slip, sixth slip might have been. So it was between gully and the slip that's there. So so let's go through. Okay, so there's a young player come through. He gets established. He's in his sort of he's 23, 24, something like that, and he's up for a contract renegotiation with his club, with, let's call it Northamptonshire. For example, as we're sat here. Or bold. If there's a transfer fee, is that player going to sign? Yes, if he signs a 2-year contract, and after a year, club, let's call them Surrey, want to come in and take that player into their squad, and they have to pay a transfer fee. Whereas there's a guy at the road at Gloucestershire who's coming to the end of his contract, and they don't have to pay a transfer fee. That makes the Northamptonshire player less attractive, pound for pound. They're both as good as each other, okay? Or let's say they're both exactly as good as each other. So, if Surrey have had a quiet year or whatever it might be, and finances are a little bit tight and they have to look at the balance sheet, they're going to go sign the guy from Gloucestershire because there's no transfer fee involved. Right. So what that means is, I think the implication of that would be that good young players at counties don't sign very long contracts.
Okay.
And then you may find they move more easily. So that in itself is a cause of the transfer fee structure. And I'm not intelligent enough to work out what happens next and next as a result of that. But there's an issue there, as you can see. So it's tricky. I mean, players will want to sign. The good players want to sign short contracts, generally. And if you're signing a 1-year contract and then you get injured, you miss half the season, that's a real problem because you've got no employment at the end of that season. So the short answer is, I think it's complex.
It sounds like there would need to be a significant shift in the mindset of, I guess, the business operations of cricket generally to kind of enable that. It
needs some cleverer people than me sitting around. That's beautifully bold. That's beautifully bold.
Charlesworth on 49, and Patterson White has plugged away, well, into his 11th over, and he's got that one to turn outside, or in that rough outside the stump, outside off stump of Charlesworth. It's come back and it's taken off stump out the ground. It's a beauty.
We talked earlier, didn't we? Very much in that mode. There was a ball very early this morning that was over length from Patterson White, and Charlesworth was able to drive it for 4 through wide mid-off because it was so full. Even if it spun, it wouldn't have spun enough to miss the middle of the bat, and so he drove it freely through mid-off. And we talked at the time that if that ball's a little bit shorter, he's got to be more careful. He had been up to that point. That one, he just lost a bit of concentration, thought it was full enough, but there was overspin on the ball. It dropped, turned, and bounced and took off stump out of the ground. A lovely bit of bowling, a really classic slow left armers wicket. Very good news for Northants, but also very good news for Gloucestershire, who have their own slow left armer in Zafar Gohar.
A fantastic start for Charlesworth. Dismissed on 49, just one short of that milestone. I wonder whether it was a shot of a team that looked like they were just going to accelerate through the gears a touch. The two of them have been pretty proactive, haven't they, this morning? We're only 22 minutes into the day. I wonder whether that might have been a nod to, okay, we've got a target in mind here and we want to get there. Whether he would have played that last night, I don't know. But he's gone for 49 and Northamptonshire have got the breakthrough. They are 98 for 1 and that lead is 336. I think the final thing I'll say about the...
I want to say one more thing.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
The final thing you say.
Okay. Is, and obviously I look at this from a fan's perspective when it comes to sport. You worked in the biz for a long time. And I mentioned it yesterday when we had James Maybe on. I just feel sometimes a little bit more transparency really helps a fan's understanding
Agreed.
of particular situations. And I think cricket, when it comes to players moving counties, I think is really guilty of not actually providing the full information as to how that's come about. And I think that potentially then leaves a little bit of bad taste in the mouth between fans and players, because there's you read between the lines, you add 2 and 2 together and you make 6, and you think, oh well, I just don't want to play for us anymore.
Very well put. Very well put. I think, you know, when it comes to that broad topic, really, of kind of the messages that come out from county cricket clubs, where I come from personally on these things, I'll just let this ball be bowled, finish the over, is the amount, and as I've said many times, I don't look at social media really. It's something I try not to do. It's not healthy, and I don't need to because I'm retired now. Other people still working, particularly in the job that you do, Dan. You know, that's your world. But there is so much chatter on social media, so much of it opinion disguised as fact, so much of it ill-informed, that I think it's vital for anyone really, but particularly we're talking about Northants, to control and own the message. So that if you want to know the information, this is where you will get the right information. We will tell you as much as we can, as often as we can, in the channels that are appropriate for those messages. And if we can't tell you, we're going to say we can't tell you.
Yeah.
So this is what's important when you do that. You got to back that up. Obviously, you have to be good to that. If that's your policy, you have to be good to that. You have to be a little bit brave. We are talking about the careers of young men, so we've got to be sympathetic to that cause as well. And I think, but I want people, if people want information about Northampton cricket, I want them to come to Northampton cricket. I don't want them to go onto Twitter or X or whatever the thing's called, TikTok or hip hop or whatever it is. Because they're not going to find they're not going to find the information there, are they? They're going to find a bunch of misinformation and opinion, and sometimes mischief making as well. Yeah. So I think there's two sides to this. One is, don't believe everything you read on Twitter, because you shouldn't. The other thing is, now I don't work here anymore, I would implore Northants, and I'm not just Northants and every other county, to try to become the place that supporters want to go to, trust to go to for the right information. And that means when you put stuff out, don't spin it. Just tell it straight. Yeah.
Siddharth Kaul continues. He's looked good this morning. Bancroft is on 49 and the 100 is up for Gloucestershire. And Bancroft, with that single into the offside, moves to 50, his second 50 of the match. Equally as impressive as his one on day one, and a round of applause from Phil Rowe in the commentary box.
Yeah.
He's looked like a good player here at Wantage Road over the last 3 days. Hey.
You know, he's been better than this. I'm not going to damn him with faint praise because I've just sort of clapped my hands there. He's been like a brilliant referee. You just don't notice him. Yeah. He's just had a great game.
Yeah, that first innings to bat against Siddharth and Sanderson whilst the ball was doing all sorts, let's be honest, to stay calm, to bat the way he did, take the shine off the ball as well. He batted for the entire session, didn't he, for 50? And he's kind of done exactly what Gloucestershire have needed him to do again this time around. The ball is now 28 overs old, and Bancroft is still there on 50. He'll be eyeing up his first 100 of 2024, or at least that in the championship anyway. Two slips in a gully for Ollie Price, who played a very different innings in the first day. 10 off 61, but no less important, which I think we've said a couple of times.
He obviously puts a high price on his wicket. You see what I did there?
You did.
Because his name's Price.
No, thank you.
And I said Price.
Yeah.
And it's accurate.
Yeah. It's hard to argue.
This is the place to come to for terrible puns.
Maybe sometimes that's when you need James Sales bowling.
Oh, no, that's absolutely brilliant. I think we can just switch off now.
We're done. James Sales isn't in the squad for for those listening. Yeah, 2 slips and a gully for Ollie Price, Northants. Trying to wheedle another couple of Gloucestershire wickets out. It would make for an interesting game if Northamptonshire could bowl Gloucestershire out for a similar-ish kind of score in that of what Northamptonshire achieved in that first innings. I know that would take for a bit of a miracle now, 9 wickets and 70 runs, but
I mean, so a chase of about 450. Yeah, absolutely.
And it has genuinely been such an interesting game of cricket so far. Day one, I found enthralling. It felt very, very even at the end of day one between the two sides. I'd say Gloucestershire were in front. They had a fantastic day. And particularly when you add a few extra points on the fact that they'd been put in by Northamptonshire as well. Exactly.
But I think that's a huge factor.
Yeah. But actually, numbers-wise, you'd go, good day.
Yeah.
Evens. Gloucestershire took it away from Northamptonshire in that first hour. That partnership between Josh Shaw and Marchant Dalanga, absolutely brilliant for Gloucestershire. And then with their tails up, bowled like a team high on confidence. It's a very good delivery from Siddharth, and Ollie Price gets that one off the inside edge down to deep square for a single, gets off the mark, last ball of the over, 102 for 1.
I promised you that I'd have another thing to say, didn't I, about transfers and things? And
you did.
Players moving. And it's about the 100 and the effect of the 100 and where the franchise clubs are based. And the ability of, let's use an example, Warwickshire.
Yep.
The home of one of the franchises. Similar personnel involved in the directorship of those two enterprises at one point, not so much now, but at one point, very similar personnel looking after cricket for Warwickshire and for the franchise there. The Twiglets or cashew nuts or whatever it is. And I am aware of players being spoken to by Warwickshire being promised good terms in the franchise team. And that's not right.
No, that's I think what you call a conflict of interest, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is, yeah.
At that point. Patterson White continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think that, as I said, I think from the fans' perspective, if it comes to and it goes, I'll use Liam Patterson White for it as an example here, because he's, with the exception of a loan signing, he's not affiliated to either of these two sides. But that's a fine tickle down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more for Bancroft. He moves to 54 and the score 107 for 1. But if the news comes out and it says, Liam Patterson White has joined Worcestershire on a 3-year deal for, and this number might be silly, but a 3-year deal for £125,000. From a fan's perspective there, instead of just going, Liam Patterson White's left Nottinghamshire to join Worcester, and people going, he's gone to chase the whatever. You've gone, okay, well, I wonder how we're going to reinvest that money. That means we can go and look at an alternative now. We can use that to reinvest in the squad. We can...
Okay, so you're talking about that would be the transfer fee?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't understand that right. I'm being a bit thick, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so that's the football model, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
But as you've said, there's compensation that does happen, just isn't necessarily advertised, is it?
No, it does happen, it's a negotiation, and of course, unfortunately, life being, just lost his length, hasn't he, to the right-hander? He's over length, all of this over.
Yeah, he's just starting to struggle a little bit.
It's inevitable, and there's no criticism here. It's inevitable if you're the attracting county who's attracting the player, and you think, well, let's sit around a table and talk about the compensation that we're going to give you for taking your player in the middle of his contract. You are going to be fully aware of who it is who's sitting across the table from you. You know, if it's a county that the finances are going through the floor,
Yeah.
you're going to get a better deal for yourself.
Yeah, true. But then that will work in other sports as well on the exact same.
It does. The odds are loaded against smaller counties.
Of course, yeah.
In almost everything that's happening in the game,
Yeah.
it argues against the smaller counties. We've got two of them here. My own county, I would proudly say that, Northamptonshire. That's where my head and my heart is. And Gloucestershire, who I guess their finances are probably reasonably similar. And they're going to find it increasingly difficult, unfortunately, to compete against the franchise grounds and the test grounds. It's always been that way, but I think the gap financially is getting wider.
Yes, I would agree. Siddharth Cool continues and gets a bit of lift on that one. Looks like that's got Ollie Price in the thigh pad as he just readjusts his padding.
That's hurt him.
Maybe that actually has missed the thigh pad, in fact, for Ollie Price. Maybe he's readjusting something else.
It caught him at the top of the thigh. I think we could say that.
Yeah, in the vicinity.
Cole's got movement this morning, hasn't he? Particularly into the bat, into the right-hander. A couple have popped a little bit and a couple have kept a little bit low. You'd expect that. The wicket's deteriorating. Nothing untoward.
Nice shot by Ollie Price. He's timed that really well, hasn't he? Down to Luke Proctor at mid-on.
Did I get on my high horse a bit there, Dan?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think it was an interesting topic of conversation that obviously started back with Craig Mars and Liam Norwell.
Yeah.
So I would hope we've potentially kind of added a little bit of context with regards to how that works behind the scenes and potentially some options as to how it could work going forward. But
yeah.
Bit of a trigger there from Ollie Price. Trigger across and then a step forward towards Siddharth Cool.
He's really attacking the stumps, isn't he, Cole? He's read the script. The movement, the sort of bounce and leaving the right-hander, which he can do. He's not bowling as many of those deliveries. The majority of his deliveries are targeted at the stumps, looking to nip the ball back in, either through the gate, but more likely trapping the right-handers on the crease, hitting them on the shin.
Yeah.
That's not to say he won't get one to go away, because obviously he wants to explore both edges of the bat, but predominantly has been in this morning. That's one that did go away. He actually gave that away a little bit. His position on the crease was, he's been bowling quite tight to the crease. That one was more mid-crease.
Yeah.
And players pick these things up without even knowing about it.
Mm.
As he jumped and was landing mid-crease, my thought was, this is the outswinger. And it was. He just got his line wrong.
Yes, yeah, and dropped the length back a bit as well, didn't he? Which allowed Price to drop that one into the offside and get down the other end. I think we spoke with Rob Keogh yesterday afternoon, didn't we? And he mentioned about how Siddharth and Luke Proctor were kind of deep in conversation, really, at the end of the net with his first session for Northamptonshire. Well played by Bancroft. Plays it down, plays it wide of Emilio Gay at gully, and Liam Patterson-White's going to do the fielding down there on the boundary. And it clearly is a plan here, one that Luke Proctor adopted throughout the first innings, and obviously what we've seen of him of the second as well. I suspect it won't be too long until we see Luke Proctor again, and probably doing exactly the same as what Siddharth is doing, just targeting those stumps.
Yeah.
So far, Liam Patterson-White is allowing Luke Proctor to rotate those seamers from the David Capel end, which Gloucestershire didn't allow Northamptonshire to do on day one.
Oh, that's bounced.
It's lifted, isn't it? And Bancroft's done well to get bat on that. Play it down through the leg side, down to George Scrimshaw for a single off the last ball of the over. 113 for one. Lead of 351 now for Gloucestershire.
See Cameron Bancroft's coming back down the wicket to have a little chat with his partner, but also he had a little glance at where that ball pitched. I had a quick look at the pitch yesterday, and I've said it's been a good cricket pitch. Cricket has been exciting, and the wicket has played its part in that. It's a little bit tufty, and into day 3 now, and it's had sunshine on it for 2 days. You will expect there to be more variable bounce. We've seen a few from Siddharth Kaul just pick a little bit after pitching, and that one was one of those. He needs to get his length right here. Does Patterson White to the right hander and does exactly that. Was a slower ball. Got his fingers over the top of the ball, dropped in nicely. Just in his last over, he was very full over length for the majority of that. Just needs to settle back into his line and length. And again, over length and drifting the ball a little bit full, tucked away to the man on the leg side boundary for a single from Cameron Bancroft, who just looks in. That's what I'd say. He looks in. And he is in. He's in good form as well. 60 not out at the moment. His partner, Ollie Price, just on 3. And again, that was a quicker ball this time from Patterson White. But again, he's lost his line and length and he's fired that one down the leg side. And Price good enough just to do exactly what he needed to, get any bat on it. And it's probably going to be 4. And it was ran away very quickly down to fine leg for 4.
It's been an interesting watch, actually, from the Lynn Wilson Centre with the 2 left-arm spinners that we have seen. Both look like they've, well, one more so than the other, but look really comfortable and excelled against the left-handers. And actually, against the right-handers, even Zafar Gohar just gave the single ball, didn't he, during that spell yesterday, particularly to Bartlett.
Oh, that's close. That's turned and trapped Ollie Price on the back foot. He punches his thigh with disappointment as he has to leave the arena. It was a good ball, got his length right. It was probably a little bit straighter in terms of where it pitched than Patterson White was necessarily intending, but it gripped. That's the thing that it did. Whereas other balls have been sliding on down the leg side, being a bit too full. This one was a good length, pushed him back, turned, caught him on the crease, and umpire Martin Saggers confirms that was going on to hit the stumps. And it's not the way that Patterson White would have thought he's going to get a wicket there necessarily. He's struggled to the right-hander, as we've been talking about. Not terribly, but he's just been over length. That one was a great length. Didn't know whether to come backwards or forwards. Went backwards and went straight, and he didn't have time to get the bat back onto the ball, and it was pretty straight.
Yeah, it was. I think the way that Price kind of played that shot, I think he was right to go back, but it hit his pad before his bat even got through near it. And Patterson White's had a few of those that have just kissed off the surface and skidded on and rushed the batters, as did Zafar Gohar yesterday. Yeah, it just looked like it surprised him a little bit with the pace off the pitch. It's
the second wicket in this game that we've seen LBW on the back foot to the spinner. And how does that happen? Well, either the ball has ragged, and neither of those 2 wickets have ragged, or the batter has just missed it.
Yeah.
Luke Proctor was out in a very similar fashion, going back. The ball was back of a length, going back looking to turn the ball into the leg side and missed it. And that's done for Ollie Price as well. The good news, the even better news for Liam Patterson White, as well as picking up his second wicket in this innings, is that he's got a left-hander to bowl at. The centurion from the first innings, Miles Hammond, comes to the crease, which means that Liam Patterson White can bowl over the wicket and into that nice area of rough outside the left-handers off stump. It's quite a sizable area, and it just helps if you haven't got to really worry specifically about your length. You're looking to bowl full, but not over full, and there's a big patch of rough for him to bowl into. We might see a short leg possibly. I wondered whether that might be an option.
How do you think Hammond plays this?
I think he plays positively.
Just exactly the same as yesterday.
I think he plays. He's a positive player. Yeah, I think he plays positively. Interestingly, so do Northampton think he's going to play positively, because long on has gone straight back, and I think that's an interesting and a good ploy actually. This one bowled wider of the crease, a little bit flatter from Patterson White. Did turn, but it turned from a long way wide. So an unexpected dismissal, unexpected wicket there. He hasn't bowled Liam Patterson White. I think it's fair to say he would probably agree. He hasn't bowled well at the right-handers this morning, but he's got one of them out. And good news for Northants. Two wickets this morning. in the first 45 minutes. I couldn't have asked for a lot more than that, really.
No, and Patterson White's bowled nicely, as has Siddharth Kaul, who's going to get replaced by Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. Just the elephant in the room for Northamptonshire, and obviously the superb work for Gloucestershire is the fact that they're 356 runs in front now.
Yeah, that helps, doesn't it? I'm enjoying this conversation between Lewis McManus and Karen Nair. They're both showing how they would have played that ball. They're both going on the back foot and just turning it into the leg side, which is what Ollie Price was trying to do. That's quite interesting. They're trying to work out, how did he miss that? I think it did sort of gather a bit off the pitch. Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. Guess what? Line and length. He's thereabouts, isn't he?
Target the stumps.
Target the stumps, just back of a length. This has been a nice little battle between Sanderson and Bancroft. Bancroft will know all about Ben Sanderson's skills, and he will be developing, and has developed already, I'm sure, a way of moving in order to negate what Sanderson is trying to do, or will try to do. He has got that nip backer. We know that. That one does run back in off the seam, but gently, just slightly short of a length. So the field that Ben Sanderson has is pretty similar, I think, to Siddharth Kaul. He's got the first slip, who's Karen Nair. He's got Emilio Gay in the gully. I have to get out of my chair to see the fielder, who I think is going to be George Bartlett on the, no, it's not, it's Liam Patterson-White on the point boundary. George Bartlett is at straightish cover. There's mid-off, Siddharth Kaul. Bancroft forward, covering up nicely. Sanderson gets his length absolutely spot on. So, yeah, Siddharth Kaul shining the ball away at mid-off. The captain is at mid-on, Luke Proctor. We've got Vasconcelos at mid-wicket. Two fielders out on the leg side boundaries. The squarer of the two, in fact, he is very square, is Saif Sayab. And we've got George Scrimshaw all on his own at long leg, having a chat with someone in the crowd. I'd like to see him bowl again today, actually. I think we might do that. Sanderson right on the money again this time, bringing Bancroft forward, thick edge runs away for a single.
I think we have to see Scrimshaw bowl again.
I think we do.
I think with the brilliance of Delanga, okay, obviously Delanga is a much broader figure than Scrimshaw, but other than that, similar kind of heights, and I'm sure Delanga's probably got a couple of mile an hour on Scrimshaw at the moment as well. But he's the closest option that Northamptonshire have got to kind of do the exact same thing that Marchant did. It's
a funny one. So I don't know if I'll be able to explain what I'm thinking here. I rarely can.
Give it a go.
Shall I try?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all listening.
Hold tight.
Buckle up.
This is a great opportunity for George Scrimshaw to get some first-team red ball overs in.
Mm-hmm.
However, Sanderson's first ball to Hammond, straight on the money again. He's starting over the wicket to Hammond. It won't be long, I'm sure, before he has a look around the wicket. So it's a perfect, in that respect, it's a perfect opportunity for George Scrimshaw to bowl a 5-over spell and maybe another 3 overs later on, if the game is still, if Northampton's still bowling at that time. So why wouldn't you do that? Well, why you might not do that is we don't know where he is fitness-wise right now.
Yeah,
we know he's fit coming into this game. We know that. Oh, that's nicely bowled again from Sanderson, bringing Hammond forward. He just opens a face into the offside and manages to rotate the strike, keep the strike, as he moves on to, he gets off the mark with a single into the offside, 120 for 2. So there's another way of looking at that, which might be, look, we've got T20 season coming. Why on earth are we bowling George Scrimshaw 5 to 8 overs in this situation? And you take your money, you on which way you go with that. If there is no question at all about fitness, longevity, resilience, and so on, then he bowls. If there are question marks about that, and you have other options, maybe he doesn't. Patterson-White bowling to the left-handed Hammond. It's drifting too far, well fielded at cover by George Bartlett, but he can't prevent the single, which is frustrating. It was a good effort. It's frustrating for Liam Patterson-White because he no doubt wants to line up the left-handed Hammond. Hammond has got off strike. It'll be interesting to see whether that wicket has settled down Patterson White to the right-handed, because he was drifting down the leg side and too full frequently. Then got one to hold its line, turn, and do for Ollie Price. And he's back on it. That's interesting. Wickets change things, don't they?
Bit of extra confidence, bit of justification that the plan works. I think it was a plan he was trying to bowl, wasn't he? Just didn't get his line right.
Yeah, he's targeting LBW, isn't he? But more on the front foot than the back foot. And in doing so, he just over drifted the ball, or just slightly released it slightly too early, so it goes further. Maybe just failing to get his fingers right over the top of the ball, but he's on it. He's on it. That last ball came off virtually the middle of Cameron Bancroft's bat, but it was hands on head for Patterson White. They saw that outcome very differently, I think, the batter and the bowler.
Bit of theatre.
Yes, exactly. Create a theatre, mate. His length is good now. That line was a little too straight, a little bit more middle and leg rather than middle and off. But it looks like he's settling in nicely. Can he join these dots together? I think that's going down the leg side. And yeah, so does the umpire, importantly. A better over, though. First ball was a bit drifty. Got Hammond off strike. But the 5 balls to Bancroft were there or thereabouts. A big appeal off the last ball of the over. We can see where the keeper is. He's going down the leg side because he thinks that's where the ball is going. So there are some telltale signs that it didn't look a great shout, and it wasn't.
What I think is interesting with Patterson White is that one there and the wicket for Ollie Price were significantly quicker off the surface.
Yeah.
Yet, with the benefit of the replay there, I don't think there was anything different with the hand. And to the naked eye, at least, there was nothing really different with the arm speed or the shoulder or anything like that either. So it's a really subtle change that he's done enough now for it to be deliberate, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Played nicely off the front foot by Miles Hammond through the covers. There is a man who's very square, but he gets across to level with the bowler stumps, prevents it running for 4. 2 more added to the total. But it's very, Graham Swan, who formerly of this parish, he would say sometimes, if the ball just hits the leather slightly more than the seam, and he would obviously try to land it on the seam as often as he could, but would sometimes land it on the leather and it goes straighter. When it lands more on the leather seam together or seam on its own, it does turn more or offers to turn more. So sometimes there can be intent and sometimes it can be accidental. But what you've got to do is get in that business area often enough so that you are asking the question, if the ball does do something that you didn't necessarily expect it to or intend it to do, you can still challenge. And I think that's about good professional bowling, is getting the ball to land where you want it to land more often than not. It's a very simple thing to say. It's a far more difficult thing to do, as we know. I like this matchup for Northampton. So those on 61 and looks like he's playing with a copy of the Daily Telegraph in terms of how easily he's making it look. I think this is a good matchup. Ben Sanderson can nip the ball back in. Cameron Bancroft can sometimes play around the front pad a little bit. Oh, and that one's gone the other way. What a beautiful bit of bowling that was. We said earlier how few balls in this innings of 34 overs now into the 35th, how few balls in this innings had gone past the outside edge. Oh, that's absolutely, oh my goodness, that's a thing of beauty. You're supposed to nick those, Cameron Bancroft. Have you not read the MCC coaching manual? That was an absolutely brilliant delivery from Ben Sanderson. Maybe Bancroft just playing slightly inside, wanting to cover any movement in, and it went the other way. And that one bounces and catches him on the bottom hand. He walks away to square leg. He bites his glove. It's an interesting thing to do.
So he's shown a visible response of frustration when he's not played the ball as well as what he would want to have played it throughout. And you can count those moments on one hand, can't you? Yeah. But it is a sign, because Miles Hammond has just come down and actually kind of had a calming word, I'm sure, for Cam Bancroft. And Sanderson so far in this 4-ball over. As well, he's had his number so far, hasn't he? But the important thing is, Cam Bancroft is still there.
I'd love to know what was said then. Ben Sanderson got the double teapot on, and I think he was saying, "How was your breakfast this morning, Cameron? You have a nice? Yeah. What? How do you have your eggs? Poached or scrambled? So something like that, I would imagine."
Along those lines.
Said, "Well, thanks for the inquiry, Ben. It was a lovely breakfast, and you go back and bowl another one." I would imagine that's exactly what was said there.
I would have thought.
But he's bowled very well at him. He wants to get him out. Oh, and he very nearly gets him out again with one that pitches and leaves him. So this is the skill of Ben Sanderson. In the 35 overs that Northampton have bowled so far, I think there's been 4 balls that have gone past the outside edge to seamers. And 3 of them were in that over, which is Ben Sanderson's first over? Second over?
Yes.
Second over of the morning.
Yeah, second of the morning.
Gee whiz, he's a good bowler.
It's still a little update from down in Cardiff. Obviously, the only other game that's going on in Division 2 this round. Glamorgan all out for 411 with that record partnership. I think it's 315 for the 5th wicket, Kieran Carlson and Colin Ingram. And Sussex trail by 101, and they're 32 for 3.
Ooh.
Clark, Haynes and Alsop all gone to Mir Hamza this morning.
Ooh, okay. So left armour to left-hander, reverse sweep. A very good diving stop by
Sanderson.
That's a great effort, Ben Sanderson. He's there very much for the reverse sweep, and it was nailed, absolutely nailed by Miles Hammond, who would have thought that's 4, but no. Full length dive, keeps it to 1 from Ben Sanderson, saved 3 there. Or Cameron Bancroft will not be happy that he's hit that ball straight at the fielder. There's one fielder in a sort of 70-metre area, and he's hit it straight to, along the floor, straight to Vasconcelos at extra cover. And does what he might have done last ball. That one a little bit straighter, but a little bit shorter. It was flatter, it was quicker again. It skidded through a wee bit, but Bancroft enough time just to open the face and miss. This time Vasconcelos to get the single takes him to 62, 126 for 2. And Miles Hammond has shown some purpose, some intent. He's had a look square of the wicket there. So that's his sweep is in his mind. Can't sweep that one because that's beautifully bowled. Perfect line of length and a perfect response as well. Though Miles Hammond, looking to be positive, wants to score, doesn't want to allow Patterson White to settle. He knows there's danger there if he lets him settle because there is turn available. But he also is happy to cover up when he absolutely has to. Well, that's nicely bowled. That's a quicker, flatter ball.
That was noticeably different, wasn't it, out the hand?
Yeah, he read the intent White there, didn't he? Patterson White has read intent. That's just experience and skill. Yeah. You know, that's a difficult thing to coach. And we saw that Hammond got in a bit of a pickle. He was looking to do something. I can't tell you exactly what it was, but he wasn't able to do what he intended to do because it was a flatter, quicker ball. He did enough to get off strike.
Let me give you a couple of numbers from Division 1 as well, Rowie, whilst we're here. Durham trail Hampshire by 318. Hampshire made 503. Hundreds for Ali Orr and Tom Prest. 4 wickets for Callum Parkinson. And Durham in response, 185 for 3. Alex Lees 71. Not out batters. Bedingham 58. Potts on 16. At Canterbury, Worcester versus Kent. Kent trail Worcester by 480. Worcestershire declared on 618 for 7. Jason Holder and Matthew Waite both not out, 123 and 100 respectively.
That would have been an attractive 100 from Jason Holder because he's a beautiful man to watch bat.
Absolutely. And then Matthew Waite 2 for 29 so far in that second inning, or that first innings for Kent as well.
Gully's out, so there's only one catcher at slip. And Sanderson on the money again. Cameron Bancroft really looking to get into that area. He did come forward there out of his crease. Northampton made a decision, I think, that if it is edged off the front foot, if it's a genuine nick off the front foot rather than a forcing shot, that it won't carry to Gully. So Gully's gone back to a backward point. So the one slip in is Emilio Gay. There are 3 men on the offside saving a single and a sweeper out. 2 sweepers out, square and behind on the leg side and mid-on and a mid-wicket. This is a good little contest within the contest. Sanderson to Bancroft. Oh, and it's bounced and left him. oh, it's Ben Sanderson bowling with a different ball. You know, we were rightly very impressed and very praiseworthy of Siddharth Kaul's skill with the Duke's ball. In particular, he's not seen one before. But let's take nothing away from Ben Sanderson. He's getting the ball to talk out there on a wicket that we said had gone a little bit flat in terms of sideways movement. Almost every ball that Sanderson has bowled in this spell has either run in or has held and gone away, and that one did the latter. That one finds the outside half of the bat as well, as Bancroft is desperate to get forward into that business area.
No, Sanderson's taken 1 wicket in this match.
Yeah. How do you do that bowling like that?
Yeah, it's well, what he thought was a bit of a homecoming, I'm sure, on his 100th appearance for the county. And he's bowled some absolute beauties, but well, similar to his captain, Luke Proctor, just hasn't found the reward, has he, so far in this fixture?
You just feel like he's going to get Bancroft out there, don't you? Well, I do. Let's see if he does. Last ball of this over. He's pitched up. It's driven down the ground to the left of mid-on, who attempts to stop the single and run Bancroft out, but to no avail. Bancroft hit it on the move and continued that movement. It was a comfortable single. I called the last ball of the over. It wasn't the last ball of the over at all, or anywhere near it, actually. It's
been the first time in this fixture that I think would be fair to say that Bancroft has looked a little bit twitchy against one of the bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a couple there that, well, it was a run off the face of the bat down to backward point that he wanted the single. Miles Hammond said no. That one there was, well, it was a good single.
Oh,
you could tell he didn't want to be on strike, couldn't you?
Nobody wants to face Ben Sanderson. How has he not got a wicket this morning?
That silhouette of Ben Sanderson, the double teapots, we've seen that plenty of times, haven't we, this morning?
This is exceptional seam bowling. You know, people very disparagingly, it makes me unhappy actually, sometimes even cross, talk about county second division trundlers. Come and watch this. This is proper skillful seam bowling. He's just taken over from an international bowler, and you'd think it was the other way around, to be honest, in terms of the movement they've been able to extract. That one, he's lost his line and length. We've got 2 straight and was flicked powerfully in front of square for 4 from Miles Hammond. A nice cricket shot, but what another over that was. It takes Miles Hammond on to 11. Cameron Bancroft will be facing the next over. That'll probably be bowled by Liam Patterson-White as he takes his cap off. He's on 64. The score in this innings is 133 for 2. Gloucestershire lead by 371.
The other 2 games going on one at Trent Bridge, Lancashire 331, Nottinghamshire 335 for 7. Asib Hamid 159 not out, and Ollie Stone currently on 36.
Ollie Stone on 36.
Yeah, 4 wickets for George Balderson. And then the final game at the Oval, Surrey 391 for 8 in response to Warwickshire's 343.
That's beautifully bowled by Patterson-White. That's where he needs to be, middle and off. If it runs on, it can hit the pad. If it does just hold, it can catch the outside edge. That's a perfect line and length. Well bowled indeed. Just bowled that one from slightly further back. A little bit slower. It was pushed down the ground by Bancroft, fielded by Patterson-White. I like the way he's gone about his business. He's settled in now to the right-handers, as Liam Patterson-White. That one's tossed up, inviting the drive. The invitation was accepted and hit beautifully down the ground for a 2-bounce 4 from Cameron Bancroft. Oh, 32 for 5, Sussex. Dan tells me. Oh, wow. So are they still behind?
They're still 101 behind.
Oh,
Glamorgan.
Oh, wow. What a lovely bit of cricket that was. The left armers think, okay, I'm just going to float this one a little bit more. Can I get a false shot? He brought a beautiful lofted on drive from Cameron Bancroft. The first real aggression that he's shown against the slow left armour. The next one noticeably quicker, just a bit shorter. Cameron Bancroft anticipating that. Pushes his weight back, closes the face. drops it into the leg side, it rolls out to the boundary fielder for a single. 4-1 is a nice bit of cricket. This is the matchup that really Patterson White will have wanted to have more frequently. Miles Hammond on 11, he hasn't really faced too many balls from Patterson White to date. And that's why. That ball was straighter, and I would think it was inside the line of the rough and ran straight on. And Hammond playing for turn misses it on the outside. So easy just to nick those. On a good day, you miss them. And he missed that one. It's a nice bit of bowling. But he hasn't been able to string deliveries together at Miles Hammond. When that ball has bounced out of the rough, well played, Miles Hammond. If Miles Hammond tries to do anything funky with that ball, that could cause a problem because it bounced, it turned and it bounced more than turn really. But Hammond very watchful, just got his hands above the bounce of the ball and dropped it into the offside. So again, we've seen plenty of danger for the left-handed batsman facing left arm spin from the Lynn Wilson end. Hammond has played it pretty well, as have Gloucester played it pretty well this morning. They've lost 2 wickets, but they have advanced on to 138 for 2. The partnership is 20. Cameron Bancroft on 69. He's just batting. I mean, he's just batting, isn't he? He's just facing what comes down to him. He's not trying to make the running. He is trying to negate Ben Sanderson's movement because Ben Sanderson's got it on a string right now. And there he is again. Great line and length. Bancroft fully respectful. He's got a simple approach, really, hasn't he? He's played a heck of a lot of cricket. This won't fluster him. Okay, so he's missed a few. Ben Sanderson nipped it around a bit. He knows Ben Sanderson's going to do that on pretty much any surface. He could get it to move off glass, this fella. And when he misses it, he just walks all the way to square leg and comes back ready for the next ball. Doesn't faze him.
No, gathers his thoughts, and he's looked very good for 69. It's come quicker as well. It's 116 balls that Bancroft has faced for 69. I'm sure there will be something in the back of his mind where he'll be wanting to get his first 100 of the championship. It's obviously into his 4th game. First one doesn't really count for Worcestershire, does it? As nobody actually got on the field. So it is kind of his fourth game. Hasn't turned up yet for Gloucestershire, so that will be in his mind somewhere.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment, he's just been superb.
This looks like a setup from Ben Sanderson. So he's bowled 3 balls in this over, almost all on the same spot. They've all been challenging the stumps, and Bancroft has been up to the job of keeping them out into the offside. When is he going to bowl the one that goes the other way?
Well, Bancroft will know it's coming. There are 3 balls left in the over, so it won't be a predictable away swinger, will it?
Is it now? Let's have a look at this one. And there it is. That's the one, and he misses it. I mean, this is just fantastic bowling. I'm going to be hypercritical. I'd love to see, there's great. There's a replay coming. So I don't need to be hypercritical. I can just watch the television. That's good. So he's going to bowl the one that goes away. Oh, gee whiz, it does get some beautiful bit of bowling.
I'm not convinced Sanderson can do much more than that, to be honest with you.
He can bowl that 8 inches fuller. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But everyone knows that's going to happen, right? But you got to do something about it. And the only thing you can do there is miss it. And he did miss it. Back onto target in the stumps again, Ben Sanderson. He will bowl worse than this and have 3 wickets against his name. Currently, he's 9.5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 42. That's a travesty.
Yeah, a lot of that came yesterday evening, didn't it?
It did indeed. Yeah.
This second spell, he's gone for 10 off just over 3.5 or 3.5 now.
If you just walked in and the scoreboard went blank, you would think, why haven't they got more slips in? Who's going to get him out every ball? Last ball of Ben Sanderson, 10th over. Again, causes some issues for Cameron Bancroft, but he's a good player, isn't he? He presents the full face of the bat. He decelerates the bat. The ball nips and bounces back at him, catches the inside third of the bat, runs away down behind square for a single. That takes him to 70 and finishes Ben Sanderson's over. He looks like he's loving cricket at the minute, Sando, as he walks back to his
Oh, is
fielding
that what that
position.
body language means?
Look at him skipping along there like a spring lamb.
I'm not. The thing is, I'm not a body language expert, but I'll defer to your expertise and assume that's the happiest Ben Sanderson that we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely loves cricket.
I have heard that the double teapot is the sign of joy.
Bancroft on strike again to Liam Patterson-White. So in the previous over, Liam Patterson-White gave him a little invitation to drive if he fancied it. He did fancy it, lofted it. A beautiful shot down the ground, 2 bounces for 4. We'll see if and when that's repeated. He does get excited. I like this Liam Patterson-White. He's convinced that that's nearly got a wicket. It did thump into the middle of Cameron Bancroft's bat. And that's nicely bowled. That did offer to turn a wee bit. We know it's turning out of the rough outside the left-handers off stump. That one just held its line off the line of the stumps, which is encouraging for Patterson-White. Drag that one down a wee bit, gets knocked into the leg side for a single. And again, he's only going to have a maximum of 2 balls at Miles Hammond. This is not a plan at all by Gloucestershire. It's just worked out this way that Northants haven't been able to bowl Patterson-White often enough at Miles Hammond for their liking.
Well, he's in form, Patterson-White. He played once so far this year for the first 11 at Nottingham, and he didn't go well. 1 for 89 on the 12th of April, but I mean, not many bowlers did go well during those first couple of weeks. I'm sure the other contributing factor was the naught and the 1 not out with the bat. But since then going to play for the Nottinghamshire second 11 at the end of April, he took 19 wickets in 2 games.
Oh, wow. Wow. He's tossed that one up a little bit. It's swept hard and very well by Miles Hammond. It's crossed the boundary just past level with the bowler's stumps, but he hit that ball very, very well. It was slightly over length. What Miles Hammond decided to do was, if I try and play straight there, I'm in danger. I'm going to sweep that ball. It was full enough to sweep. He played it beautifully. There'll be an element of premeditation in that, but with the sweep, you can pull out of it. He didn't. He went through with it and executed it beautifully. He's played well, hasn't he? He's only on 15, but he's backing up where he left off in the first innings with that 100.
Yeah, he's looked like a quality player. It's the first time I've ever watched him bat live, and I've been really, really impressed with what I've seen. I think I said after the innings, probably as good as 100 I'll have seen so far here at Wantage Road, and possibly as good a one as I'll see all year with everything taken into consideration.
Yeah, he played well. Full disclosure, I just love watching Ben Sanderson bowl.
Do you know what? I might have just
pick that up. Is it too much?
No, not at all. Not at all. I think
he's very good.
He's good at this bowling lark, isn't he?
Well, bowling. He's in again to Bancroft. Well played, Cameron Bancroft. Ben Sanderson getting that ball to leave him off the wicket, but he also left the ball. Pitched about 5.5 stumps, something like that, and went further away. Cameron Bancroft having 0 to do with that. Fully aware that Ben Sanderson is getting the ball to move both ways. You drive that one at your peril, and he didn't, and that's a good bit of decision making. Width on offer, he hasn't had a lot, but good enough to let that one go. It's a bit like poker in some ways, batting, bat decision making. It's the hands that you fold that actually make you money as a professional poker player. And he folded that hand there. He'd be desperate for width. I want to get Sanderson away. I want to score off him. I'm having to defend every ball from him. I've got width, but that's going to go away from me. I'm letting that go.
Yeah.
Great decision making. That's why he's as good as he is. It's not all about the shots you play. Sometimes it's the ones you don't. He's played a nice defense. It's tight. Oh, that's out. If that hits, that's absolutely out. He has very nearly barbecued Miles Hammond. It's the barbecue season, and he is very apologetic as he turns to face his partner. The ball was pushed into the offside to the left of George Bartlett. George Bartlett responded very well, moved to his left, picked it up, shied at the stumps. He would have been absolutely miles out of his crease, I suspect. Dan, you've just looked at the replay.
Yeah, he was a long way short, and if it hits, what did Bartlett have there? 2 to aim at from that angle, I think.
Yeah, 2.5 maybe. Yeah,
couldn't connect. As it turns out to be, good single for Gloucestershire, but for a short while, Bancroft had the lighter fluid out, didn't he? And the sausages were nearly on the barbecue, or Hammond in this instance.
Oh, and Hammond's going to return the favour there in terms of barbecuing Bancroft.
Bancroft not interested in responding though.
No,
that's come out of nowhere, hasn't it? That's
nonsense. Did these two run poorly? It wasn't. It was Ben Charlesworth and Bancroft who had some shaky runs. Now the common feature there is Cameron Bancroft. Clearly, he had some shaky singles in the first innings when he was batting with Ben Charlesworth, and he certainly had one there which was totally his responsibility. Called Hammond through, who would have been out by 2 metres. But he's on strike and he's blazed that one through the covers. And that's going to run away for 4. He struck that beautifully. Ben Sanderson just erring on length, slightly too full. Do you want to have a drive at that one, Miles Hammond? And boy, does he drive it. He drives it beautifully through extra cover for 4. And now, at the end of the over, the two are getting together and saying, words to the effect of...
We're in the ascendancy here.
How do you like your sausages?
Yeah. Crispy, I think, would probably have been the answer if Bartlett had connected. 383 run lead now for Gloucestershire, 387 in fact, with Hammond on 19 and Bancroft on 72. It's all gearing up nicely towards that mid-afternoon session declaration, isn't it, for Gloucestershire? It's moving or meandering nicely that way. Patterson about to start his 11th over of the morning from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Leo Gay is in there at first slip, and that one just goes straight on, which Bancroft powerfully works into the leg side for a single down to Karen there. That's 150 up for Gloucestershire. No batting points on offer in the second innings. Those milestones, as much as they deserve a round of applause.
Oh, that's well bowled.
150, 200, 250, etc. become less significant.
Just having a little look square of the wicket again, Miles Hammond. That tells me he is thinking about going square sweeping. That's a flatter ball. He's looking to come down the wicket. Again, the intent was read, I think, by Patterson White. Fired it in. No problem knocking it down the ground for a single.
Yeah, he's gone for 40 now in 10 and a half overs, I think. This morning, Patterson White picked up the 2 wickets as well that have fallen. It's a shorter ball. There's protection out there. So Patterson White gets away with it. Wasn't particularly well timed by Bancroft, was it? But safe save is out there on that boundary edge, sweeping, providing that bit of protection.
Interesting little exchange between Emilio Gay and Siddharth Kaul there, because it was a cut shot, wasn't it? We'll come back to that between deliveries. The previous ball was a cut shot from Cameron Bancroft. Emilio Gay's at first slip, who ended up on his backside, almost as though the ball was coming off the top edge and firing at him, and he was giving with it. And Siddharth Kaul sort of shrugged his shoulders. What are you doing? And it was a question that crossed my mind as well, because had that ball been edged, yes, it would have gone very, very fast to Emilio Gay, but he's not going to catch it. It was on his backside. And I think that was behind the shrug of the shoulders from Siddharth Kaul.
Maybe he just wanted a little bit of a sit down. End of the over. 42 overs now have been bowled in the third innings. Gloucestershire are 153 for 2, and Ben Sanderson is going to continue from the David Capel end. Siddharth Kaul and Luke Proctor are currently with him with a bit of a conversation. Luke Proctor, I think, just giving him an encouraging tap on the midriff.
There's a long chat between Yeah, okay. So there is going to be a field change as a result of that long chat. So first slip has come out. There's Karen there. He's going to backward point. Emilio Gay is going into first slip.
It's Northant's plan and job here, and I know wickets will help anyway, but essentially just make it difficult for Gloucestershire to score runs.
Absolutely.
Just make them bat for maybe a little bit longer than what they wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all that they can do. It's not exciting, is it? It's not baseball. It's not inventive. It's pretty basic. But that, when you're in this position, there's not a lot. You don't have the options. Gloucestershire have all the options. They hold all the cards.
Yeah. Yeah, Gloucestershire very much got all the picture cards and the aces. Northant so far just clinging on to a couple of 2s and 3s, aren't they?
They are. There has been a slight change in the field that safe save is an extra cover on the catch. Oh, Ben Sanderson, that's beautifully bowled. Pitched and left the left-handed Miles Hammond, who absolutely squared him up. It's amazing that he hasn't got more wickets.
Yeah, it's as good as you'll see Sanderson bowl, I think, this summer at Wantage Road. Nice encouragement coming from his teammates as well through the effects mic, which, as it's a much stiller day than it was yesterday, we can have that turned all the way up, which is quite nice, isn't it? To have that on in the background, you can take yourself out to the middle, you hear the ball on bat crisply. Any conversations that may be going on in the middle, you tend to be able to kind of patch yourself into.
I like to try and do a Johnny Morris and imagine what it is they're saying. You won't know what that means at all. I'll have to tell you now, won't I?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, all right, I'll let you know. Hang on.
Sanderson gets the inside edge of Hammond's bat this time and picks up the single down to Patterson White at fine leg.
Johnny Morris used to have a TV show when I was a youngster. It was called Animal Magic. It was brilliant, and he used to film animals in the wild and do voiceovers, imagining what they were saying to each other. Dad, it was great TV. Let me tell you. How dare you scoff at Johnny Morris?
No, not at all. It sounds better than a lot of the stuff that gets made nowadays.
It was brilliant. We should do a Johnny Morris at cricket.
I quite like animals. Sanderson to Bancroft. It's a single into the leg side, just a little bit short in length, and Bancroft rides the bounce, turns it through the leg side. I think the two of them, speaking of Johnny Morris, I think Sanderson and Bancroft have had a few exchanges of words, haven't they?
They have.
I'm not convinced much of them were about eggs, but...
No. Sausages?
Possibly.
Johnny Morris then went on to have a successful career at Derbyshire.
Oh. As a cricketer?
Not the same Johnny Morris.
No.
I'm being facetious because Northampton are trailing by 393 and are on the back end of it.
Nicely played by Hammond towards Safe Save, who has moved, and he is in on the single on the cover. 155 for 2, 43 overs done. Is it fairly well natured in the middle between professional cricketers, relatively speaking?
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
So although obviously the microphone isn't good enough to get all the way into the middle and kind of hear those exchanges, or if there even were words exchanged, there might have just been the odd kind of stare or whatever. But it is generally just a well-mannered place to be.
Yeah, anything that is spicy, spiky, personal it happens. It's really, really rare. Really rare, because these guys are all professionals. They kind of know what it's like to be a professional, and they know they're not going to upset someone. It's just, it's kind of like, well, why would I? It does happen, but I say it's very, very rare.
Patterson White starting his 12th. It's off the back foot by Bancroft, guided down through point. They're going to have a look for a couple. Take on Safe Save for 2 at your peril. Bancroft now moves to 76. 56 for 2. Run rate 3.6. And it's stayed that way, hasn't it, really, throughout the duration of this session? We haven't really seen an acceleration just yet, per se. Hammond is 22 off 26. quite happy going along as they are. And as I say that, there's the first sign. It's a thick outside edge, Miles Hammond. And for a while there, I think Karen Nair probably didn't pick that one up or didn't expect it to go quite as square as what it did. He was looking for it for a while. It's crossed the boundary edge no more than, 15 yards away from Karen Nair. Maybe the short boundary has helped out Miles Hammond.
He was trying to hit that one into Abington Avenue. That was a massive swing of the bat. And it went square rather than straight. So he's miscued that considerably and still got a boundary.
Yeah, he moves to 26 off 27. That's flatter and quicker into the surface, which Hammond is prepared to defend. As I just said, that there's no real kind of sign of aggression or acceleration.
There it was.
Hammond tries to hit it over our commentary box. Bit of bounce that time. And they'll take the single to George Bartlett. Hammond's a little bit slow to respond, but Bancroft called him through. It's another one to his score.
There was a Derbyshire bowler, Ole Mortensen. I think he was Danish. He was a fiery character. I'll tell you a story about him in a sec. That's what bowled. Yeah, he probably did it between overs actually, but many years ago he was playing here for Derbyshire against Northamptonshire.
That's a big shot down over mid wicket and 6. Signalled by the umpire. I feel a bit silly now saying that Gloucestershire hadn't really shown any aggression.
It's a shot of a confident man that we'll see on replay. What he doesn't do here is overhit it. He just trusts himself he's going to get the middle of the bat on it. It drifts to almost his hitting area and encouraged him to do what he did, which was lift it with a lot of skill and ease into the leg side for 6. Yeah, so Ole Mortensen was playing here for Derbyshire. He used to run in really fast. He wasn't electrically quick, but he was, he's the genuine opening ball. He was bowling at Rob White, who's now Rob White, the umpire, who was then Rob White, the young, very young opening batter for Northampton, trying to find his way in the game. And Rob plays with flourish and a bit finesse. And clipped him through the leg side for 4, and he's touching down at the end near to the ball. And Mortensen looked at him and said, So you think you're Don Bradman for sure? And in a Danish accent. And the game stopped because Rob could not stop laughing. And yeah, he's a good audience, Rob White. He does like a laugh.
Proctor replaces Sanderson from the David Capel end. Captain who's bowled well during the course of this game so far.
So it's got to be one of the worst sledges of all time. So you think you're Don Bradman for sure?
Yeah, it's down there, isn't it? 50 partnership as well between Bancroft and Hammond, which has come off 75 balls. 168 for 2. Yeah, I kind of echo what you just said there. Do you know what? The first couple of times I asked the question to a couple of the pros, they kind of gave that exact same response. So I stopped bother asking after a while. Yeah. Oh, okay, well, everybody just kind of gets on with it. Well, not get on, but as you said, there's the professional respect between players. And I don't know. I mean, there was obviously quite a lot of merit behind it. Australia employed it for a long time, didn't they, with that mental disintegration that they branded it as. And I mean, clearly they had quite a bit of success with it, but gone more the other way now, hasn't it, with that professional respect. And I guess the world's got smaller. Correct. And the player pool potentially a little bit smaller as well. Nice shot by Hammond and well bowled by Luke Proctor. But I do always chuckle when the perception is that the pros are at each other the whole time, and then therefore that's what you do on the village green. Yeah. And you think, no.
It's just not so. No, it's just not so. I mean, there are odd incidents, and sometimes they do get a bit fiery, but it is few and far between.
Oh, that's a beauty by Proctor. Yeah, just left Hammond as well, who does look like he's just starting to kind of accelerate a little bit before lunch. We've got 33 minutes to go before the break. And he's 28 off 32. Not to say that he would be a shy and retiring batter on any other day of the week. He just looks like he's starting to get into his work. As I say, he's faced 32 balls so far. And that one inside half of the bat, fielded by Vasconcelos.
I like a clever, an intelligent, or witty remark. There's got to be space for that in the game. But at this level, that they shouldn't really be thinking about witty remarks.
No.
They very rarely are, and very few of them, that, in my experience, are very witty. Let's leave that to the coaches.
Proctor on it this morning, isn't he? Started well. First over bowled by the captain, just 2 runs from it. He has gone for 18 off 5 overs. Patterson White, is he going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end? Looks like he is.
Is Ben Sanderson on the field at the moment?
Have a look around. I want to say no. That's Freddie Heldrick there, isn't it? Number 80, walking over towards the square leg umpire.
I thought that I think Ben Sanderson has gone to compose an email to the European Court for Sporting Arbitration. He's attaching some files as video evidence.
He's gone to see James Maybe.
He should have a wicket. He's going to send a letter of appeal. I think they'll uphold it and add 2 to his career total, because he deserved at least that.
Patterson White then continues. He's going to bowl his 20th, 13th of this spell. 13th of the morning. It's a single. Bartlett can't get round to that. Sorry, it's not 13th of the morning, is it? He would have bowled last night. I think it might be 13th of the morning. Would a spell start first thing this morning, or would the spell end? Would the spell continue from last night?
That's a great question. I'm going to say it started this morning.
Well, that would be my logic, and I've just confused myself slightly, because he definitely bowled from the Lynn Wilson end.
We can work it out
last night.
So after this 4 balls, there will have been 25 overs bowled.
Yeah.
So he'll have bowled 13.
13. Yeah. There we go. And he's run 1 past Hammond, or Hammond's run past 1, vice versa, whichever way round it works. And he gets his 3rd wicket, stumped by McManus, 169 for 3. Gloucestershire lead by 407, and Hammond's got to go for an enterprising 28.
Yeah, nicely bowled, wasn't it? Hammond clearly wanting to get on with it. When does he start to come? What I've seen from Patterson White is he picks up intent really, really quickly, and he may not even know what he sees. They're very sort of subconscious, these things. That ball was slightly shorter than his standard delivery. So I'm going to give him the credit and say he saw him coming, dropped it a little bit shorter. Hammond will know quickly, I'm in trouble here. I've got to cover up. Tried to cover up, but the ball ran on past the outside edge, and he was stumped by a very long distance.
Yeah, tidy bit of work by McManus. Had plenty of time, didn't he, to complete the stumping. Brings about Gloucestershire's number 5. James Bracey replaces Miles Hammond. Bracey in the first innings made 33 before he was trapped OBW by Siddharth Kaul. So that lead of 408 now. It's going to be a big number, isn't it? It is going to be a big number for Northamptonshire. I know that's not the most eloquent.
Stop looking at it. It's not going to get any smaller.
No, not the most eloquent way of putting it either, but it's going to be, by mid-afternoon, you're going to be suggesting more towards 500, aren't we? I think at that point.
I'm loving this as I look down. There's a great conversation going on between Karen Nair and Safe about batting. And Safe's tuning into what Karen Nair's got to offer him. Obviously, Northampton have just got rid of a left-hander. Save's a left-hander. And Karen Nair talking to him about batting against spin. I think that's what that conversation looked like to me. I'm not going to go full Johnny Morris.
Safe is an absolute badger, isn't he? Patterson White then to Bracey. Oh, and there's a big appeal for LBW, which the umpire says no. Patterson White inquires on height. And I think the gesticulation from the umpire, not quite Johnny Morris, but might have been missing leg stump. I think he kind of pointed down towards the leg side. I think height might be the more likely option. Good start for Patterson White, though, towards Bracey. in response, that's a hard sweep by Gloucestershire's wicket keeper. Patson White, all 3 wickets in this innings so far. Bracey gets off the mark.
It's a different game against the left-handers, isn't it? For the left-arm spinner, that's for sure. It's well bowled.
Yeah, and that's well, an exciting thought for Gloucestershire fans and a worrying one for Northamptonshire, with that top order being stacked with lefties.
It is stacked, isn't it? I mean, there can't be many teams have ever in the history of cricket had more left-handers than Northampton in the top 5. I mean,
you can go one more if you want to include Safe at 6 as well.
I do want to include, yeah.
There you go.
Why wouldn't I? Yeah. It's 5 out of 6, right?
Yeah.
So has there ever been, here's one for has there ever been a county championship or international team, a professional cricket team with the top 6 all left-handers? There must have been. But I'm going to put it out there if someone wants to tell us about that, or tell us about almost anything else. Have the wires been hot? Dan, has there been much communication on the...
Well, I don't know, actually. I can have a glance.
Oh, that's a big shot, isn't it, from James Bracey? He's only on 1. Shows his intent. He is a man who likes to put bat to ball. Thankfully for him, he made no connection at all at a big booming drive through the offside, attempted drive.
It's been well, maybe the declaration comes a little bit sooner than what we think, because Bracey's come out with a pretty clear game plan. You're sitting there shaking your head. You think I'm an idiot, but
no, I don't.
That's a cracking shot, that, isn't it? Splits the 2 fielders, gets it past save, and Fred Heldrick does the fielding. Doesn't time it to get up that slight incline at Wantage Road, but gets another couple to his name. But yeah, Bracey's come out with a very clear intention to score runs. Bancroft 16 away now from what would be his first 100 of the 2024 County Championship season.
Yeah, it's a free play, isn't it, for the Gloucestershire batters, pretty much. They're not going to do anything completely reckless at this stage. They may play, may move through the gears slightly more quickly, I would say, but there's gears involved. It's not going to be right slog on. That's not required. It would be crazy to do that. In terms of doing that, they'd probably end up slowing things down as they find fielders with mishit shots and so on and so forth. So just go from 2nd gear to 3rd gear, or 3rd to 4th, and so on. But Bracey is a guy who likes to score.
That's cut away off the back foot, which will put a bit of work for Scrimshaw. Now take him on, come back for a couple. 2 more for Bracey.
He misread the line of that ball, George Scrimshaw. He ended up having to back off it. He tried to intercept it and then realised it was coming a bit more quickly. Had to back off, and James Bracey was alert to that. So rather than being able to attack the ball, which he could have done with the right angle of attack, he actually ended up having to defend the ball so that he didn't run past it, which allowed them to come back for 2. And they were alert to that. They ran the first one quickly, which enabled the second. Good basics.
Another nice shot by Bracey. That one timed slightly better, I think, but it's not going to go. Heldrick's got a long chase. I'm pretty sure this will be 3 for James Bracey. It is going to be 3. It's an expensive over for Proctor, isn't it? 7 runs off 5 balls here.
Just watching the umpire there, who's square of the wicket. He's actually, he is now at square leg. He was at point for because of the sun, I think. For James Bracey. The umpire was watching the ball to see if it went over the boundary. He wasn't watching Cameron Bancroft touch down. He did touch down. I was. He did touch down, but he could have actually run halfway down the wicket, turned around and gone back again because the umpire had his back to play.
Ooh, short ball by Proctor over the shoulder of Bancroft, who does well to get underneath it. Dot ball to finish then, 178 for 3 Gloucestershire. There's been a fair bit of chatter in the live stream. A lot of Gloucestershire fans watching, as you can imagine, with their team very much in the ascendancy. And one comment that did come through is kind of mentioned about the declaration. And we spoke a lot about it, didn't we, during the last home game here? And we were saying, wow, the rain's coming and need to get on with it. And that's exactly that comment, is the rain is coming. So I've just had a look at one of the multiple weather forecasts that you could possibly wish to choose from. And it does feel like each one is a little bit different, doesn't it? But Monday, according to this one at least, is still dry. So
yeah, I've got 0% of chance of rain on my favourite one.
Shorter ball from Patterson White, who continues, and Bracey takes a big swing on that one. And I think he might even have just caught Lewis McManus's helmet there, I think, with either the backswing or the follow through or something. There's certainly an apology and a conversation. Bracey's just had a look at the toe of his bat. So I think he's got so deep in his crease there.
Well, let's have a look at that. I'd like to see a replay of that. We probably won't pick a lot up, actually.
The follow through of Bracey's bat has just come through and got Lewis McManus in the grill, I think. So we're going to have to stop, and McManus is going to have to go through the concussion protocols.
I know the Gloucestershire side have done a lot of work with a power hitting coach over the last few years. His name will come back to me. It escapes me at the moment.
I think I know who you mean. But
yeah, you know the fella. And toe speed of the bat is something that is big on that agenda. Such was the toe speed on the bat there, and the follow through seems to have collected Lewis McManus's helmet.
Yeah, so that is the Northamptonshire physio out there, just firstly having a check of the helmet and also making sure that McManus passes those protocols. For those that may be interested, they are, I don't exactly know what the questions are, but they are a set number of questions that are asked before the start of the season, aren't they? It's not a case of can you count backwards from 10 and who's the current president of the United States. They're set questions
they'd be good questions for one of the candidates for the United States presidency, because I think he forgets who that is from time to time.
And so long as Lewis McManus successfully answers those questions, then he'll be permitted to continue. I think it's a great addition for the sport with those concussion protocols. I know that could look fairly innocuous, that one, couldn't it? We didn't exactly see how fast or how hard that cricket bat had hit McManus in the helmet, but particularly against some of the faster bowling. The only thing that potentially you could see as another level is whether you end up having an independent person that then makes that decision for the team. Obviously, they're not saying there is, but there could be an invested interest, obviously, from the dressing room or the balcony to carry on.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's run on again. Rather than turning, when it's a bit straight, it's inside the line of the rough. It's between the rough and the stumps, is what I'm trying to say. It's inside the line of the rough. And he does have the ability, Patterson White has shown it a number of times, to get the ball to go away from the left-hander. That is some ability. That he's entitled to bowl it straight, but to get it to go away.
Another good bit of bowling. Fuller, almost into a block hole there of Bracey, who's looking to be aggressive. He's 8 off 10. Julian Wood, I think, is probably the name of that power hitting coach that you were looking for.
Thank you.
I've checked 2 weather forecasts as well, and both say they're dry tomorrow.
But it says the Gloucestershire fans are a bit nervous about the weather.
Oh, there's a big sweep outside the line, appeal from behind the stumps.
Which is understandable. It's understandable. It's hard to win a game of 4-day cricket. There's not been many results this year. And as we said before, Gloucester haven't had a positive result for some time. So it's no wonder they're getting a bit nervous despite the strength of their position.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Cut away off the back foot. Gives Karen Nairn no chance on the boundary. 4 more for Gloucestershire, 4 more for Bracey. He's 12 off 12, 182 for 3.
Nice shot. Key thing there is to hold your shape. Don't get too far away from the ball. Sometimes you back away too far and you don't hit it very well. Keep your shape. Time it away. Did that beautifully.
Oh, that's a massive shot, isn't it? Which doesn't really bounce and hits McManus in the shin pads. No harm done. Dot ball to finish then. 4 off the over. 3 for 71. Patterson, I think he's bowled very well actually during the course of this innings from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Northamptonshire are going to get their money's worth, aren't they, from Liam Patterson-White in terms of overs bowled?
Certainly are.
What have we got? 18 minutes, before lunch.
Now, this is quite scary, the fact that the brain seem to be kind of mirroring up. I think that's twice that's happened this morning, because I was just about to say it's 18 minutes, 17 minutes now till lunch. Should be what, five or 6 overs. Proctor continues. Bancroft continues solid in defence. He's 84 off 142 deliveries. Partnership worth 12. The lead 420. Patron at the ice cream van as well. Very jealous.
It is ice cream weather, isn't it? There's no question about that.
Nicely played again by Bancroft.
Are you fancying one, Dan?
Oh, I wouldn't say no.
On the way back from lunch, maybe?
I wouldn't say no. Just gone. It's nice. Again, a nice turnout here at Wantage Road. Not as healthy as what it was on day one, on Friday. Difficult, isn't it, with the planning of the county championship to put it on days where people can attend. You go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you get the argument, well, I can't turn up days 1 and 2 because I'm working. Mm-hmm. You go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and you go, well, I can't turn up Saturday, Sunday because I'm playing cricket. I saw a really interesting comment the other day, and I think it's from Hugh Turberville, one of the journalists for the Cricketer. Just said, posed the question about maybe like remote working spaces at county grounds to bring people into the...
Love that. Well, that's bounced. Well played. Always, this could be close. He's back. He turned very quickly.
Can't get round quick enough. And Bracey gets back. Bancroft, he knows he's 16 away. We said he hasn't scored 100 for Gloucestershire this summer. He's going to want it, isn't he? And he
certainly is.
After that, well, harem-scarum run with Miles Hammond, he's kind of just gone, no, I'm all right at the minute. I don't want to risk anything else. But I thought it was quite an interesting idea and a prospect, actually, of potentially kind of putting some remote working spaces in. Can't quite work where they would go here. And that's an outside edge. Nicely played by Bancroft. It's going to trickle its way down to the boundary in front of us, and that's going to be 4. So he's going to move to 88. I would imagine there's a lot of people Fridays and Mondays that have the various live streams from around the country on in the background anyway.
Yes, I'm aware of some of my family who enjoy the live stream. I don't want to say too much more than that. But
just in case the boss is listening as well.
Just in case, yeah, it's possible. Such is the quality of the live stream, though, Dan.
Well, yeah, not just ours at Northamptonshire, but for all the other 18 counties or 17 counties as well. It's been a really good addition to the coverage of a sport that, well, kind of went under the radar for a lot of people. I know for myself personally, before those live streams, it would be a case of you get to the end of the day and you'd have a flick through the scorecards and you'd go, oh, okay, well, that looks okay and that doesn't. And, oh, well, it looks like they're on top. But again, with the benefit of all the cameras and the replays and everything like that, you can start kind of putting together a bit of a story, can't you?
That's right. Yeah.
Ollie Price, 10 off 60. You look at that as a scorecard and you go, blimey, that must have been hard work.
Yeah.
Actually, you get the benefit of the replays, you watch it and you go, oh, he's batted seriously well for 10 off 60 there.
Yeah.
Flighted delivery from Patterson White to Bracey. A bit of a tempter. Wonder whether Patterson White will just offer Bracey the opportunity. Scrimshaw is hovering, isn't he, at long on. That's defended again into the offside.
Literally.
There's a massive gap on the leg side if Bracey wants to go with the spin of Patterson White.
Not literally hovering, is he?
No.
No, okay. I just need to check.
Goes for the reverse sweep.
Plays it
Gets it past Heldrick. Heldrick doesn't stand a chance on that one. He times it beautifully, doesn't he?
Got it on the full,
to 20.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
Got it on the full. Which tells you there was, as we know, let's have a look, see if we can pick up any premeditated. No, it just moved very quickly. He played it very well. We talked about Patterson White's ability to read intent. He wasn't able to read intent there.
Orthodox sweep this time. Wow. Gets outside the line. Bit of everything going on there. A huge appeal. Half a run by Bracey. Bancroft said no. Another half a run from Bracey, and Bancroft still said no. Bancroft's just going to go down to Bracey and just bit of gardening, maybe a little glance, and say, look, you keep batting the way you're batting, but I'm not taking any dodgy singles right now. I'm 12 away from my first 100 for Gloucestershire this year. Reverse swept again past Heldrick. Again, time just as well as the first. Well, the orthodox sweep didn't work, but the reverse one's working pretty well for James Bracey. 24 now off 19.
You know, it's a great option. There's one man to beat. Only one man to beat is the first thing to say. So therefore, he's just gone back onto the boundary. That one man who has been beaten 3 times, I think, this morning, has now gone back onto the boundary. But also, if you get your pad outside the line, you can't be given that LBW.
Well, shouldn't be given out LBW. Well fielded by Vasconcelos.
Very well fielded.
He's been good, isn't he, in there at mid wicket? Oh, he's an excellent slip catcher, but he's good in there.
Yeah, he took a good catch, didn't he, from Hammond in the first innings, just an inch off the ground to dismiss the Centurion in the first innings.
Yeah,
he's really improved his fielding, I think, Vasconcelos, over the time I've known him. He's worked hard at that, and yeah, he's a good fielder now.
Well, he started as a wicket keeper, didn't he?
Yeah, he
Captain and wicket keeper for Northamptonshire for a while.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
which is hard. That's a hard job. Both are hard jobs, but then to do them together is difficult.
And open the batting.
Yes. No. Okay. Fine. That adds another bit of difficulty to the world.
Yeah. There have been very, very few who've been able to do that successfully in the history of the game.
Red ball cricket, particularly. White ball becomes a bit easier, doesn't it? Because you're obviously just talking about a lot smaller amount of time. But I can't think of Alex Stewart.
Alex Stewart would be one. I'll tell you who also did it. Yeah, who also did it. I'll come back to that. I'll get my brain working on it.
Put 50p in the meter.
Clunk. Clunk. No, still not there, no. I've got him.
Go for it.
Well, no, I've got him, but I can't think what his name is.
Oh,
so that's sort of... it was Surrey as well. He played a couple of games for us. He came out of retirement and played a couple of games for us when we were bereft of staff. Oh, what the heck's his name? Comes to me.
Side half. Just been told by George, our producer, that Vasconcelos has just gone off after that piece of fielding as well.
Yeah.
He just clipped his finger.
John Batty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Jonathan, I think he did that. Someone's going to come and prove me right. I think he did. For a short time, captain, open the batting and keep wicket for Surrey. Might be wrong. Has been known.
Been wrong in the past.
I remember it well. It was the last 60 years.
Played by Bancroft, takes the single, moves to 89, and with that, the score moves to 195. Not very often that one bowler is operated for an entirety of a session from one end either, is it? And as you said, Patterson White, well, Northampton in particular, getting their money out of their loanee. Would there have been a fee involved between Northampton and Nottinghamshire, or would it have been a case of Nottinghamshire would like to get Patterson White on the field and Northampton would like Patterson White to come and play type thing?
There are some regulations around this, but they have the regulations as I knew them. I finished in 2019 at the end of that season. I know they've changed on loanees, but there were some regulations about payment. I would suspect that Nottinghamshire would not want a payment for a one-off game. I suspect. Yeah, I suspect that's what would happen.
Nice shot by Bracey, single out to deep cover. Scrimshaw that's found himself out on that boundary.
There's something in the back of my mind telling me that we have to, the host county have to pay something.
Maybe a bit like a peppercorn rent almost. Because I mean, it benefits every party, doesn't it? Northampton get the player that they wanted. Nottinghamshire get some miles in the legs of Patterson White. Patterson White gets to play a game of first-class cricket. It just works, doesn't it?
It does.
Bowling very straight, as per usual, Luke Proctor, making sure that if there's any error in judgment from Cam Bancroft, that he's there ready for that LBW appeal, or better yet, to disturb the furniture. He has slowed down a bit, hasn't he, Bancroft? He's now 89 off 151. Sanderson bowled brilliantly to him, and Proctor's backed him up well. I'm sure there's an element of make sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let's get the milestone.
Yeah. That's out. It's not out. I thought he nicked that.
There was a little spike, wasn't there, that came through our effects mic. I don't know where it came from. No appeal from Proctor.
But Ben Sanderson at mid-on thought that was out as well.
It was a good delivery regardless. A beauty from Proctor. Bancroft carries on, 89 off 152, and he's being allowed as well to just take his time and make sure he gets there, because Bracey's come in, 21 off 20, taking a bit of pressure off.
It's interesting that sometimes, you know, necessity is the mother of invention. We know Bracey does play attackingly. He's a good player of spin, sweep and reverse. We know those things. But with the perils, the danger that's offered by that rough outside, he's almost encouraged to play aggressively, to play cross-back shots. That's nicely played.
Dropped into the offside. Well, I think that's, as well as Zafar Gohar bowled in that first innings, there was no real intent to try and hit him off a length or make him do something different.
Yeah.
And at that point there, then, of course, somebody with that much skill is just going to settle in nicely and just plug away.
It'll be interesting to see the way the Northants left-handers play Zafar Gohar when they get that opportunity later today, because I suspect they might play more aggressively against him.
Yeah.
In the first innings, it was the first innings, so the game is unfolding. And Northants had lost a number of early wickets.
Yeah, there was a rebuild, wasn't there?
There was a rebuild when Gohar came on and he settled in, he bowled beautifully. At that stage, you run down the wicket and chip one to mid-on. You know, you keep your head down when you walk back into the changing rooms. Whereas in the second innings, it'll be a rearguard effort. But we know that we can't allow Zafar Gohar to bowl with impunity, as it were. So a little bit of aggression to try and knock him off his line and length, give the captain something to think about.
Yeah.
We might see that. Has anyone come up with 6 left-handers yet?
And not that I've seen, no. I think the other interesting thing with Gloucestershire and Zafar Gohar will be that, well, he opened the bowling in the second innings down at Hove against Sussex. And with all those left-handers, I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility that he opens the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre ends at Northampton either, regardless of how well Josh Shaw bowled with the new ball and Martian, obviously with the marginally older one.
Yeah.
Over bowled, 52 done, 199 for 3, the lead of 437. Bancroft on 90, Bracey on 23, he'll be on strike. Proctor makes his way towards the umpire to pass over the floppy hat.
Has Vasconcelos reappeared? Is that him? That
yeah,
yes, it is.
The other,
okay, good.
The other wide brim fielder.
So Northampton's just slowing things down a little bit. They're ahead of the over rate by +2. That's a rarity, but that's because Patterson White has bowled unchanged from the Lynn Wilson end. But they don't want to bowl too many overs. Slowing the game down is slightly in their interest if they're able to do that. Proctor's coming round the wicket now to Bracey. Very straight, knocks it into the leg side. Well, there's only one fielder in front of the wicket on the leg side. That single brings up the Gloucestershire 200 for 3. Takes their lead to 438, James Bracey to 24. Luke Proctor coming round the wicket there to Bracey with 2 fielders back on the leg side. Clearly intending to bowl very straight, which he did. But it allows James Bracey to easily rotate the strike. Yeah, Cameron Bancroft, he's just played, hasn't he? He's just played a nice, quiet innings. There's been 2 signs of aggression this morning, although they were controlled. One was a 4. They were both from Liam Patterson-White. One was a lofted on drive, 2 bounces for 4, to a very full delivery, just drifted into his hitting area. And he did just chassé down the wicket and pick one up into the leg side for 6 as well off the same bowler. Slightly falls across this straight ball from Proctor, but no damage done.
How much of a hangover would there be from, oh no, I got out third ball after lunch to sit off, having batted really nicely in the first innings of day one? Would that be in the back of Bancroft's mind? Is that something that a professional athlete would spend much time thinking about? Or
I think he will. And it clearly happened, right? So
yeah,
you can't completely ignore it. What he will be giving himself is a positive message, something simple. Whatever his, if we see here, right? Because I've watched this. He walks away to square leg, composed himself, and comes back in. Now that is what the psychologist would call a pre-delivery routine. So he's dealing with that ball. This is what happened. This is what I did. This is how I felt. Okay. By that time, he's reached 4 strides away. He's then coming back into the arena, back into the stumps with his positive message, which will be something like, I have no idea what it is for him, but it'll be something like, watch the ball, get forward, leave well. There'll be 1, maybe 2 positive messages to himself, and he will do that every single ball. Now, to your specific question about getting out after a break, he will just say, really watch the ball. That'll be a little bit more intent on that. He'll just be a little bit more switched on, having got out, as you say, third ball, but it won't be any change.
No.
What he does, he does what he does very well, consistently. He has his processes, as the psychs like to call them. He has his way of going. He doesn't go off-piste.
Yeah, quite sensible here, I think. Sanderson and Proctor making sure this Dukes has got a bit of a shine on it. It's 12:59 now. There's 1 ball left in this over. And I'm not convinced Northamptonshire will be that interested in bowling another one. So just making sure that ball is very, very much polished as it should be. And what I would imagine will be the last ball before lunch.
Martin Saggers just making a note of that attempted delay.
Nicely fielded by Vasconcelos, and it has ticked over to 1 o'clock exactly. Umpire hands the floppy hat back to Luke Proctor, and the players make their way off for lunch. So the score, 202 for 3, 53 overs have been bowled in Gloucestershire's second innings. They lead by 440. Bancroft not out 91, Bracey not out 25, and 3 wickets for Liam Patterson-White. Should we get some lunch, Phil?
Let's do it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Wantage Road. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Score is 202 for 3. The stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovics. I'm joined with Phil Rowe. Liam Patterson-White is going to continue bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, as he has all morning. And when are Gloucester going to declare? That's about the only question to ask here, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? What's it now, 20-2?
Yeah.
I would have said 2:45 or 3 o'clock.
Okay.
There you go. It might be slightly later, 3 o'clock. That's I'm in the sweep, 3 p.m. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah.
With my note, with my pen actually, rather than with my notebook. 3 p.m.
I like it. I like it a lot. Bancroft is 9 away from 100. Bracey is 25 off 29 now, and he's looked very aggressive, hasn't he, since he's walked out to the middle. I'm sure he'll have a little bit of a reset after the break. No, he won't. He will slog sweep Liam Patterson-White's second ball of the session over mid-wicket for 4.
It's a good shot, that, wasn't it? It was a bit of a loosener, I felt, from Liam.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot on it. It was a rolled out delivery, as you might say, rather than a bowled delivery. And it was wide. It was in that area, towards the area of rough that we know has and will cause some issues for the left-handed batter. The issue that it caused for James Bracey was exactly where he was going to sweep it to, and he swept it into the vacant wide, long on boundary. It was a very good option, very well executed, and has brought a change in the field with Vasconcelos is going to go out there into that vacant position, and George Bartlett comes across from the covers to fill that position. The cover boundary fielder comes in.
Straight up from Patterson-White. Bracey just milks the single down to Scrimshaw at long on. So that'll put Bancroft on strike. As I said, he's on 91. He's 9 away from his first 100 in 2024 in the championship. Certainly going to have one eye on that, but he lasted 3 balls after the break on Friday. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a polite reminder there just to let him know. And Patterson-White starts very straight. Bancroft turns it around the corner.
I'm seeing Siddharth Kaul do some elaborate stretching, so I expect he'll start from the David Capel end. Although I'd like to see Ben Sanderson. I
think all 3 of the seamers were good, weren't they, this morning?
Yeah,
but I would agree that Sanderson on today's performance was the pick of the 3. Siddharth on this game, undoubtedly the pick of the 4 Northant seamers. And I guess the likelihood of seeing George Scrimshaw bowl in this second innings is probably becoming smaller and smaller. I mean, he went for just inside 7s, didn't he, in the first innings? And with one eye on trying to keep Gloucester out there for as long as possible, 5 or 6 overs at 7 and over is not really going to do that. Do you know what? I think I'm just going to give up on this, Phil. I don't think I've said anything that's turned out to be right today.
Oh, it's classic.
Enjoy the commentary, folks. I'm just going to mute my microphone for the rest of the day.
I'm pleased to see this, because if Scrimshaw was not to bowl in this innings, which he's about to, but had he not been, people would have been saying, well, hang on, what does that say about the selection? So he is going to bowl, and let's hope he bowls well.
You've done me there, Rowie. You've set me up. You've gone away. I had giving it the big Siddharths going, I can see him going from looseners, and he's going to bowl. He was. And then what you've done is, as Scrimshaw's walked down the end, he's passed us. You've just brought one back into me and knocked my off dolly backwards. Well bowled, sir.
2 away, 1 back, bosh.
Doesn't take much, I can tell you. Scrimshaw will bowl, and Bracey will flick him through the leg side straight at Karen there. What do you want to see here from Scrimshaw then?
I want to see pace. I want to see what he
Flat out handbrake off.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I want to see him bowl with pace, with aggression, and with control. Yeah, with control, stroke accuracy is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But his attributes are pace, right? That's one of his attributes. So I want to see that.
Short ball, pulled away, in front of square. Bracey picks him up, back of a length. Picks up another 4. 38. Now, 34, in fact, for James Bracey.
So you bowl that ball in white ball cricket, and if it is struck that way, you've got a fielder there. So it goes for 1. It's a different game, isn't it? This is a very different game. And what Bracey has done there is said, no, top of the bails is not going to be good enough unless you're bowling a lot quicker than that.
Yeah, well, it has brought about a change in the field, and there is a fielder out there now. So that top of the bail ball becomes a safer option for Scrimshaw. Responds with 1 on a good length, which Bracey defends back down the grounds.
I want to see him, and I know Rory Kleinveld will be on this as well. I want to see Scrimshaw's body language improve, because he's walking back like a man who's lost his glasses and can't remember where they are. I'd like to see a bit more chest out, head up.
Yeah, purposeful.
I'm here to bowl. Okay, I've gone for 4. Right, next one's going to be a wicket. Next one's going to be... The best example of this that I've seen is Alan Donald, who, if he bowled a half volley and got hit for 4, would say, oh, that's lucky. How lucky they'd hit that for 4. That was not a bad ball.
Yeah.
And he really convinced himself this next one's going to get him out. Shane Warne would be another example of that as a spinner. Just never take a backward step.
Down the ground this time. He's gone straight up. Proctor's underneath it. And Proctor takes a very simple catch. That extra pace, I think, has worked there for Scrimshaw as James Bracey goes. Trying to be aggressive. Maybe just got a bit big. Maybe just rushed him a touch. Bracey's got to go for 34.
I think it bounced a bit. Yeah, I think it bounced a bit. He's trying to take it into the leg side, I think, over long on. And it just bounced a wee bit more than he expected. Yeah, got a top edge and up it went. It was in the air a long time, but a comfortable catch to the captain at mid-off, and that'll be making George Scrimshaw feel a lot better. It's not the way as a fast bowler that you anticipate getting your wickets, but you'll take a wicket.
Yeah.
Wicket's a wicket. So good on him.
Yeah, absolutely right. Handy 34 for George Scrimshaw. Sorry, for James Bracey as well. Just kicks the can down the road a little bit further for Gloucestershire. The lead now 449. Graham Van Buren, the skipper, next man to the crease for the visitors. Joins Cam Bancroft, who's 91 off 160. George Bartlett there, I think, just giving Bancroft a bit of batting advice maybe, or asking him how the pitch is playing.
Up at Trent Bridge, one of our old boys, Ollie Stone, is on a career best, currently on 69 not out. His career best previously to that was 60. I know that because I looked it up in the lunch break. He'll be having sights on a first class 100 there.
Interestingly, Rowie, our producer George has just questioned whether it was a slower ball from...
He was through it a little early.
Scrimshaw, and I think we're going to get a replay of it
well
here.
Well done.
It's just said he's rolled his fingers over the top of it.
Yeah, well done, George. God, he's good, isn't he?
Yeah,
we should watch the cricket more closely.
Eyes like a hawk. You were chatting up his cricket club earlier, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Saying how it's a hotbed of good cricketers in Northamptonshire.
Very, very strong at producing good young cricketers and commentators.
Yeah.
People who help commentators. Yeah. So that's a good spot, George.
1 point for George. It's down the leg side. Snided up by McManus.
When you said, what do you want to see from Scrimshaw? I wasn't necessarily going to say I want to see him practicing his white ball variations, but he did with his 4th ball, and it brought a wicket.
Yeah, James Maybe's just Just ask George not to. Just don't show that one too often. Scrimshaw to continue. Van Buren on strike, and that's solid defence from the Gloucester skipper. Dot ball to finish a successful over. 4 runs off it, but gets the wicket of James Bracey. 211 for 4. As I said a moment ago, the lead is 449. Gloucestershire have got 6 wickets in hand, and now their skipper is in the middle. I'm sure Graham Van Buren's the man with the plan, isn't he? He'll know exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think we spoke about it this morning that Gloucestershire don't need to overcomplicate this, really. The lead is currently 450. Back for another hour to get I win the sweep.
Yeah.
Another hour or so. And then get bowling. There's going to be some chase down 550, that's for sure.
It's going to take some doing, isn't it? Particularly on a pitch that's offering enough, and particularly with the number of left-handers in Northampton's top 6. We spoke before lunch. Patterson White, well, this is a mammoth spell, isn't it, for a spinner? Well, I mean, if you include all of the overs that he started yesterday evening, it is, but since the break, the spell started again. It's just popped on Vasconcelos. He just fielded that well, I think, with his chest. There's a man on the sweep. Man's covering the offside boundary as well.
So there was a very famous left-arm spinner who played quite a lot for England and Sussex and started his career at Northamptonshire. I think you know who it is. Monty Panesar.
Yeah.
Who had a recent flirt with politics for about a week, didn't he?
He's had a varied career, isn't he, post-retirement?
So Monty Panesar, there's a strong relationship between Northampton cricket and Bedfordshire cricket, as you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
Monty was playing a game for Bedfordshire whilst not being selected in the first team to get some overs in. And a very good friend of mine was captain of Bedfordshire in this game. And this is in relation to, to Patterson White bowling,
Mm-hmm.
currently unchanged from the Lynn Wilson end. Monty Panesar bowled all the overs from one end, bowled 60 overs in the day.
Wow.
Yeah. The captain, as he's a good friend, Richard Dalton, shrugged his shoulders. Well, he was our best bowler. And Monty was very happy to bowl them.
Yeah.
So however many Patterson White bowls today, he's not going to bowl 60.
He'll do well. I mean, he might if Gloucestershire bat all day. But I think that's...
Well, I hope they do.
Yeah. I think it's unlikely. Scrimshaw with the wicket. Bowls back of a length, and Bancroft rides the bounce. Plays it nicely out to deep point. Picks up the single. He moves to 93. So he's 7 runs away from the 100. I think he would be get the 100, put his foot down.
Yeah, just gently, gently tap the accelerator a wee bit. Yeah, why not?
Good start this from George Scrimshaw, isn't it?
It is.
Not seen him so far in the innings. He's bowled 8 good balls so far. Picked up the wicket of Bracey.
I wonder if he's going to bowl a couple of bumpers at the diminutive Gloucestershire captain Van Buren. There's a very long boundary out to his leg side. There are 2 men out there. If he does get one off the top edge, or even straight to them, if he middles one straight to them, they'll be happy to collect it, I'm sure. It certainly feels like a decent option.
It's down the leg side, but full, which Van Buren turns through mid-wicket, picks up a single, gets off the mark, brings Bancroft back on strike with 3 balls left in the over.
It's quite remarkable how much the outfield has changed. You know, what are we into now? The 8th session of the game. And it's unrecognisable in terms of the speed the ball is travelling. across it. The sun has got his hat on. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled.
Well bowled. Genuine edge from Bancroft. It did go straight down. He won't mind that. He's moved to 97. It's 3 away.
Let's have a look at Cameron Bancroft's technique here. Okay. Well, he finishes in a better position than he played. He did just push a little at that one. Northants just with the one slip. It wouldn't have carried to a second or a third slip, although Emilio Gay is now coming out of first slip and he's positioning himself at a gully line in response to that edge.
3 away now from 100 for Cam Bancroft. 2 balls left in Scrimshaw's over. He'll be rushing to get there.
Oh, well bowled.
Solid in defence. Well bowled by George Scrimshaw. Just brought it back in a touch there, didn't he?
Did. There was a bit of excitement from behind the stumps from Lewis McManus, who can obviously see the line. He thought that was nipping back and crashing into the stumps, as I did, as most observers would have done. Cameron Bancroft just played it very calmly out into the leg side.
Yeah, he's faced 168 deliveries now as the Australian. And again, nicely bowled by George Scrimshaw to finish the over. 6 runs off it. 1 for 10 off 2. Lead 4-5-6. 218 for 4.
Yeah, that's nice. 12 balls. He bowled one kind of loose sort of a loosener that was slapped away through the leg side by James Bracey. Then bowled him a slower ball. He tried to do the same. It was almost an identical line and length. Rolling his fingers down the side of the ball, a little bit of overspin. It was slower. It bounced. Bracey was through the shot and got him out. Caught mid-off. Nice bit of bowling. And that over there was a good over as well. He was there or thereabouts all of the time. Did hit the edge of Bancroft's bat. Caused a little error, but it went straight down for 4, unfortunately.
Patterson White bowling to Van Buren. He just opens the face of that, guides it down through the offside to deep third. Safe save, gives chase. Holds it back inside the boundary, and the captain picks up 3. Put Bancroft back on strike.
It's a nice shot, wasn't it?
It is. 2 right-handers as well, which kind of doesn't nullify the spin, does it? But it certainly hasn't looked as threatening to the right-hander as what it has to the lefties.
Yeah. Go in here. Nice batting. He's a short guy. Picked length well. Van Buren. Wow, Scrimshaw's not going to let them take a single term at mid-off there. He is he's tight at mid-off.
Yeah, he was guilty of that on day 1, wasn't he? Down the leg side. I've got a feeling that might have come off the pad of Bancroft.
I wonder if it was a bit of glove, was it? Yeah, I think it might have been a bit of glove.
Well, he had 2 to his score. He moves to 99, so he's 1 away now from what will be his first 100 for Gloucestershire this year. And it is all pretty quiet, isn't it, around the ground now? Not much noise from the Northants fielders. Not much noise or enthusiasm from those that have made their way into the ground today. 2-2-3 for 4. That's powerfully struck to Luke Proctor. Well fielded. Bancroft stays on 99. Played through the offside this time. Can't get it past Vasconcelos. It's just got an air of inevitability about it, really, hasn't it? It
does. Yeah, it does.
It's going to happen at some point, so let's kind of play our part in it and get there. And that's cut away by Bancroft. Cut away through the covers, off the back foot. And that's 4, and it's 100. 103 off 175 balls. He was brilliant in the first innings for 53, and he's been even better in the second for 103 off 175. 10 fours, 1 6. And the Gloucestershire opener takes his helmet off. Enjoys the celebration.
Well, he's been the backbone of this performance, really, hasn't he? Getting stuck in on a greenish pitch day 1, it was important that he set the tone for his team, and He did. He only got 50. He was out just after lunch. They only got 50. It wasn't a huge score, but he got a lot of overs into the ball. And by the time he left, it was a different equation for the incoming batter. So he provided some stability and foundation for that first innings, 409 for his team. And he's continued where he left off and deservedly reached a very attractive 100 with very little risk. He was given a tough time in the 70s and 80s facing Ben Sanderson. But he was up to that. He's been up to everything else, and a well-deserved 27th first-class 100.
Yeah, very well batted. Scrimshaw just swaying, losing his line there. Easy for Van Buren just to catch up with, turn it round the corner to fine leg.
What do you think Cameron Bancroft's first-class average is?
Didn't we look at this the other day?
Oh, did we?
It's good. I think it's good. Is it 56 or?
It's 38.
Is it?
Yeah. Hasn't got a test 100 either.
It wasn't Cam Bancroft's first class average I was looking at the other day then.
I thought you were looking at Cameron Diaz. That's what I thought you were looking at. That was a joke.
No.
Just in case.
Well, I've heard she bowls some handy offies. Nightmare for left-handers.
Very good. Meanwhile, up the road, Ollie Stone is on 81 not out. Is that of only of interest to me?
No, I've got him in my fantasy team, so I wouldn't mind him turning up.
There we go.
Short ball,
Could be
hooked
out.
away.
It could be 6.
I think that has gone all the way. Van Buren gets inside it. It's gone up a long way. It hung in the air, didn't it? A long time, and it was sit off down around the corner there.
I think that's unlucky. It's very unlucky, actually. I did say a short ball to Van Buren might be a ploy. It was well bowled. He top edged it, and he got enough on it, and it went very straight, very, very fine. And the fielder down there, Siddharth Kaul, had no chance of getting it actually carried over the rope in any event. But just because it's gone for 6 didn't make it a bad delivery or a bad plan. It just got a bit lucky.
No, he's done well to pick it up from what was probably about a 5th stump there, didn't he? Scrimshaw, that was a good ball. Just a bit quicker, a bit shorter, or a bit fuller, in fact, from the previous one. It's just got up inside the rib cage of Van Buren. He does well to ride it, just drops it in the leg side. It's a shot of a man and the shot of a captain who knows a declaration is just around the corner. And if Gloucestershire lost all 6 wickets here without adding another further run to the board, there'd still be 475 runs in front, and they'd probably quite fancy their chances of bowling Northamptonshire out before Northamptonshire got to 475, wouldn't they? That's, I think, the long way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's just beaten Bancroft, got him in the thigh pad. Dot ball. And I suppose in this circumstance, great to see Scrimshaw bowling, just charging in, bowling some good deliveries. Probably isn't going to end up with figures that are going to be particularly flattering, are they? With that extra pace, with that pace becomes slightly less control against a couple of guys that are probably going to try and go after him a little bit as well. Nicely played. Yeah,
I mean, you know, I've said this before. You'll probably hear me say it again from time to time, that this is not development cricket. This is first team cricket. When this is about performance. Bring a game that's capable of being successful at this level. Don't come here to learn cricket. That said, this is a great opportunity within the context of where we are for Scrimshaw to learn some things. That was a good ball. That was a good bumper. It went for 6, but that was not where Van Buren was trying to play it. He lost control of the shot because of the height of the ball. And another day that goes straight to Siddharth Kaul, and we say brilliantly executed plan. So that was good. He'll be learning from that. He'll be learning how to bowl with a ball that's nearly 60 overs old, because that won't have happened to him many times on a day 3 pitch. That won't have happened to him many times. So it's all good learning for him.
Yeah.
And he seems like a guy who will learn.
Yeah.
Lessons are on offer in life, as we know. It's about whether your mind is open to those lessons or not.
Yeah, he's a very enthusiastic young man. That makes me sound old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Young man. Defended by Van Buren. I think he's a really good signing for Northamptonshire.
100% agree with that.
Particularly with the willingness and the enthusiasm to play 4-day cricket as well. I think the white ball credentials speak for themselves. And as you said a number of times over the last couple of days, the willingness to play 4-day cricket in a world of cash and bright lights in the white ball competitions is a huge testament to a guy that can run in and bowl rockets.
Correct. Well put. That's nicely bowled, a bit quicker from Patterson White, that one.
Feel a bit strange, won't it, if Patterson White gets replaced from the Lynn Wilson centre end?
What do we do? His name will be indelibly on the scoreboard there.
That's down the leg side.
Oh, that's well played.
It's going to be a 4-ball. It's beaten Sanderson. He has a gentle jog up to the ComSave stand to retrieve it. Loose one from Patterson White.
Yeah, he's been a little keen to bowl too many quicker balls, would be my feedback on this morning's work from Patterson White. Just give him nothing to work with. We've seen already how keen Van Buren is to score behind square. So just keep pace off. Don't let him have that.
Yeah, good comeback. There was that pace off delivery, wasn't there? Just floated it up nicely. Van Buren plays it down to Luke Proctor. Can't offer too much flight though, can you? Because with the mindset that Gloucestershire are in, you could find yourself disappearing over the short boundary, which is what Patterson White, testament to him, is bowling to these two right-handers as well. It's not a big hit, is it? No. Down towards the Briggs Forrester and the cinch stands.
No, it's not at all.
It's another quirk of county cricket, really, isn't it? As you turn up and each ground is going to be different, and
I love that.
The ground dimension is going to be different at Northamptonshire as to what it was last week, and the last year that these two teams would have played one another, the different pitch.
Yeah, and occasionally on outgrounds as well.
Yeah,
I mean, Northamptonshire don't play currently any outground cricket, but Gloucestershire still do. It's very nice when you get a fixture against them at Cheltenham, the Cheltenham Festival Week they have there.
Yeah, that's postcard pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah.
And away down to Siddharth Kaul for a single. Bancroft adds another one to his tally. How long ago would it have been since Northamptonshire would have played outground cricket or festival cricket, depending on how you want to market it?
Yeah, so white ball cricket, and I may get this wrong, but we played some T20 cricket at Campbell Park, Milton Keynes, about 10 years ago, something like that.
That's a long time.
Yeah, about that.
Short ball, pulled away. It's rushed Van Buren. He can't quite catch up with it, but he plays it down. Out to safe save at deep square.
I mean, it is expensive for the club to transport what the infrastructure that they need over somewhere else, and to build the facilities that are needed for crowd and ECB regulations, etc., etc. It is expensive to do that. I want to make sure I don't get this wrong, because I've got a terrible memory. I think that would be the last time we played first team cricket away from here.
Nicely played by Bancroft. He's going to definitely pick up 2 as he's got that past Vasconcelos. There's something genuinely just quite evocative about outground cricket or festival cricket, depending on what you want to call it. Like, obviously being a Sussex resident, Sussex's home ground at Hove, in amongst the flats on the seaside. And then you go down to an Arundel Castle in the countryside, in the wooded area with the view over the South Downs, and you end up going, "Wow, this is a nice change of pace." Great shot by Bancroft, but Patterson White, who can't stay out the game, is patrolling that boundary, cuts it down to a single.
Yeah, it's worth a visit if anyone listening fancies visiting one of the outgrounds that Sussex use. Arundel Castle is a lovely place to go and watch cricket.
So when you sit pavilion side, and you look across the outfield that way, and there's the gap, isn't there, between the trees?
Yeah.
Frame up the pitch, the 22 yards nicely in between that gap, and you can come away with some pretty spectacular looking photographs.
Slower ball.
Yeah, nicely bowled by
I picked that
Scrimshaw.
one, George. I picked that one.
The eyes aren't deceiving you just yet.
And he's executed it well again.
My geography's pretty good, and I'm backing myself to say this with some confidence, but Milton Keynes isn't in Northamptonshire, is it?
Correct.
Why Milton Keynes? I mean, big population, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's a great. Probably answered the question. Between this ground and Lord's, there is no first-class cricket. So there's a big catchment area for people who want to come and watch professional cricket. And Middlesex do play some outground cricket at Radlett, which is between the two. But yeah, Milton Keynes kind of cries out for it, really, doesn't it? So that's why. Yeah.
Ask Rowie about Kibworth.
Kibworth is in Leicestershire. They play in the Leicestershire Premier League. Josh Cobb is one of their professional cricketers who plays there. I think, although I'm not sure, I think the ex-chief executive of Northants, David Smith, is connected with Kibworth Cricket Club. It's a lovely ground. I'm filling, as you can tell.
That's the end of it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's behind the question. I mean, maybe I've missed something. Maybe I've missed Northants playing a game of 50 over cricket there or something. It's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. 250 up for Gloucestershire.
Please put me right. Please put me right if I've got that wrong. My vote went to Milton Keynes, but we could have played at Kibworth, and I might have missed it.
No, George has just said Leicester Twos play there.
Ah, they do. We practiced there, you know.
Yeah.
We had, I can't remember what the circumstances were there, but we practiced there.
Patterson White now has bowled 28 and a half overs of the 61 and a half overs in this inning so far. Nicely fielded by Save.
I wonder if this is the last time he'll want to go out on loan. I doubt it. Looks like a bloke who wants to bowl.
How's your shoulder? Sore.
I left it at Wantage Road.
How do you what are the messages from Luke Proctor, John Sadler, Ben Smith, Rory Kleinfeld to their players in a situation like this? How do you keep players engaged and motivated and enthused about the prospect of playing cricket? Because, as I said probably about 10 minutes ago now, the writing's on the wall. Gloucestershire are just going to declare at some point, and everybody knows that's going to happen. But how do you stay up for that? And then I think that probably then translates to switching on to your batting innings at the start of the next session.
Well, that's a great question, and it's not easy. It's not easy because you've got to be credible. There's no point. There's a great opportunity. Yeah. Because yes, there is opportunity, but you don't want to oversell that because you just look not credible, and people roll their eyes. Like, yeah, we know what we're up against. We've got about 4.5 sessions, and we've got about bloody well, and it why not happen? It's going to be difficult. Yeah, all those things, but slower ball again. You've got to kind of, as a coach, you've got to be honest. All right, you've got to be honest. There is a great place, and I don't see enough of this, not necessarily at Northamptonshire, I'm not saying that, but around the place. I think enthusiasm is a wonderful thing in a coach. I think keeping it as light as you can is a wonderful thing. Whilst it's serious and you're talking about people's careers, including your own, it is not life and death. It might feel like it sometimes, and it does feel like it sometimes, but it isn't. Yeah. And try to focus on what can be done, on what we are going to try to do, rather than what we haven't done well. But it's difficult, and sometimes less is more. I think. Something that Rips and I used to talk about. Less is more. It's not all about the big talk. Coaching isn't all about the big talk and the big, we'll fight them on the beaches, messages and rah, 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 and waving flags. Because actually players don't believe that stuff. They don't want to hear it. It might rev up 1 and turn off 10, that kind of thing. It's about the small talk. It's about the little conversations.
Short ball to Van Buren, who cannot catch up with it. Through to McManus. It's a good bumper, actually. It's quite hard to fetch that from out there.
It was, indeed. It was. He went after it, didn't he? He's in no position to control that whatsoever. That ball, he missed it. If he hits it, he has no idea where that's going, as he had no idea where the previous one was going, and he top-edged it for 6. So, good option. Yeah, so for me, what my view would be, talk about a couple of partnerships, talk about short-term target, depending on when the declaration comes. Let's say it comes at 3 o'clock. The first target is let's get to tea. Okay, let's get to tea, go from there.
Yeah.
So you're not saying we've got about 7, whatever it might be. Just break it down, make it realistic. Don't say too much. The players will have done their own thinking about it.
Yeah, of course.
Have a chat with, I won't mention any names, but you might think Joe Bloggs didn't play the spinner particularly well.
Yeah. Might be a lad in their 3rd game of first class cricket, for example.
So you might say, what are you thinking about? Got any thoughts? And just let him tell you. That's, if he gives you anything that you think is rubbish, you ignore it.
Yeah, short ball rushes Van Buren again, who almost scoops it round the corner in the end, shovels it round to save at deep square.
And try and leave that conversation with a positive.
Yeah.
I'm going to get outside the line and try and get my head forward. Or I think if he gives me, if I'm going to sweep him out of that stuff. Yeah. Just be careful about the backward square. Yeah. Those kind of things. So less is more. Yeah. Stay positive, keep it light. The players know, and don't wave too many flags because it's not credible.
No, not at all. And we know it's a good batting pitch as well. Northamptonshire didn't show that in their first innings, but we have seen 200s been scored. We saw a great 50 from Cam Bancroft in the first innings as well. We've seen that Bracey's gone out there and is able to time the ball quickly without really kind of allowing himself to set a platform. He went out there with aggression, didn't he, and was pretty enthused from ball 1. We saw a first innings score of over 400. And we've watched Cam Bancroft score one of those 200s in the second innings. We know there's runs out there to get.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be a good message, I think. And then when I say less is more, a chat of, lads, not a minefield out there.
Yeah, it's not a snake pit, is it? Well, until Zafar Gohar maybe starts, but
so that's, for me, that's the kind of tonality that I would bring in. There may be a couple of batters thinking about Gohar and how they play him. Do they want to knock him off his line and length? Yeah, that will have come up already during the game, that conversation, I'm sure. So just trying to keep an ear open for that and how people are thinking about that. I do think if we just allow Zafar Gohar to bowl at all the left-handers, then that's
on the wall there, isn't it?
Then that's only going to end one way, I suspect. So some positive intent. And I wouldn't mind hearing from people about what that shot or shots might be or how they're going to go about that. But I don't make too much of it either. Where's that gone?
It's gone up. Proctor's underneath it. He's not going to get there, though. And that's skipped off the outfield. 1 bounce for Van Buren. Proctor was interested for a little while, wasn't he?
It's a nice shot.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, that ball's just skipped off the outfield rather than plugged.
It went a little straighter, I think, than Graham Van Buren was intending. Maybe just held off the surface a wee bit, but he got plenty of it. It's a good option. That's nicely bowled. So it's more the small talk. It's the little conversation when you just sit down next to someone with a cup of tea and fielded. How are you seeing it? Any thoughts? Yeah, it's not a minefield. Yeah, no, good. Yeah, just get your pad outside, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, great. So good luck, mate. Go well. That's, times X.
Yeah. Patterson White still bowling. Drive ball. Bancroft plays that square for a single out on the offside. Siddharth doing the fielding out there. End of the over. 260 for 4. Lead 498.
The captain didn't stop to talk to Liam Patterson White as he passed him, but he did have a little chat with him. I don't know the content of that, obviously, but the next conversation on Luke Proctor's journey is with Lewis McManus. This is a slowing thing. Northampton are 4 ahead on the over 8. So this is purely to slow things down. And that's absolutely the right thing to do.
Scrimshaw to continue from the David Capel end. He's looked threatening in this spell. 5 overs, 1 for 30. Picked up the wicket of James Bracey with a nice slower ball. Caught by his captain at mid-on. He's going to have Bancroft on strike. Bancroft's now on 114. 14 off 187. 41 minutes until 3 o'clock, if that's when the declaration occurs. It's a short ball and well ridden by Bancroft. Drops it into the offside and gets up the other end. 50 partnership has come pretty quick, isn't it, between these two? Van Buren doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He's got 26 off 29.
That surprised me, that he's got 26 off 29. I suppose there's been a 6 and a 4, hasn't there? At least 1 4, maybe 2 4s actually. So that probably makes sense. It hasn't been that kind of innings though, has it?
No.
So far. Who's that? Ben Sanderson is indicating bumper to George Scrimshaw. At least I think that's what he's indicating.
It's a full ball in response, so possibly a double bluff. Well played by Van Buren. He looks like he's just trying to give himself a little bit of room, isn't he, on the leg side.
Northampton are a team that have, for many, many years, have always been up against it in terms of over rates. They've had to try and often get overs in as quickly as they can in order to avoid any penalty. And they're in the position here where they're a +4 and wanting to slow it down. And it looks like they're not used to be able to do that. Not sure what their tactics are to do that.
There's an indication of the pace from Scrimshaw, isn't it? Van Buren there just gave himself a little bit of room and almost poked at it on the way past.
It was a nothing shot, wasn't it? Batters hate getting out in that way. It was a bit of a one-day shot, really, wasn't it? It was a run-down kind of, give yourself a bit of room. The ball's going to go over the bails. But it was a nothing shot. There was no great purpose about it. He does like to give himself a little bit of room, open up the offside. Very good at scoring behind square on the offside in particular.
That's a short ball, gets inside it, times it well, but straight out to the fielder. Just 1 run added.
It's an interesting one with the short ball to a player like Van Buren who stays so leg side of the ball. It's tempting to bowl it at them. And actually, you may have more success in bowling it over off stump. If their head is over leg stump, they've got to then fetch the ball from outside their eye line. That one did follow him and he played it pretty well. Previously, it's been outside his eye line. He's struggled with it.
That's cut away. Wow, he's timed that well, isn't he?
He's hammered that.
It's absolutely flown to the boundary for 4. Patterson White is the fielder out there. He's not really moved. That's as good of a shot as you're going to see from Cam Bancroft in this innings of 119. It's flown away. And that's a 504 run lead now for Gloucestershire as they continue to turn the screw. Fair few double teapots, aren't there, for Northants? Arms crossed. Bancroft defends that one. Scrimshaw shows a bit of frustration. 6 overs now for Scrimshaw. in that spell. 1 for 36. Did pick up the wicket, but still going at sixes.
Very long. I think there's a long non-conversation going on between Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson as Northampton try and get through whatever the remainder of this innings will be as slowly as they can, in order to bowl as few deliveries as they can. There may be a bowling change. There's a bowling change.
No.
Hold the back page. We're going to see left arm spin from the Lynn Wilson end as opposed to left arm spin.
Change in personnel. Save Zabe replaces Liam Patterson-White. Well, I didn't think I was going to say that today.
No. 29 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 110 is a good shift. Nearly 4 and over. He bowled pretty well. This morning I thought he lost his line a little at times to the right-handers, got a bit straight and a little bit full. Other than that criticism, I thought he bowled nicely.
Yeah, rewarded with 3 wickets. Save Zabe, 5 wickets so far this campaign. He's going to have 2 right-handers in his sights.
I think there is an argument that Save could have bowled some of those overs, that Patterson-White has bowled. Given where we are in this game, and given that Patterson-White is not going to play for Northamptonshire again this year, it's likely that'll be the case, not certain. He's only on a 1-game loan, is what I'm trying to say. Then maybe some of those overs that Patterson-White has bowled could have been bowled by Save, who obviously is going to be around, hopefully, for a few years yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Could there also be a mindset of just save some of the mileage maybe for later in the year as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No.
I mean, he's not running in off the side screen, is he? He's a young, fit fella. I know he will want to bowl. He will want to be bowling. He wants to be doing everything. When we were thinking about signing Safe, he was 14, between 14 and 15, I think. He played in a club game. His club was High Wycombe, played his junior cricket down there. And they were playing in a cup game in Northamptonshire against Find and Dolben. I went over to watch, to kind of scout a little bit to see how he went. And he captained that side. Gee whiz. It was like...
How old was he then?
He was about 14 or 15.
Blimey.
It was like... It was like an elderly senior professional in an under-15 game. He just thought, why doesn't he? Oh, he's done that. Why doesn't he? Oh, he's done that. That field is, oh, he's on that. It was absolutely fantastic. Ahead of the game, he was.
He loves it, doesn't he?
He does love it.
I think Rob Keogh mentioned George Bartlett was a secret badger.
Yes.
I don't think there's much secrecy about Safe Zabe. And if there is, then I apologise if I've just let the cat out the bag. Double bowling change, Rowie. Scrimshaw's being replaced by Karen Nair as well. So I'm not convinced there's a huge interest from Northants in slowing this over rate down as we've gone spin at both ends.
The Scrimshaw 6 overs.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want any more overs into Ben Sanderson right now. The captain's put a great shift in.
Bartlett's just showing the captain that he can turn his arm over as well.
I don't think Karen Nair's the worst bowler. Probably come on and bowl 3 waist-high full tosses and go for 18 or something. I don't think he's the worst bowler.
No, I think he's handy. I think he's a better than handy occasional off spinner, I think, is probably the way to describe it.
Yeah.
For him. Graham Van Buren's not tried to have a look at one, has he? He's tried to dispatch him over the heavy straight away. I really enjoy the load up of Karen Nair at the crease. There's something really pleasing about that. Swept away. There's a fielder down there, so I think it's just going to be one. We spoke about it, didn't we, before? And I can't remember who it was that it reminds us of.
It's Is it a bit of Sacklin Mushtaq?
Yes.
I think. With that elbow and...
Yeah, almost the pause, isn't there?
Be careful what I say here. The delivery is not the same as Sacklin Mushtaq. I'll leave it at that.
Correct. Very straight start from Karen there. They're going to take on Siddharth Kaul for a couple.
That's well fielded.
It's well fielded and it's really well run.
Yeah.
2 more for Bancroft, 123.
Yeah, that bit of fielding by Siddharth Kaul tells me a lot about him. It's 274 for 4. They're 512 ahead. There's an occasional bowler on. We know the declaration is coming. And he has raced to his left, picked it up, got to throw away as quickly as he can. He's only here for 3 games. He sets very high personal standards. I love that. That really helps his team, helps the younger players. That's the standard.
Quicker ball, turned around the corner. They're going to look for a 2 again, but Siddharth quick into action. Keeps it down to 1. Last ball, Karen Nair's first over. I wonder whether, as you said, they don't want any more overs in the legs of the seamers, really. It's a very flighted delivery, isn't it? That Bancroft had to wait for an eternity to play that reverse sweep. Single off the last ball. But I wonder with the inclusion now of Karen Nair into the attack as to whether Northampton Proxy think the declaration might be a little bit sooner than 3 p.m. It's past 500 now, isn't it? The lead. Well over 515.
I've locked in. I can't change it.
You have,
Final answer. I've gone orange. I noticed you were very conspicuous by your absence on the sweepstake, Daniel.
Yes, well, I was, and that's because everything I've said so far today has transpired to be utter garbage, Rory. So I don't think I've got any pennies left.
Well, the good news about going for 3 o'clock is that whenever it comes, it's probably going to be something 2 or something past 3 o'clock. So I'll get a mention in dispatches. I've got a whole hour to play with. 550.
Yeah. If it's turning into a monetary value rather than a time value.
Yeah, they're going now. This is happening. The accelerator is being depressed. The handbrake is off. The touch paper has been lit.
It's not far away from Karen Nair. It's going to be another 1 bounce 4 into the leg side by Graham Van Buren. The chap in the blue shirt and the Panama hat retrieves the ball.
Panama hat?
Yeah, I think that's called a Panama hat.
I reckon I'm going to be a Panama hat.
You think so?
Yeah,
I think they're quite suave.
I think, well, okay. So there was something in your intonation then that said, oh, really? I think they're quite suave. And that says, well, there's an implication to that comment. That's 6 points.
That's a better shot.
Yeah.
That is out of the ground. I don't know whether it's gone over the brick wall, but it certainly hit hit one of the buildings beyond the boundaries. Change of ball. So that will slow the game down slightly.
So enough of the cricket.
You
don't think I'd suit a Panama hat because it's suave? That was kind of what you said.
I mean, if that's how you want to interpret it, then you're welcome to it. To be honest with you, Rory, I'm really impressed that I actually got it right and it is in fact a Panama hat.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's on your assessment. Oh, you're looking it up?
No, I've now Googled it.
Okay.
And I know obviously you weren't particularly successful with your Google earlier today, but
where is he?
The chap in the blue shirt, second row of the Briggs Forest.
One of the Trilby.
Oh, do you think that's Trilby?
No, I don't. I think it's a Panama hat. I was just wondering.
Make me panic there for a second. It's the only thing I've got right all day. Based on the way it started, I'm surprised I managed to find my way into the ground.
I do have a brimmed hat that I have to wear in the summer because of the aforementioned sunstroke issue.
Yeah.
It's not a Panama, but it's kind of towards a Panama.
Okay. So you don't quite feel like you're mature enough yet for the Panama, but you're kind of...
If it's about maturity, I'm never going to be able to wear a Panama hat. I should wear a school cap if it's about maturity. If that's the benchmark, that ain't ever going to happen. But I need the brim. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough
It's
one.
a thinker.
Well, something worth mulling over. Maybe something that doesn't require the frontal lobe of our brains, whilst Gloucestershire are moving their way towards whatever declaration time or target they see fit.
It's happening though, isn't it? I mean, there's been a decide in the last 10 balls, they've decided we're going.
Yeah, Bancroft's been quite happy, hasn't he, just to carry on the way he's gone.
Yeah.
Van Buren, on the other hand, has come out with some real aggression. And that's 12 off 3 balls for the Gloucestershire skipper.
Safe, trying to hang the ball slowly outside off stump to take the leg side short boundary out of play. And Van Buren kept his shape well and flayed it flat batted through the offside. Well fielded again by the boundary rider.
Shorter ball, cut away, straight to the fielder. Doesn't have to move this time. Siddharth. Single off the last ball of the over.
There are a few glances up to the balcony. It's not a hard word to say, is it? Up to the balcony, the Gloucestershire balcony, to see who's in whites, who's still got the yellow training kit on. I see another yellow training kit disappear inside the Gloucestershire changing room.
Surely Van Buren would know, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would know. Yeah, but I'm talking about the players getting. When are they going to get changed? Yeah. That's what I'm. Yeah. Yeah, this is a captain's decision. He will obviously talk to his coach, but it's absolutely his decision, as it should be. There's a big gap at wide mid-wicket there. That's a huge gap between long on and...
That's a tempter, isn't it?
It is a tempter. Oh, that was a bit Sackling Mushtak as well, wasn't it?
That was nice.
A hesitation.
It's a big look, isn't there, from Karen there to Graham Van Buren
He's
as well.
Enjoyed that. That's good fun. He actually bought quite a good delivery, having held on the back foot. It's not easy to do that.
But it's not exactly what you'd call the most kind of momentum gathering run up of all time.
No.
And I was kind of the thought that he could probably just stand there on one leg and bowl the same
good
bits anyway from the shoulder, which is exactly what he's done there for.
It's a really good thing for young spinners to practice that.
So again, slightly shorter pause this time, and Van Buren sweeps him off middle stump. Down to Siddharth for a single.
Because it gives time to read batter's intent. Sorry, particularly in white ball cricket, it gives you time to read the batter's intent. If you can hold on the back foot.
And there is that hold once again. No, I was just going to say Sussex lead by 18, 151 for 6.
Oh, they've lost one since lunch then.
Down at Cardiff.
They're not getting out of there alive, are they?
No. Quicker ball. Bancroft can't get it past Scrimshaw. Couple of dot balls.
I like this. Karen Nair's walking back to his mark, facing the batter, looking for any cues and clues he can pick up.
Big, slower ball. Plenty of drift. Do you know, I did actually get to spend a little bit of time with Karen Nair on Thursday, and obviously got to the pleasure of watching him over the first couple of games here at Wantage Road. And firstly, a really, really nice guy. Mm-hmm. But I think like this over here is just showing just how much of a competitor he is as well.
For sure. Yeah.
He's going to be gutted, isn't he, that he got cleaned up first ball by Marchant in that first innings.
It was a good ball, wasn't it?
It was.
That's a good ball to get first up. Also, someone who's going to be gutted is Oliver Peter Stone, who's just been dismissed by Tom Bailey for 90 up at Trent Bridge. Yeah, that is an ouch, isn't it? Well batted, Stoney. Still a CB round. So we're going to see some more fireworks, I think. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your ice creams.
Wow. That's a load up, isn't it? Wakey in the cinch stands. Slog swept from well outside off stump. Van Buren moves to 53. He salutes his balcony, gets the plaudits that he deserves.
I'm going to move my position so I can see the leg side boundary now, because I think it's going to come into play again.
It's gone straight up this time, a lot wider from Save. Van Buren tried the same shot, didn't he? But top edged it. It's a bit too wide.
Since the slog has been on, Cameron Bancroft has been happy to knock something behind square and mince up the other end and leave it to Van Buren. But I think it's probably time for him to go as well. I mean, he can play a slog sweep here, and he has to get half of it. But he can't slog sweep that because Save hung it outside off stump.
He's hit that hard though, hasn't he? He's given it every chance to beat the fielder that side.
He rehearses the shot. I don't know what he doesn't need to rehearse that. He needs to bottle it and sell it. That's fantastic strike. Here we go again then. Save. And Van Buren hits it. That's coming straight to me.
That might hit the window, this. Wowee.
You probably heard that.
Just shy of the window, I think. George Bartlett's just given us a cursory glance up. There's a little windowsill just underneath us. I think it's crashed straight into it. What a shot that was by Van Buren.
That was impressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, you were ready for that, weren't you?
I thought it might break the window, so I thought...
Oh, so you backed away?
Well, you know.
I trusted whatever glass pane services have put this in place. Shorter ball. Wow.
Oh, you want to get your hands on that. Long barrier from Vasconcelos. Turned his head away from it. It was bobbling but fast, and he got it right in the middle of the hands, thankfully, rather than on the thigh.
Or for the village cricketer, on the knee. That makes an undeniable sound, doesn't it, when it hits the knee?
Oh, it does. Clonk. It clonks onto the knee. That one was clonked off the bottom of Van Buren's bat as it kind of died outside off stump. So Save's thinking, why now? You know, they were playing sensible cricket when the other slow left arm was bowling. I've come on and I've gone for 36 in 4. In fact, I've gone for, he's only bowled 3 overs. He bowled 1 last night. He's gone for 30 odd. I think 34 maybe in 3 overs.
Yeah, that's tough to take, isn't it? Lead now 5-4-7. Surely 3 o'clock is... Surely that's 20 minutes too long, isn't it now?
Yeah. What's it, 5? Yeah, 5. Okay. So Lewis McManus, he's a thinking cricketer. He's having a pretend conversation with Save about cricket and trying to slow things down a bit. Meanwhile, Karen Nair saying, let me have the ball. I want to get another over in. Loves it. Save disappears out to the cow corner boundary. I'm enjoying Karen Nair's bowling. So is he, I think. Unfortunately, so Gloucester, that's a beautiful shot. Played late and fine by Graham Van Buren. Well fielded by Emilio Gay at backward point. Had to dive away to his left.
They're certainly finding it harder. Well, everything I've said is wrong so far, so this is likely to go for 30 off the next 5 balls, but they kind of look like they're finding it harder just to line him up than they are.
Yeah, definitely.
100 partnership as well between these two, between the skipper and the opener. I think there might have been a gentle thumbs up from Van Buren down to Bancroft.
Where's he going? Straight or extra cover?
I think mid-wicket.
Oh, he's going behind square on the offside. Well bowled. Gave him no pace to work with.
None of the above, I think, then was the answer.
He can bowl, this guy. He can bowl, particularly if people are coming at him. I think he enjoys that. Fires that one in. All Van Buren can do is turn it into the leg side for a single.
Wicket here, I think, brings the declaration, Rowie.
Yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Other than that, I think, I don't know.
Reverse sweep.
So Ajit Singh Dale has just come down,
yes,
down the steps in 4 whites.
Yes. Nicely played. Paddled, little paddle sweep. Down to fine leg for a single. Takes Bancroft on to 129. Van Buren on 63. He's got there quickly. The lead now 551. So I think this might be it.
The last ball. Say the Gloucestershire team look like they're all in whites, don't they? Glancing through the window, that's cut away hard down towards George Bartlett for a single. Karen Nair takes his cap. All eyes in the middle.
No, they're going to have one more. One more to the short boundary, maybe. Save's hating life now. I've never seen Save move so slowly when he's been asked to do anything on a cricket field.
Can you have a really?
No.
Another one?
If I walk slowly, will they? Oh, there's a bowling change.
Siddharth.
He gets his wish. He's happy.
It was a long way in, wasn't it?
Yeah, a long way in for Save, and it was all to no avail. But I think he's actually pretty happy with that. So Siddharth Kaul is going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson end, and the field is going to spread out. Graham Van Buren is on strike. He's on 64. He's only faced 54 balls, 4 4s, 4 6s. He'll be looking to add to that boundary tally. And Siddharth Kaul will be looking for him not to. I mean, one thing, for starters, you don't want to be getting hit into the leg side. It's a short boundary. Van Buren's targeted the leg side when he can, not exclusively, but when he can. And Siddharth Kaul is taking an enormous amount of time to set his field, as you might imagine. That field comprises a deep backward square, deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. On the offside, we've got a third man on the boundary, a cover on the boundary and a long off. There are 2 men, saving a single on the offside, the only men really anywhere near the batter.
Slow ball by Siddharth, wasn't it? First up.
It was, just run out to the offside.
Using some of that IPL experience. A white ball prowess that earned him those 6 full international caps. 3 in the T20s, 3 in the ODIs. .553 the lead.
What is the time?
2:45.
Oh, 2:45, okay.
I don't think you're going to be far away here.
No.
This over is going to take the best part of 5 minutes, isn't it?
It does. I must say, I don't think we've slowed it down enough. I think we could have done a lot more. But there we go.
Targeting Bancroft's stumps, and play that one down to Bartlett, who covers a lot of ground to keep it down to just the single.
That ball would have surprised Cameron Bancroft. He wouldn't have expected the ball to be on the stumps there. It's a real double bluff. As I said earlier, there's no way that Kaul wants to be hit into the leg side, so he's going to avoid the stumps. He didn't. He went at the stumps. And Bancroft was kind of toppling over a bit, but crikey, he's in some nick because he smashed that to mid-on. His feet were in no position to get it there. I suspect this one might be lined up. This is going somewhere, this one. It's gone straight down the ground. George Scrimshaw comes across from long off, fields it well, gets the throw away, but he's not going to be able to prevent the 2.
No, that was quite a wild throwback from Scrimshaw, wasn't it? In an attempt to get the run out the non-striker's end, but was wide of the target. Slow ball Yorker as well, wasn't it, from Siddharth? Oh, here goes the General Lee. The Dukes of Hazzard are in town.
What Daisy Dukes doing with herself on a Sunday afternoon?
I don't know whether I could. Don't know.
No idea.
Don't even think I could guess.
That's a wide.
It's an off-cutter as well, wasn't it, from Siddharth?
Yeah. The good news about that is it was only a wide and not 5 wides, because it was so wide and it was dying as it got to the diving Lewis McManus, and he would have thought for a moment, no, don't let this go, because it looks absolutely terrible. And he didn't. He did well to catch up with it, actually.
Yeah.
But it takes the lead to 5:57. There are still 3 balls remaining of this 72nd innings. And it's Jamot, as my old boss used to say. It's just a matter of time. A wicket brings the declaration. I think the end of the over probably does as well. Where's that gone? That's gone up in the air, and Lewis McManus catches it behind the stumps. And I think that everyone's going to walk off. So it's another wicket for Siddharth Kaul, the first in this innings. He finishes with 1 for 39. Graham Van Buren, the man out, is out, caught behind off a leading edge. He went very high for 67. The not-out batsman, the backbone, really, of this Gloucestershire batting performance. It's Cameron Bancroft with 130. Well played, sir. The total's 319 for 5. That's kind of irrelevant. The lead is 557. That's the relevant number. And Northamptonshire have got 4.5 sessions to bat.
Yeah, it's an intimidating number that Gloucestershire have created and earned as well. Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos sprinted off the pitch to get their pads on. The heavy roller makes his way out to the middle. Let's take a breather and we'll be back for the 4th innings. Okay, everybody, welcome back. The fourth innings is about to commence here at Wantage Road. The players have made their way out to the middle. The umpires they've been on it, haven't they? The timekeeping's been good. Ground staff making their way off. The heavy roller has been on. And Gloucestershire have got 558 runs to play with. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. Gloucestershire's plan here, take wickets, and Northamptonshire's plan is just a bow, I suppose.
Yeah, sorry, you caught me a bit unawares there. I was just thinking about how I'm going to spend my winnings from the sweepstake.
Yeah, you've done well there.
I was the only entry.
Done well. You've got your pound back.
Pick up my pound, put it in my pocket. Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. At the same time, it is a great opportunity to have a real get-out-of-jail escape effort from the Northampton batters, and if they are able to do that, that's going to stand them in great stead for the rest of the year. It's a big if though, because what we've said about this Gloucestershire bowling attack is they come at you, and they come at you in various different ways with different challenges. The first one of those challenges is going to be offered by Josh Shaw, who is right on the money, bringing Vasconcelos forward watchfully. Let's have a little look at the field. In the first innings, having posted 409, when they bowled, Gloucestershire did have a few boundary riders out, wanting to control any scoring rate. Northampton are known to score quickly. I don't think that will persist. But we've got 3 slips. We've got a point, a guy who's kind of hanging around between a wide mid-off and an extra cover, trying to do 2 jobs there on the offside. As Vasconcelos mistimes an attempted drive through that vacant cover area. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and I need 2 more fielders. So we've got 1 at deep square leg, and 1, I guess, Dan, you could perhaps fill me in. Is he at long leg?
He is.
Yeah, there's the other guy at long leg. So they're there to put in mind of Vasconcelos. There might be a short ball. Also, it allows Shaw to bowl very straight. If he does get tucked away into the leg side, then Vasconcelos only picks up a single. Got a wicket with his first ball in the first innings, Shaw. Bowling full, inviting Vasconcelos to drive. He accepts the invitation, not entirely committed to the shot, just dribbles away off an inside half of the bat. So already I can see Emilio Gay looking at the rough, the area that would be rough outside his off stump. It's a matter of when, not if, he faces slow left arm spin from the Lynn Wilson end. And Zafar Gohar will be bowling a lot of those deliveries, I expect, into that area that was just being examined by Emilio Gay. A little bit straighter, got his line right that time. Vasconcelos happy to defend it, rehearses the shot. Little things going through Vasconcelos' mind. There will be, where have I finished there? Have I just toppled over a bit? No, I'm good. Am I balanced? Yeah, that's good. My head's coming back to the ball. Good. That's good play. That's good. I'm in good form here.
Yeah, he went off like an absolute freight train, didn't he, in the first innings?
And he's away at the start of the second innings, turning that 5th ball of the innings. Off his knee roll, it was too straight from Josh Shaw. Vasconcelos happy to knock that into the leg side. There's no one at square leg. He picks up a single. He's off the mark, which brings Emilio Gay onto strike for what will be his 2nd ball of the match. He was out first ball in the first innings. A brilliant Yorker first up. Hit him right on the end of the toe, right in front of the middle stump. It was a spectacular dismissal as Emilio Gay kind of lost his balance and tumbled across to the offside, only to regain his balance. Look at the umpire who had a finger pointing up in the air. He would have known from the moment it hit him that he was probably going to be out. It'll be interesting to see whether there's going to be a repeat of that. There's a man at leg slip. Miles Hammond has come into that position, 4 catches now. And it's back of a length from Josh Shaw, who looks up to the heavens as though to say, what on earth have I bowled there?
Surely that Josh Shaw was this has to be another one of these in-swinging balls.
It has to be. Everyone knew that. And I think Josh Shaw knew that. and then he's bowled it halfway down.
Mm.
And he looked to the heavens immediately and just said, "What? How far have I missed my length by then?" But that completes the first over. I'm wondering how many overs are available to Gloucestershire between now and 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
So what have we got? 42 today.
Plus 96.
Plus 96.
138. Yeah. Minimum of. They'll probably, if they bowl all those, it'll be a heck of a cricket match.
Yes.
But given that a lot of those are going to be bowled by spin, then there's 138 minimum. So it'll probably be more than that if it goes that distance. If it goes that distance, you and I will have watched a great game of cricket.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, it's been good so far, hasn't it? It's been very good so far.
Singdale in, pitches up and is driven for 4 through the covers from Vasconcelos. That's when Vasconcelos is at his very, very best, when he tries not to overhit the ball, just times it. There's great body weight moving through impact. What he does very well, that's beautiful batting. He doesn't hit, when he's playing really well, Vasconcelos, he doesn't hit at the ball, he just moves through the ball. Talk to him about movement. That's a beautiful move through the ball. It doesn't get a lot better than that. Nice way to start the over. Singdale will want to reply. Oh, and he does reply. Targets that front pad. That was very straight. And Vasconcelos, his bat path wasn't directly on line with the ball. He had to find the ball. His bat came from out to in, probably from just outside off stump back into the ball, which means it squirted off a thick outside edge, and there was interest there for a while.
It's a great time for a declaration, and I'm backing up your sweepstakes winnings here. 11 overs before tea. It's very much deja vu of what happened at the end of their first innings. They had those 11 overs probably take slightly less than, no, they might be about there actually, about 50 odd minutes, mightn't they? Mm-hmm. Had those 50 minutes, went flat out, tried everything, had a break, regrouped, came back, slightly different plan, executed it perfectly, got the rewards they deserved.
Oh, it was a very full ball. I don't know if it was an attempted Yorker or just a bit long. And Emilio Gay clipped it off his toes. He clipped it pretty well. There was interest from the fielder at square leg. It's just in front of square on the leg side. It did evade his grasp, went over his head.
He's got a hand to it, Rowie.
Has he really?
Yeah. Because Emilio Gay has timed the pants off that, and that's just ballooned up over the fielder in there at mid-wicket.
So you might say a lucky escape.
Just almost tipped it over the bar, really. Couldn't get up high enough to gather it.
It was well timed, wasn't it?
Really well timed.
It went where he intended to hit it. Emilio Gay's heart will be beating quite quickly as a result of that. And what a death that would have been. 2 zeros, one to an unplayable ball, really. The in-swinging Yorker first ball was pretty much unplayable. That one was very playable, but he nearly chipped it straight to Mustafa Gohar, isn't it, at mid-wicket?
It is, yeah. Yeah, he climbed the step ladder and couldn't quite get on the top step.
Emilio Gay is known to lift the ball into the leg side and behind square on the leg side. We'll come back to this. Singdale bowls a lovely line of length ball, well left by Vasconcelos. And we saw in the last over that a leg slip came in. Wasn't there for Vasconcelos. As soon as Gay got on to strike, in came the leg slip. They know that he does lift the ball through that area. The particular shot there that was a half chance, really, for Zafar Gohar. It was a genuine shot from Emilio. I think he meant to hit it there. Maybe meant to get it a little bit higher, possibly. This last ball of the second over is on the money. It's dropped into the leg side. A very quick call from Vasconcelos. That's important, that they rotate the strike, that they stay busy, they stay with good intensity. That's very important that you stay switched on in these situations as a batter. It was a good call and a good response and a good single. So Vasconcelos retains the strike. He's on 7, Emilio Gay on 3.
From a Northants perspective, Gloucestershire's is I think fairly simple. I think with the game plan, it's just take as many wickets as you can as quickly as possible, really, or at least within the time frame left in the game. But because that number's so big for Northants, can't really go out there and kind of go, wow, we've got to chase down 350. If we're kind of, we can manage that chase, we can maybe start a little bit slower and then pick it up because we've got, and equally it's so big, there's not much point in just going around, well, let's go out there and let's bat for 4.5 sessions either. You've got to go out there and play, haven't you?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it sounds easier. It sounds easy enough, doesn't it? Go out and play. But yeah, there are two sorts of innings that you play in the fourth innings as a batsman. One is to win the game and one is to save the game. This is to save the game. And it's kind of down to you how you chunk that up. I mean, I suggest you don't look at 130 odd overs and chunk and say, I've got to bat for 130 odd overs. Nicely played down the ground. He's timed that beautifully, Vasconcelos. It was very full from Josh Shaw, looking to get the ball to swing. It didn't swing. It did hit the middle of Vasconcelos' bat. And he is such an attractive guy to watch when he's in form, as this replay will show. That's how you play the off drive. It needed hitting for 4 and it certainly got it. So, you know, each to their own in terms of the way that you prepare yourself. But I like the idea of, I'm going to bat 5 overs. And I've done that. Okay, great. I've won that. Okay, I've got to bat another 5 overs. Or whatever it might be for you. I quite like smaller little targets that are achievable and you can tick them off. You keep being successful that way. As you said, T from the start of the innings was 11 overs. That'll be part of the timing of the declaration as well, to make the openers start twice. If they do get in, okay, we'll get them out. 20 minutes break and they've got to start again. It's good thinking. Round the wicket this time, Josh Shaw, very full. Vasconcelos squirts it. It's almost a half volley, squirts it away through the offside. It's half stopped by the fielder at backward point, but they will pick up 3. Good running again from the Northants openers. Good intent. They pick up 3.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it? A half stop by Zafar Gohart. And this isn't meant to sound as disrespectful as what it's about to. And I hope nobody kind of takes this as literally as what it is. But could there also, I think maybe George that mentioned it, but could you treat this as a bit of like an open net session as well? Is it as simple as that?
Okay. I thought you were going to say, can you really see yourself in a Panama hat?
Oh, no. I could see you in a Panama hat. So
there's 4 to the total. It'll go down as 4 byes, which James Bracey won't be very happy with. He had very little chance of getting across to that. It was very full and very wide from Josh Shaw back over the wicket to Emilio Gay. Targeting the base of the stumps, I suggest. Just got his radar wrong. And it goes down for 4 byes. I think, in effect, it's an open net session, but you better not be thinking that way.
Yeah, it's a disrespectful mindset.
Yeah. But effectively it is that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot to play for here in terms of professional pride. And, you know, teams have got out of these games before. Yeah. This won't be the first time it's ever happened. It wouldn't be the last. That's a beautiful shot from Emilio Gay, moving beautifully into the ball. Times it pretty well. Hasn't got quite all of it, but he'll pick up 3. It runs all the way out to the boundary edge up at the big pocket at wide long off.
Yeah. We've seen 200 scored for Gloucestershire here. The Northants batters are in good form. There have been a lot of hundreds scored for different Northants batters across the course of the year. We have had totals of 600, 500, 450, all declared. They are a batting unit that are in good touch. Karen Nair scored a double 100 here last time out.
Change in the field. Around the wicket comes Josh Shaw, half driven by Vasconcelos, but the man who has moved from the leg side, Miles Hammond, found himself an extra cover for that ball, dived and stopped it, prevented the run. It's a bright start from Northants. A very bright start. 3 overs gone, 24 added to the board, to the total. The deficit down to a mere 533.
I found a quid to put on a sweepstakes.
Okay.
I'm going for Zafar Gohar will bowl before tea.
What have we got? 8 overs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. Might be 1. In his opening spell of the first innings, Ajit Singh Dale bowled 3 overs, and I felt he was a bit wayward. He ran in with great intent, great purpose, good pace. He didn't control the direction of the ball. He needs to improve that. He's been targeting the stumps in his first over, and he targets the stumps again at the start of his second over. And Emilio Gay certainly does play around that ball. And what I mean by that is he gets his front pad on line with the ball. The bat path has to come in front of the pad to find the ball, to access the ball. As the batting coaches would say, good access, mate. That wasn't good access, mate. That was just about adequate access, mate, as he came back into the line of the ball. It squirted away on the offside. But there are a few oohs and ahs, including from myself on that ball. We've got such a great view here. Why can't they play every game on this pitch? Because it's just such a good view. Oh, it's pitched up again. It's driven firmly by Emilio Gay, and it's dropped effectively by Ajit Singh Dale. It would have been a heck of a catch on follow through, but it was there to be caught.
It's a harsh drop, isn't it? That
It is a harsh drop. Yeah,
he's a tall man.
Yeah, and he hit it very hard.
It's come back really hard at him, and he's done really well to get any hands to it.
Yeah, another day that sticks, doesn't it? When it's not, when it's really not your day, for Emilio Gay, hit on the toe, LBW Plonker's first ball of the first innings, and then someone takes a ridiculous catch. It did go in the air. That's better. Just watch the replay of the previous ball where the ball did carry back to the bowler. It was a chance, but it was a very, very sharp chance. And Emilio Gay just lost his shape a little bit on that shot, which is why the ball went in the air. He'll have had a strong word with himself after that. The next ball was rock solid. Head leading back to the ball, played that beautifully. Makes things happen though, Ajit Singh Dale.
Yeah.
Makes it, if he goes for it, he's still making things happen. You kind of want that from your opening bowlers. Oh, he's targeting that front pad again and again. Emilio Gay just falls around it a little bit. The ball gets a thick outer half of the bat, runs into the offside. But there's interest there. He will not be successful in this innings, Emilio Gay, if he continues to sort of get his foot in the way of the bat path. He's got to get that leg outside the line of the ball and be able to access the ball. He's just covering too much, really. And this is a very good probing line. This is good challenge in opening bowling from Singh Dale. Much better when he targets the stumps. Just got a little bit straight on that. It's tucked into the leg side. Not sure that was a great run, was it? I mean, they got there comfortably because the fielder didn't pick it up.
Yeah, it wasn't the there was a heart in the mouth moment, wasn't there?
There was.
The last thing, without stating the obvious, Northants need is to give one away. And for a short while there, I think probably highlighted by the enthusiasm to get the ball from Zafar Gohar, which caused the misfield. Realised that he was in business, I think, for a while.
That wasn't, I mean, I might be mistaken, but that just looked like a terrible run. He's pumped up, Emilio Gay. The Australians called Kevin Peterson's running the Red Bull single, that he was so pumped up with having sunk a can of Red Bull before he came out to bat. Oh, that is fantastic bowling from Ajit Singh Dale. Vasconcelos is looking back down the wicket and thinking, well, how am I supposed to play that? The ball initially was angled into the stumps, and he's bowled a very good line so far, Singh Dale. And it pitched and left Vasconcelos off the wicket. And the way you play it, I think, is pretty similar. Pretty similar to how he did. He didn't try and follow the movement. Oh, that's an absolute perler of a delivery. 4 overs gone, 27 for no wicket. There's a lot going on. The opening bowlers, I mean, it doesn't get a lot better for the opening bowlers than coming in with 550 on the board. Really, it means that they can keep their catches in, they can bowl aggressively, they can bowl challenging lines, their lengths can be full enough. Oh, there was the attempted Yorker again. The very ball that it did for Emilio Gay in the first innings. I think that one from memory was delivered from over the wicket. This one was round the wicket. He dug it out very well.
I've just not seen it very often, Rowie, where a bowling unit's come out and just been so aggressive.
Yeah.
And they have in both innings so far. The batters have set them the platform to do so. I don't know whether if they'd have been bowled out for 150, whether they'd have been equally as aggressive or slightly more conservative, but the bowlers themselves have just gone, well, we're going to make you play everything.
It's been really good intent, hasn't it? Really good intent. You know, I used to play a bit of football locally, and there was a guy I used to play with, Neil Freeman. He played for the Cobblers back in the day, and he used to say, let them know they've been in a match. You know, whatever the score is, let them know they've been in a match. We were usually on the end of a defeat when he said that. But, you know, be competitive, be aggressive. They're in a challenge, and that's exactly kind of how Gloucestershire have gone about their business, which is, you know, full of credit to them. They are without a win for quite a while, but you wouldn't know that. They look confident. They look a very confident unit, which I'm sure isn't the case, but good for them. The wind's picked up a wee bit, seeing the shirts billowing a touch. The ball hasn't swung as much as it did earlier in the match. In comes that leg slip. Interestingly, 2 catchers, 2 slips and a leg slip. So only 3 men catching. Very straight delivery from round the wicket from Josh Shaw. Hit hard at mid-on. Josh Shaw puts both hands to his face as though to say, that's very straight, Emilio Gay. And I think there was no element of bluff in there. I think it was very straight. Emilio looks very pumped up, very keen to hit the ball.
Yeah.
Just needs to get that balance, doesn't he, between intensity and relaxation.
He's a little bit fidgety today as well, doesn't he?
Fidgety, he does.
Which hopefully will settle down.
Oh, that's nicely played. That'll help. Yeah, it was interesting chatting to Rob Keogh. I thought Rob Keogh, we had him on yesterday, didn't we? He was very honest. I really appreciated that. He was very honest about some of the things that he has had to work and is working to overcome with his batting. He talked about starting his innings and the importance of starting well and how he starts well, impacting how his ability to go on. And it's something that he has worked very hard on and continues to do so. And as I watch Emilio Gay start this innings, there's something of what Rob was saying in that. There's more movement. The movements are quicker and more fidgety. There's obviously a bit of nerve there. It's nicely played off his toes into the leg side. It's very casually fielded with the back of the hand. I think the South Africans call that reverse wildebeest, that bit of fielding.
Sure.
No, yeah, I think, you know, over the years, Northampton have had a number of South African players. I want to attribute that to the right one, not rather than the wrong one. And it will come back to me who that was, the reverse. Oh, it was Nicky Boyer.
Mm-hmm. That's going back a few
Reverse
years.
wildebeest. Last ball of this third over from Shaw, round the wicket to Emilio Gay. He bangs it in. Emilio Gay tucks it off his hip, square of the wicket. He'll pick up one to the Galoni's ice cream van, for those of you who know the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground, that's just behind square on the leg side to the left-hander. That takes the score to 30. Emilio Gay will retain the strike. I would imagine that Ricardo Vasconcelos, just looking at Ricardo's body position there, he's kind of, everything about that is slow down.
Yes.
Get your heart rate down. Just calm down. He stood very still, didn't he? And deliberately almost crossed his legs. Yeah. As though, yeah, we're having a Sunday afternoon game of cricket, mate. Just slow down. You're playing nicely, moving well. Singh Dale has certainly targeted LBW to Emilio Gay so far. I don't see any reason for him to change that approach. Again, he bowls very straight. That one bounced a wee bit. Emilio Gay had to withdraw the bottom hand and played it solely with the top hand down behind, well, down to fine leg, effectively, who is very fine. I like to see him fine. Stay there.
Yes, he keeps walking off to our left.
Yesterday, he was at Briggs and Forrester in terms of the advertising boards, and today he's at Drake and Partners. So he is 2.5 advertising boards finer. I'd give him another 1.5 personally, but he is finer.
Nice bit of name dropping for the local businesses as well, Rowie. Well done.
That's right, isn't it? Is that okay?
I think so, yeah.
Drake and Partners. Round the wicket, Singh Dale to Vasconcelos. Defends nicely. Yeah. I mean, I guess the sponsors of county cricket clubs perhaps don't get a great deal of coverage. It's nice to see a healthy array of boards around the ground. Some of them have been sponsors for many, many years. Briggs and Forrester would be one of those. Some of them more recent. A very good sponsor of Northampton Cricket is Heavy Building Supplies, who have got the banner sponsorship on the pavilion. Well, that's good pace from Singdale. Just got his trajectory slightly wrong, through at about 5th, 6th stump.
Carried through nicely to Bracey, didn't it? Caught it just above, or what would have been his midriff. Tell you what, this has felt like a long little session this before 40, hasn't it? It's only been...
There's still time to go as well.
It's only been, what, 5.5 overs?
You're going to be unbearable if you think this is a long session.
No,
Dig in.
Not at all.
Dig in. Singdale to Vasconcelos. Pitched up again. Good carry. He's got good gas, this kid. Goes through nicely to James Bracey, but doesn't involve the batter. He's not having anything to do with that at all. Vasconcelos played pretty well at times in the first innings and then pushed at a ball from Metchan DeLange. It was just a length ball. It was not threatening the stumps. He didn't need to play at it. It was the length that was dangerous. The line wasn't particularly interesting, and he snicked it through to the keeper. He will not want to make that kind of lapse of concentration again. DeLange's warming up at mid-on. He wants to have a ball before tea time. He may well get his wish. Oh, that's close. That's straight, and it's given out LBW from the umpire, Martin Saggers. He had a good look about it. Vasconcelos is dragging himself away from the stumps. The question on Martin Saggers' mind was, is that hitting middle and leg? That'll be the question as we look back at the replay. Oh, it's fairly straight. The keeper was going down the leg side and then corrected himself and came back. The ball ran out on the offside, which usually doesn't help with the batter. It looks pretty straight, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a good decision.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty straight. It looked to me as though Ricardo Vasconcelos looked unhappy with that decision. He perhaps felt it was going down the leg side. It's one of those that actually, when you look back at it, you're probably further over than you might have imagined. We said earlier that Singdale is targeting LBW. He's targeting that front pad. He's attempted to bowl exclusively at the stumps. And that was the mode of dismissal that he has been looking for. And it's the mode of dismissal that he has achieved. Vasconcelos just kind of overbalancing slightly. We'll see on replay. Doesn't really line this up particularly brilliantly. So his bat is coming right across the ball there, actually. And it was given out pretty quickly by the umpire. Just watch the bat path here on replay from behind. It comes right across the ball. And the ball's coming into you there at sort of 83, 84, 85 miles an hour. And you're looking to hit across the line of that ball with a straight bat. You're not going to hit all of those. He didn't hit that one. The umpire had judged it would be hitting the stumps. And it looked a reasonably good decision in the end. And that's the end of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who had looked very good, I think, for the 15 runs that he made. But Singdale plugging away with great hostility and accuracy, and has made that new ball count. That's the breakthrough that Gloucestershire would have been targeting before tea. Let's have one for tea would have been the shout going round, and it'll now be let's have two for tea.
Still got 5 overs as well. 5 overs on the ball before that break comes about. Captain Luke Proctor is in at number 3 for Northamptonshire. 2 of these had a monstrous partnership, didn't they? And Emilio Gay scored his 269. Emilio spoke so highly of how much he enjoyed batting with his skipper. Different prospect today, though. A pitch that's doing a bit more against the Dukes, against a bowling attack that pretty happy, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Conversation between the umpire and the bowler. I don't know what that's about. Martin Saggers having a word with Singdale. Whether that's about, I don't know what it's about. It looked not exactly disciplinary in that sense, but it looked as though he was just giving him something to think about. So that's a sorry end for Ricardo Vasconcelos. He played quite nicely. Around the wicket, you have to make sure that your head's going towards the ball. You have to get your legs out of the way if you're going to get good access to the ball with your bat. That wasn't good access to the ball. He had to play across his front pad considerably, and he missed it. And that's the end of him, which brings, as you say, the captain to the crease. He was off the mark immediately, so he's going to face Josh Shaw. Josh Shaw keeps in the leg slip. He's gone a little bit squarer for... I know he's on finer now. He's been moved back to where he was for Emilio Gay. So he's at leg slip. We've got two orthodox slips, a backward point, a man in the covers, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg. And I guess there's a long leg as well. It's out of my view. And Josh Shaw continuing to try to get that fielder, who is Ollie Price, I think, in the right place. He's finally got him there. So we can continue. Ball's a nice length ball. Right, has nothing to do with. Very particular, Josh Shaw, about where he wanted that fielder at leg slip. It's a position that teams employ often to Emilio Gay and increasingly to Luke Proctor. Both players like to sort of flick the ball behind square on the leg side, as a lot of left-handers do. Often the ball does carry from those two, so that's what that fielder is there for. Luke Proctor rather cloths that attempted firm push, bat face closing on contact. So that, I mean, if you get caught there, that's going to, whatever happens, if you are caught by that man, unless it's off the glove and it loops up, that's going to be a good catch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's going to come very, very fast, possibly off an inside edge, or maybe even off the face of the bat there. It's going to come pretty quickly at you. You don't see it as a mode of dismissal very often, but it's in the batsman's mind that I've got to get the ball down there. Get the ball down before it reaches that man. Which is exactly what Luke Proctor does there. He does get the ball down, goes squarer rather than finer, so it doesn't involve the fielder who is at that leg slip, leg gully position. It runs out to the man on the boundary. Luke Proctor has a very, what would we say here? A very strong spoke on his wagon wheel in that area behind square on the leg side, both to seam, as in that case, and also to spin. Very frequently to spin, gets himself across the crease and turns it behind square on the leg side. It's such a productive area for him. So leg slip has come out for Emilio Gay. He's gone into a catch-in short mid-wicket position. Again, they're going to bowl straight at him. And they, oh my goodness, what a cricket shot that is. What a shot, Emilio Gay. It was clear the plan was going to be straight, hence the catch-in mid-wicket comes in. And Emilio Gay, in order to hit that ball straight, you've got to be really balanced. And that's balance right there. Beautifully played, straight back past the bowler. There can be no better feeling as a batter, I would imagine. It's not a shot that I ever managed to execute successfully, only in my own mind. And that's a beautiful shot down the ground for four.
It's as good as it gets, isn't it?
It is.
The on drive. For me, anyway, one of my favourite shots to watch. That or the classic Ponting swivel pull.
Who's the best on driver that you've seen?
Possibly Ponting again.
Yeah, yeah. I've got one. I've got Ponting in first place. I've got David Sales in second place. My goodness me, that man could make cricket look easy. Yeah, but Ricky Ponting takes some beating, doesn't he?
He certainly does. He certainly does.
So if you're going to come second in that race, Jumble, if you are listening,
no shame.
then Ponting's in first. So, get back in your box. Last ball of the fourth over from Josh Shaw. Attempting to target the stumps. He's got his line slightly wrong. Emilio Gay says, I'll let that one go through. He's on 16. His captain, Luke Proctor, is on 2. Recently arrived at the crease. It's 37 for 1 as Northampton close in on that extra 520 they need for victory. As I take my tongue out of my cheek.
Yeah, there's not many people Northants would rather see than Luke Proctor walk out to the middle. I know they would rather have still been watching Vasconcelos bat, but he's a cricketer with a mindset that's over my dead body kind of cricketer. And he's been in good form as well.
Yeah, he's been great form, hasn't he? Yeah. I think I'm right in saying he's yet to turn up.
Correct.
But he has he's posted a number of 50s, and he's batted a long time this summer already. So he's obviously in very good nick. I hope that's not put the mockers on him. He's been in fine form, and I know these two really do like batting together. It's good for Emilio to have the captain at the other end, because he will tell him straight what he needs to hear. Not that Emilio needs a lot of telling. He's an experienced player, growing all the time. That's nicely bowled, and it's nicely played. They're going to get in comfortably. That was an interesting single. I wasn't too sure who called that run. I think Emilio Gay called his captain through.
Yeah, it was his call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Proctor was a little bit slow to respond.
Well, that's one of the things about Emilio's running sometimes is I'm pretty sure he usually gets in. It's the guy at the other end that I'm worried about. But that ball did go quite a long way behind the fielder. So Luke Proctor had plenty of time to recognise the call and respond to it.
Yeah. Again, it's one of those just tricky little 4-over periods, isn't it, now until tea? It's potentially the mindset of, well, let's just bat. We don't need to do anything. Emilio Gay wants to score runs, so then calls the single through that might have been a single if the scenario was slightly different.
That's a nice cricket shot. And that's the good thing, that ball was pretty much, not a full half volley, but close to being a half volley. And actually, had that ball been driven for 4, as a bowler, you can walk back and say, well, so what? That's fine. I'm happy. He wants to score. Just got my line slightly wrong. I'm in the right kind of area. It's not as though you're thinking, oh, no, I've gone for 4 there. I must drag my length back. And that's the benefit of having being in such a strong position. The man at square leg has gone back onto the boundary. So whether that signals something short coming up, I don't know. It's beautifully bowled by Singhdale. That's really nicely bowled. And I would also say, as the ball crosses the rope for 4 down at third man, that's also nicely played. Did it go exactly where he intended it to? No, it didn't. But what he did well was he decelerated the bat. There was bend in the front knee. The ball offered to go away. More sort of late swing than anything else. But Emilio Gay managed the ball very well, as we see on replay. The toe of the bat was behind his shin. His hands were in front. The bat is angled and the ball went down all the way for 4. And opening batters will tell you I'm entitled to do that.
Yeah, well, it's something that we saw a lot of from Cameron Bancroft in both of his innings. Played the ball with soft hands through that region.
Oh, that's a good comeback from the bowler, though. Slightly straighter. Had to play at that, and it went away from him off the pitch. He bowled a similar ball to Vasconcelos earlier in his spell. That's an absolute beauty, absolutely squared up Emilio Gay. He's just gone to have a little look down the wicket. He's sort of trying to work out the angles and the lines. What the captain should be telling him is, you just got a good one, mate. Crack on, you're playing well.
Another slip in the cordon as well for Ajit Singhdale on the back of those 2 deliveries. Miles Hammond's gone in there at 4th.
Other than those first 3 overs yesterday from Singhdale, which I thought were a bit wayward with the new ball, he's been on it. It seems to me that he's kind of been more focused. He's simplified his plan.
Yeah.
There'll have been some conversation about those 3 overs because they were a bit wayward, and he has responded very, very well. He's bowled excellently. We talked in the break about the variety that's available to the Gloucestershire captain, Graham Van Buren, the variety of bowlers that he's got. It's all very well having variety, but if they're not accurate, it doesn't really help you. They have been accurate, and it has helped him, and it's helped the team. It's nicely played. Dropping it into the offside. Emilio Gay. So that's the end of the 8th over of the innings. The score is racing along. It's 42 for 1. Emilio Gay's got 20 of those. He has, though, lost his opening partner, Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW, to Singhdale for 15. And we have got, 3 overs before tea?
We do indeed. We've got 3 overs before tea. And as much as Marchant was touching his toes and giving the shoulders a roll, it's going to be a continuation of Josh Shaw, who's bowled well, 4 overs, none for 19.
There's a signal just gone up to the balcony, to the Gloucestershire balcony, Whether that's a helmet, well, that means we are going to get 1 over of spin from the Lynn Wilson end. I think it probably does mean that, but we shall see.
I think we've got 0.
But
Gloucester are in such a position to be able to just try everything. And I'm a little surprised that Marchand hasn't got 2.
Agreed. I'm with you.
I mean, it's not to say he might not bowl the last, but I'm quite surprised. No shame. Like Josh Shaw's been good here, 4 overs, none for 19. But just to see what might work in this 11 over mini session.
There will be, Graham Van Buren will have an eye on the long game here. You know, he'll be thinking, how many spells am I going to get out of DeLange? I want him to come in short bursts and so on. But that said, he's just got a guy who's only really just arrived in Luke Proctor. And who would Luke Proctor rather face here, DeLange or Shaw? He's facing Shaw at the minute, and he knocks Shaw into the leg side. There's a possibility of 2, but it's well fielded. Out on the leg side, it keeps it to 1. And sometimes as a captain, you know, it's a bit old-fashioned this, but I quite like it. I like old-fashioned things, as I'm discovering more and more, is if you've got, you know, you're weighing things up as a captain. Do I go DeLange? Do I give Shaw? Shaw's in a bit of nick. He didn't bowl a lot of overs in the first innings, but he's bowling quite well. But then there's DeLange. The question I would ask is, what does the opposition least want you to do?
Yeah.
And that can be a nice way of sorting out your options. And I would think the opposition least want DeLange to bowl. But Shaw has that responsibility. Oh, that's well fielded at mid-wicket. Stops what could well have been 4. Very powerfully struck by Emilio Gay. It was well fielded by a diving Miles Hammond, I think, at mid-wicket.
It's been an innings of 21 from Emilio Gay that certainly have kept Gloucestershire and their fans interested throughout the 24 balls that he's been at the crease. But I mean, he's timed the ball well. The shots that he has played, yes, okay, they might not have all gone exactly where he wanted it to, and there's been a few that have gone through the air, but he's hit the ball well.
Yeah, his movement has taken him in some good positions, and that's tucked away through the leg side. I think that's going to race away for 4, and it does now across the rope. Luke Proctor. Shaw targeting the stumps just a little bit full, and Proctor, as most left-handers will do, will be happy to tuck that ball. It was straight delivery, but he's not missing that. It was so full that he could play across the pad a wee bit, and he's just not missing that. It's going for 4. 9 times out of 10. That's a nice ball to have. The plan is clear, though, I think, from the Gloucestershire bowlers. It's stumps. It's let's attack the stumps. I like that. It's clear, it's simple, and it's right.
Yeah, worked really well, didn't it, in the first innings? And if it doesn't work this time around, they've got the benefit of being able to try different things. They've got time on their side. They've got runs on their side.
I'm not sure about this field, you know. There are 2 slips now, and then there are 6 men saving the single. Surely you can employ more catchers just on the off chance. I don't understand why there are effectively 6 defensive fielders and 7 defensive fielders and only 2 catchers. This one's straight. It's turned into mid-wicket. It's fielded by one of those guys I think shouldn't be there. So he stopped that. But that doesn't really matter in terms of the context of the game. It keeps Luke Proctor, though, on 8. Northants on 48. And out come the helmet. So we are going to see, as was predicted by Dan. Well done, Dan.
I've got one right.
Come on.
It's only taken 4 and nearly 5 hours.
Doesn't matter. You got the most recent. You're on form now. What was it Michael Vaughan said? It only takes 2 balls to get back into form. There you go. It only takes 1 comment to get back into form. I don't think you've been too badly off otherwise. But no. We are going to see Zafar Gohar. He bowled very, very well in the first innings. And as we've kind of predicted during the day, this is going to be a thing. The thing is going to be the slow left armer bowling at the Northants left-handers with quite a sizable patch of rough to land into. That's the thing. And then the other thing is, what are Northants going to do about that? They're not really going to be able to let him settle into that area.
They can't do
that. They can't do that because he's going to get them out. And so the question is, how are they going to go about not if, but how are they going to go about knocking him off that line and length?
It's the exact same field that we saw in the first innings for Northamptonshire as well, isn't it? Just the 2 out there on the offside, 3 if you include the slip, and I like that from.
Oh, that's a poor piece of fielding from Singdale at extra cover.
It'd be interesting. Zafar Gohar bowled a lot, didn't he, to safe save?
Yeah,
a shorter man than Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay's got a bigger stride. Maybe get out there and
kill the spin.
Yeah, kill the spin.
Yeah, play
aggressively through the offside.
I like kill the spin. Certainly do like kill the spin. It doesn't bowl quickly, so you've got time. Mostly, you've got time to get too close to the pitch of the ball. That one was over pitched, so that did the job for him. It was nicely struck and poorly fielded. Went for 4. That's a better length. Nicely played in defence.
What are your other options then? If it's not going to be a case of, well, sit on and survive for reverse sweeps,
you've got to go square bat, haven't you? You've got they seem to me to be the options. It's nicely played again, a little bit flatter. Emilio Gay's not, I think, sweep. I haven't seen a lot of him against spin. Sweeping, I think, is orthodox sweeping is a decent option for him. I'm not sure about reverse. Bowling a little bit quicker, hasn't he? There's these 3 or 4 balls that he's bowled so far have been a little bit quicker than his standard pace. He wants to get into his work. He's only got 2 balls now, and then there'll be 1 more over and they're off for tea. And that one's a little slower. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Pushes it into the offside. There's no run. The bowler fields well off his own bowling.
Yeah, it was good intent though, wasn't it, for Proctor and Gay to look. But Zafar Gohar was quick across the square to gather that.
Tossed up delivery to end the over, and Emilio Gay kind of just didn't really time it. There's a lot of traffic to get through there in terms of fielders. If you hit it into the leg side, there's 2, 3, sometimes even 4 fielders in the vicinity of that ball. So he's got to time it absolutely perfectly to find a gaff and find its way out to the fence. So that's the end of Zafar Gohar's only over. It will be effectively before tea. The first ball went for 4. We are going to see a change of bowling at the far end, at the David Capel end, but it's not going to be Mershan Dilang. It's going to be Ajit Singh Dale given a chance to run down the very slight incline.
Again, I don't mind it.
No, not at all.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he, up top, Ajit Singh Dale? And it's something a little bit different for Luke Proctor and Emilio Gay to contend with for 6 balls. And there very well much be a conversation of take one with us here, 1 for tea.
It's interesting. The guy at square leg is saying, well, what about the fielder at leg slip? I've been there before. Why am I not there? And the response is, well, get behind square. So I think they're missing a trick there, to be honest. But there are 3 orthodox slips in. Maybe he's going to bowl more channel than stumps. That one is stumps. Luke Proctor, just as he does, nonchalantly drops the bat on it into the leg side. It's interesting. We talk about Luke Proctor being a nuggety cricketer over my dead body, and that's absolutely right. His body language betrays that, though. Well, not betrays it. His body language suggests he's a man who doesn't really care too much. But I think that's deliberate. I think he's just trying to manage his emotions, manage his heart rate, get it down, stay cool, stay calm. But he likes a battle, and he's in a battle here. That's a lovely shot through the offside. Hasn't quite timed it. It might get enough. It runs away over the old wickets. It is going to cross the line for 4 now. So that tells you how much this outfield has increased in speed. You could probably hear through the effects mic that it wasn't perfectly timed, but he got enough of it through the big gap in the covers. Nice boundary that takes him to 12. The score of 56 for 1. And Northampton have nearly got it down to under 500. I'm going to keep saying that, by the way.
I think you have to. You've set your stall out early on it, so
I can't back off now.
It's all about milestones, isn't it? The total looks smaller when it starts with a 4.
They're ticking off this mammoth run chase. They're making inroads. Singdale will want to reply to that. And he has. He's tightened his line up. That one's targeted into middle and leg stump. Proctor does Proctor-like things, turns it into the leg side. It's in this leg side field. I just don't think this can be right. We've got a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a square leg. I just don't know what they're doing there, really. Why have we got a mid-wicket? Why have we got a square? You know, one of them, but not both. Yes, he's looking to bowl straight. But I want another catcher. Get me at least one more catcher in from somewhere. Round the wicket, Singdale. Bowls a top of off ball, and as has happened a few times today, the batter has withdrawn his bottom hand as the ball has just bounced a wee bit. Played it very well in the end, Luke Proctor. We saw Ben Sanderson got out by, I should say, Merchant de Lang with one where it did trap his thumb against the bat handle. And a couple of times we saw Cameron Bancroft have to withdraw the bottom hand, and Luke Proctor similarly there. Played it very calmly. That man who I thought shouldn't be at mid-wicket isn't at mid-wicket anymore. I'm really happy about that. He's got into a catching cover, which is a much more sensible place for him to be. It just had the look of a schoolboy field, really, for a while, with 3 men on the offside, matching 3 men on the leg side.
It did work for Gloucester at the end of the day, didn't it? They bowled Northamptonshire out for 171 in the first innings, but there were a couple of fields where it didn't look massively attacking for a long time in comparison to Northampton's 3 slips. Gloucestershire had 2.
Yeah. I think Northampton kept 3 in for too long.
I would agree completely. Gloucestershire got it right.
They bowled better, didn't they? That's what they did. They bowled better, and they batted better against our bowling as well. So that is the last of Ajit Singdale's 5 overs before tea. Tea is now taken. He's off to get a cuppa, having got the only wicket to fall, that of Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW for 15. He finishes 5 overs, 1 for 23. There was the 1 over of left arm spin that was uneventful before tea. Northants at 56 for 1 need a further 501 to win the match.
A long way to go is the technical term.
Just quietly, I've got to mention this. There has been a terribly timed lap of the ground by the Northants coaching staff. I think that's John Sadler and Greg Smith with him. And they found themselves at the far corner of the ground as it's tea time. Absolutely terrible lap of the ground by Sadler and Smith.
Maybe they want to have a look at the 22 yards on their way back.
Well, they're going to do that now, aren't they, to save face? But that's a shambles from those two guys. A lot of experience there. They've got that horribly wrong.
Devil's advocate. Right, let's have a breather. evening session here at Wantage Road about to get underway. The stream here at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet, and Northamptonshire are 56 for 1. The wicket to fall to Ajit Singhdale was that of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and the 1 over of left arm spin before tea is going to be backed up with another over of left arm spin. Zafar Gohar is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 502 runs required for Northamptonshire, or 9 wickets for Gloucestershire. Turn that effects mic down a little bit as the wind's picking up. It's no ball, I think, to start for Zafar Gohar. How are you, Phil?
I'm very well. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I enjoyed the way that Zafar Gohar went about his work in the first innings. There was a lot to like. So that's one thing. But now he's got a game to win. So there's a bit of pressure on him. And there's an expectation that he will get turn and bounce and wickets. And that's a different kettle of fish to the first innings. So let's see how he goes. But I'm sure he's up to the job.
Yeah, Emilio Gay so far after tea, happy to defend against the spinner. That field that we saw all through that first innings has been employed again. The 3 fielders on the offside, 1 at first slip, 1 at backward point, and 1 at, well, either a straight mid-off or a wide cover, your choice really. Kind of in a mid of somewhere in between, really, isn't he, Graham Van Buren there in front of us?
Yeah, he is. He's gone wider, I think, as wider than he was in the first innings, for sure.
Yeah, it's not quite. I'm sure the tea towel's got it on a fielding position, hasn't it? But I don't know what I don't memorise the tea towel, so 1 ball left. 2 balls left, in fact, of Zafar Gohar's first over after tea. Emilio Gay happy to defend so far. Just rebuild, restart the Northants batters. And again, defended back to the bowler, dot ball to finish. 58 for 1 off 12.
I wonder if that position that we just talked about, in the first innings, that there were 2 men on the single on the offside, one of whom is exactly where he was in the first innings, is behind square on the offside, really for the reverse sweep or the ball that runs off the face of the bat, square of the wicket or just behind square. And the other one was a sort of a wide-ish mid-off. And that fielder who was at the widest mid-off in this innings so far has started quite a lot wider. And I wonder whether that is trying to encourage Zafar Gohar to bowl into that rough area rather than to bowl too straight. I wonder if the fielder is wide because of that, possibly. He didn't bowl there. He bowled a little bit straight inside the rough, mostly. And that's why Emilio Gay was able to defend them reasonably comfortably. It'll be interesting to see how he goes. As I say, it is a very different proposition for the spinner. When they're bowling in conditions that are helpful, then there is pressure on them to rag it square and to hit gloves and so on. And it's not always as simple as that.
Marchant Dalanga will bowl from the David Capel end. Oh, and has Proctor guided that through to Bracey? It looked like the movement of the ball after it passed the bat looked like he might have just given Bracey a bit of catching practice there, but that's moved nicely off the pitch for Marchant Dalanga, fresh off a 5-foot.
James Bracey just needs to be a little careful in his appealing, I think. We talked earlier about how enthusiastic an appealer he is. And James Maybe, who worked for Gloucestershire Cricket, we had him on, also talking about James Bracey's desire to appeal and celebrate before the decisions are given. Just needs to be a little bit careful there. He doesn't get himself a reputation for that.
What kind of impact would then that have?
If there are 50-50s in terms of did it carry, for example, recognise that he gets so enthusiastic and he claims, it has carried. I'm not calling him
No, I know
He
what
may
you mean.
believe it did, and it may
Yeah.
have done. But if the umpires, well, I've seen this bloke appeal for everything, and I know he hasn't hit half of them, so I'm going to give the benefit to just
Yeah.
those tiny little 50-50s that might come in. It's not a reputation you want to have, particularly, is it? I'm all for enthusiastic appealing, but it's daft if every time there's a player miss, you jump up and down.
Yeah. Is there such a thing as is there a monetary punishment for over appealing, or is that something that I've completely made up?
There is a punishment for over appealing. I don't know if it's been applied ever. Not in domestic county cricket, but I think there can be a run penalty given.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be 5 runs, possibly. Now, someone who knows the laws of cricket better than me, please correct me if I've got that wrong. But there is something that the umpires can apply in order to punish over appealing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what I will say is the way that the ball moved after it went past the bat of Luke Proctor, I thought he might have genuinely just guided that through to
It had
James
a good look
Bracey.
about it.
It really did, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. We can keep an eye on that. If there's going to be a player miss that he doesn't appeal for, that might surprise me.
Start the tally.
We shall see. Yeah, keep an eye on that.
That's left well alone by Luke Proctor. Been a good start from Marchant. Quick, as you'd expect. 2 runs off it. He brought about a play and miss off his first ball of the over. One that I'm sure Luke Proctor wouldn't have played at had it not been the first ball he'd have faced after the break.
Yeah, pace makes you twitch at things that you'd let go. At 75 miles an hour, you might let things go. And with pace, you just twitch a wee bit. That's well played. He played that very well.
Yeah, it's a beauty again from Delanga. Dot ball to finish, 2 runs off it. 60 for 1.
So there wasn't an appeal there, but I think Luke Proctor pulled his bat inside the line of the ball. Yeah, I think he did. Well played. I've been impressed with Delanga in this match. He's bowled very, very well so far. Started his spell well there. First over, just 2 off it. But it's been... We know that what you get with Delanga in terms of pace and in terms of hostility, we know that they're givens. He's been really accurate as well.
Go hard to continue. Emilio Gay uses his feet and gets enough of it down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 into the hoardings. And I think that might have been a round of applause from Zafar Gohar to Emilio Gay there in response to that shot.
Yeah, that's interesting, wasn't it? What Emilio Gay did well there, he picked that the line was going to be inside the rough. So when it's landed straighter, it's not going to spin anywhere near as much. And he decided, yeah, okay, if that's the line, I'm coming down and I can lift it over mid-on. Mid-on's gone deeper now, out to pretty much long on as a result of that.
Interesting that 1 shot brought about the field change, though. Unless they feel that Emilio Gay trying to play, with the spin, but across his body to take the single down to Delanga is an attacking option, then...
Sometimes it's easier to go aerial than it is along the floor, you know. That's nicely bowled, nicely played.
Yeah, good cricket.
It's going to be a good battle, this. A battle of skill, absolutely, but also a battle of will. Emilio Gay's winning that battle so far. It is very, very early days.
Yeah, nicely played again. As a batter at the top of the order, probably isn't going to have faced all that much spin in the summer so far, I wouldn't have thought. Would have faced a fair bit, obviously, in that 269, but throughout all of the games so far.
Young players coming into the professional game, particularly opening batters, but all of them, but in particular, will be tested in 2 ways. In particular, one will be against fast short bowling of a pace and accuracy that they won't have faced before regularly. They may face it occasionally, but regularly. And the other way will be spin, quality spin with quality fields on first-class pitches. they won't have experienced much of that. And they're the two areas that really do get exposed. I think it would be fair to say that both Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos, as they came into the professional game, will have faced those challenges. It would have been true of any young player coming into the professional game. And I've enjoyed the way they've both gone about their work in improving in those two areas. Because no doubt they both have improved in those two areas. There's still work to go. It's a work in progress. But, Emilio Gay continues to improve as a cricketer. And I'm always impressed with that. Every time I see him, I see something else that he's improved.
He played off the back foot, can't get it past the fielder at point. I think the other thing as well, there's obviously a really kind of conscious decision to invest in youth in Northamptonshire. And Emilio Gay's only just gone past his 24th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
He's played a lot of first-class cricket for a 24-year-old. Saif Zabe, you spoke about, made his first team debut when he was, 15?
Mm-hmm.
And he's 24 as well, I believe. Full shot, it's gone straight up. There's interest, isn't there, from Josh Shaw, who, for a moment there, would have felt like he was running through treacle to try and get that one as the ball just got bigger and bigger on him. Ajit Singh Dale, I can just see around the corner, is on his knees. He can't believe that's not landed in the hands of Josh Shaw. Just kept going, didn't it? Just got bigger and bigger and bigger.
Luckily for me, I lost sight of the ball, so I didn't have a hearted mouth movement because I couldn't see the ball. But it didn't evade Josh Shaw by a long way, did it?
Certainly didn't. Couple more steps, I think, and he would have been right there. But as you said, pace does funny things, and Emilio Gay took on the short ball. That's a long follow through that by Marchand Delanga, almost playing footsie with one another at the end of the 22 yards.
He'll love this. Emilio will love it. And I mean, genuinely, some young players might have a bit of bravado. Oh, I love that. And they didn't. He will love Delanga getting in his face. He'll enjoy that. He's not afraid of a bit of confrontation. He's up for the fight. It will only inspire him. That's not to say he'll succeed, but he'll love the challenge.
Solid in defence. Back to the big fast bowler. Now, he's a confident guy, isn't he, Emilio Gay? Will certainly back his ability and his skill set to come out on top in this battle.
Yeah, he's a guy you'd kind of want in your corner. Yeah, he's a scrapper.
Is he one of those guys as well that will react? I know you said he'll be up for it, but he'll react positively to Marchand with that long follow through? But it will be a noticeable kind of, okay, I'm up for this now. Whereas maybe if he faced up against a Marchand, who obviously bowled quick, but maybe wasn't that interested in engaging in Emilio's going to...
He'll treat it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Which is the right way to take it.
It's not timed it, has he? But it's got it past Zafar Gohar. He's got a long chase out towards that boundary across the square. Emilio Gay gets another couple of runs.
Emilio is a difficult guy in some ways. I've always got a great relationship with him. In some ways, he was a challenge, not difficult. He offered a different challenge as a coach because a lot of young players will kind of do what the coach tells them because the coach told them to do it, and they don't really own that. Then that becomes the coach's instruction, the coach's technique, rather than their own. Emilio wasn't like that at all as a young player coming through. Emilio wanted to know why. Why would that be good for my game? Who else does that? What else have they tried? And it was a good test. He tested you as a coach because not only did you have to give him the information that you thought he needed, but you had to back it up and rationalize it and justify it. And it did test you as a coach. I know of some coaches who have not enjoyed that. Personally, I loved it. Yeah, it's great. Let's have a chat about it. What do you think? I see this. This is why I see it. Okay, who else has done that? Well, I've seen that. And what did he do? Does he play like? Okay, all right. And it would be okay. And time would pass, and he'd often come back. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I think that's good. I like that. That's Emilio. He's not somebody who's going to go, yes, I'll do that, Phil, because you're the coach and I'm the player. And I've got no problem with that at all. That's not to say he's closed-minded. Far from it. No. He just needs to have time to think about it. The good news is when he changes things or when he tries to do things, they're his own. That's his responsibility. Yeah. He owns his game.
It's just interesting, isn't it, that he came across a coach that was open-minded to that engagement, whereas he might have been at a different county setup and might have come across a coach that wasn't engaged in that conversation. Safagohar to Luke Proctor. He picked up the captain, didn't he, in the first innings? I'm sure he'll be eyeing him up again.
Funny dismissal, that, wasn't it?
I don't think Proctor looked as big of the compliment that Keogh was paying him at the time about good against spin. I don't think he looked particularly comfortable against Safagohar yesterday. It was only a couple of, what was it? It can't have been more than about 9 or 10 balls, I don't think Safagohar had at him.
And it was that last ball that got him out, wasn't it? It's almost a carbon copy of that last ball that got him out. He went back onto the back foot, went to turn it into the leg side, missed it, and was absolutely stone cold Steve Austin LBW.
So far, though, prepared to defend Safagohar. Just looked for a moment there that he might have been lining up a sweep shot, but the way he got out against Glamorgan, I'm not convinced we'll see one of those again for a while.
Yeah, I don't see Luke Proctor. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't see Luke Proctor trying to knock Safagohar off his line and length. I think he'll just absolutely respect every ball that he gets and play it entirely on its merit.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tight.
Wow. I think he'd been gone by a distance there. If that throw had been accurate, wouldn't he? Emilio Gay's called his captain through, and I think Luke Proctor there was ball watching for a little while, wasn't he?
He was. Oh, God, he'd have been miles out, yeah.
I mean, there was a single in the end. I'm not convinced with the benefit of hindsight you'd take it again.
I'm not sure there was, Dan, to be honest. If that ball hits the stumps, he's out, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a harum scarum, that one.
Silly point in place now for Emilio Gay. The first time we've seen that employed for Safagohar and Gloucestershire. Whilst Emilio is quite happy to,
that's a good
defend.
Sorry, Dan, that's a good position. Get him in there. You can't just defend that without thinking about getting the ball down. I like that. It's a very good. I think he's a bit close, I would say. He can take a pace or a pace and a half back, but I like silly point in there. It's a good decision. I don't know why it's taken them 3 overs to get him in there when they've got 550 to play with, but there we are. Difficult to criticise too much of Gloucestershire's cricket, but occasionally I think they've had not enough catches, one too many in the ring. There's only 4 in the ring, and there are 4 catches for Delanga.
Yeah, that's played into the leg side. It's another quick single, isn't it? They take on Josh Short, who can't gather the ball cleanly. I think Emilio Gay might have been in on that one, though.
It wasn't a clear single, was it? And we'll never know because of the fumble on the old wicket end. It was a bit unfortunate for Josh Shaw. He's fielding there a lot of old practice wickets, and the ball bobbled over the wicket now, Delang.
Aerial through mid-wicket. I think there's a few Gloucestershire players just making it known that was aerial. 4 more for Emilio. Timed it nicely again, didn't he? But there'd have been interest for a short while, depending on where that one would have gone.
Yeah. You know, it's one of those, isn't it? You need to be pumped up. You're facing a guy bowling 85 miles an hour. You need to be pumped up. You need to be on the move. Your motor needs to be running. But you also need to just decelerate the bat. It's those fine motor skills. And he's just pushed through that one. There's a big gap there, and he got it off the middle of the bat, no problem. It has led Delanga to come round the wicket. I think he's bowled really well around the wicket. I've been really impressed with the way he's alternated and settled in quickly.
It's a big load up, and wowie, that's a good shot by Emilio Gay. Back-to-back 4s, much more controlled that time. Cut away in front of point. And that might take a while, I think, to get that retrieved. Oh no, we've got, I assume, a member of the Gloucestershire staff retrieving that one. Or at least they've been to the Gloucestershire gift shop either way.
No, that's a nice throw, that.
That's staff then.
It was a lovely little throw, wasn't it?
Got to be staff.
Straight to the field. Oh, very nice throw. Well fielded, sir. He's enjoying a Nuts for You coffee with a colleague over there. That is a good coffee van, that. Are you a coffee man, Dan? I'm not.
I'm really not.
No,
Phil,
really
no,
not. Oh,
no,
you're
I
just anti-coffee. You hate it.
I wouldn't say anti. I can understand why. I can understand the perks of it. I can understand why people might need a coffee. My taste buds haven't matured to that level of sophistication. A bit like yourself in the Panama hat. Left alone. Good decision by Emilio Gay. Just indicates that one's just come back in slightly towards him. He's on 42 now.
So 2 balls ago, there were 4 slips. De Lange bowled a short wide ball and got smashed for 4. There are now 3 slips. That's just not good captaincy.
Yeah. You can't set a field to a bad ball, can you, at the end of the day?
I just don't understand that.
You'd back Marchant to get back on the money, wouldn't you? And it's also not like a 4 through the offside actually matters either.
Absolutely. You want the batter to be looking to score.
But as it is, Graham Van Buren sees it differently to us two. He's the man in charge, so he's the important one, and it's his opinion that matters. Last ball of De Lange's 3rd over. And Emilio Gay looks to guide that one through the offside. Dot ball to finish then. 9 runs off it, 79 for 1. Emilio Gay 42, Proctor 16. And 479 runs required.
Just 2 balls that were errant there from Marchant de Lange, both of them harshly dealt with by Emilio Gay. One was slightly too straight and full, and Emilio Gay closed the face on it beautifully through the leg side. Yes, it was aerial for a while, but there was a huge gap that he knew was there, raced away. And then De Lange changed to come around the wicket and bowled a short wide ball, and Emilio Gay smashed it for 4. There were 4 good balls in there, but the 2 were expensive and did lead to a change in the field. But Emilio Gay quite rightly knowing I still have to score. I can't just absorb deliveries. Our cameraman Ben is visiting, or has visited, the game between, he's not here today, not working today, he's watched West Brom against Southampton. That's ended goalless.
Oh, what a rotten bit of luck.
What does it mean? What does it all mean, Dan?
I think it's a playoff semi-final, Rowie.
He was wearing a Southampton shirt yesterday. Probably is again today.
No accounting for taste, is there?
They're the rivals of your neck of the woods, are they? Yeah. You're Portsmouth, right?
I am indeed.
He's Southampton. Oh, that's nicely bowled. A little bit straighter, a little bit slower. Interesting, that was a slightly slower ball, and he kind of ran through after he delivered it, almost to just try to disguise that it was a slower ball. There's more energy in the delivery. Just wider on the crease. Subtle variations all the time from Gohar. He's settling into his work now. He was a little erratic the first dozen balls, but he's where he lives now. Proctor is known for his powers of concentration, and boy, he's going to have to apply those powers of concentration for a lot longer yet if Northampton to get out of this game alive.
So far, so good as well. Yes. Another maiden for Zafar Gohar.
But no silly point for Luke Proctor. He does play softer in defence. That could make that judgment a good judgment. But why not have a man there?
Yeah, there was a man at leg slip, wasn't there?
There
wasn't for Emilio Gay.
That's correct.
Yeah, Luke Proctor very much, quite happy to go back and then turn it off the hip, isn't he? Which could, if misplaced, go straight into the breadbasket of leg slip. But I agree with you. I think there is cool at the moment, whilst Proctor, and Emilio as well, quite happy to just almost dead bat Zafar Gohar. Just surround him for a while.
Get him in there. De Lange's off.
Yeah, 3 overs. It was quite an expensive little spell, wasn't it, for Marchant? And Emilio Gay was quite keen to take him on. Tom Price is going to replace him.
He left the field, De Lange. He's on the boundary edge, wanted to get back on now. I don't know if it was a sort of a bowling change so much as, well, it was a bowling change. It was a different bowler. I think that is the definition of a bowling change. But whether it was tactical or whether Delanga wanted to go after to grab something or have a spray on his bat or whatever it might be, because he's very keen to get back on the field.
Yeah, Bracey up to the stumps as well, which worked for George Bartlett, didn't it, in the first innings? Oh, and that's come back clearly a long way, isn't it, for Tom Price? Emilio Gay's got bat on it and got down the other end, fortunately. Looks very gentle, doesn't it, from Tom Price?
It looks, it clearly isn't. He's a good bowler. It looks innocuous. If anyone's just tuning in, Tom Price is recovering from an injury. So he's still rehabbing. He's able to bowl, but not at full intensity. But he's getting match overs in. And he has got a wicket in this match already, as you say. George Bartlett caught behind.
What is Proctor? 16 off 35. 2 fours in that inning so far for the skipper. Slip and well, Bancroft's almost at third slip there, isn't he? Fourth. It's not quite a gully.
Very close, isn't he?
Proctor plays that nicely through the gap on the leg side. It's only going to be 2, though. Josh Shaw does really well to cover the ground and chase that one down. It's a 50 partnership as well between the captain and his opening batter. Gay 31, Proctor 18.
9 more of those and we've nearly won.
Yeah. Good mathematics.
Wow. Yeah, it's close, wasn't it? But Northampton are scoring quickly. Well over 4 and over.
Yeah, the runs certainly haven't been the issue, have they? Well, certainly aren't the issue. They scored pretty quickly at the start of the first innings as well. Almost looked like a slower ball there from Tom Price, didn't it?
Would you call that an even slower ball?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I used to bowl some of those. They're all slow.
That was flat out for you, though, Phil.
Some were even slower.
Proctor up to it, though. But I felt like it had to have waited an age, wouldn't it, to have got... I quite like it as a bowling change, though. Seam up from the David Capel end, and you've gone from your quickest to your slowest seamer. Are you still paying attention? That's just make sure you're still thinking about it. As you said, you can kind of use these seamers in short, regular bursts, all the while that Zafar Gohar is going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end and not really going to be hit off his mark.
Yeah. I think Ben Charlesworth bowls a bit of seam up as well, I think.
Width on offer.
Might have to look that up.
Proctor tries to guide that through the offside and can't beat the left arm spinner. So a dot ball to finish. 3 runs off the over. 82 for 1. Conversation in the middle between captain and opener. Sussex in a fair bit of trouble, as we said earlier. The other game in Division 2, they lead Glamorgan by 53 now, but they are 186 for 8. And it is raining in Cardiff. They're going to have an inspection at, well, now, by the looks of it, to see what the plan is for the rest of the day. But maybe there is a little bit of weather about. Width on offer. Emilio Gay tries to play that aggressively through the offside.
Yeah, I was right. Ben Charlesworth does bowl a bit of medium pace. He's got a few wickets as well. How many has he got? 13 wickets in his 35 matches. The best of 3 for 25. So he's part-time, but we might see him at some point, I guess.
Nice defence there by Emilio Gay. Miles Hammond in there at silly point.
Yeah, that makes sense. The leg slip out for Gay into silly point, that does make sense. That's good.
Comes at the ball quite hard, doesn't he? As he did there, just drove it through the covers. well fielded by Ajit Singh Dale. For a while there, I think Miles Hammond was a bit fearful.
Yeah, he. What you got to do there is stay facing the batter, but jump. All of your padding is on the front of your body, so don't turn because you haven't got any padding on the back of your body.
Proctor uses his feet for the first time, gets to the spin, plays it nicely down to mid-on for a single. Rotate the strike. I do find weather forecasts quite perplexing because I've just looked at it for Northampton and it does say dry tomorrow, but it also says there's a shower today. It says there's 50% chance of rain now on Sunday.
Seriously?
And then you look at it and you go for a minute cast, which is part of it.
All right.
And it turns around and says there's no rain for 2 hours, so I haven't got a clue as to what's going on.
I'm going to ask the guru. The guru is rain today. No rain expected in the next hour. It also gives you a satellite picture. Oof. Yeah, I know. Let's have a look at that in a sec.
Nicely played by Emilio Gay.
So, yeah, there is a little bit of rain in Cardiff. It's just that's going north. The wind is going sort of due north, so they'll be back on pretty soon, I would imagine. There was a dark cloud that's gone across Cardiff, but there are no clouds anywhere, rain clouds anywhere near Northampton.
No, good news. Good news, because the game of cricket has been good.
The fields are green, the skies are blue.
Something about a river Nene? Have I got the pronunciation wrong?
Well, I think there are two schools of thought.
Oh.
Well, that's fine. There are two.
Okay, cool.
You're in one.
Yeah, all right.
You're not in a third. You haven't made your own.
Good news. I'm not that
You
creative.
haven't said Nenny or anything.
No.
The fields are green, the skies are blue. The river Nen or Nene.
Okay.
Depends on which side of it I think you come from. But
Right.
I'm in Nen. It goes winding through.
Marchant's back. Clearly just a holding over, wasn't it, from Tom Price as Marchant went off the field for a bit of TLC maybe.
Not a Michael holding over there, was it?
Pardon?
There wasn't a Michael holding over.
No, it wasn't. No, sorry, that took me a little while.
You've heard of him, right?
I have actually, yeah. He was quite a good cricket bowler, wasn't he, Michael Holding?
Well bowling. Whispering Death.
Great nickname. What a nickname. The best nicknames come from those that are given to you by your peers as well, aren't they?
There's nothing whispering about DeLange as he approaches the crease. Michael Holding Whispering Death so cool because, well, the death bit's obvious. The whispering bit was because you couldn't hear him come into the crease because he was such a beautiful top of the ground athlete, runner. He was a 400-meter runner as a youth. Very good one, apparently. DeLange, not so much.
No, the thigh-slapping DeLange.
What would he be if Holding's Whispering Death?
If I was batting, I think it'd be called impending death, I think.
I like that. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be better than noisy death, hasn't it? Come on, we've got to do better than that, Phil.
Yeah.
What have we got?
Have a thought. We've got time. 22 overs remain in the day. 22 and a half, in fact. 84 for one, the score. It'll be interesting to see how Graham Van Buren uses his bowlers. Nicely played again. I know it was only a relatively short innings when in terms of county championship cricket, but we never saw Josh Shaw again, did we? After the new ball,
no.
For Gloucestershire, Ajit Singh Dale came back for another spell. Marchant obviously came back for a few. Zafar Gohar bowled plenty, but we didn't see Josh Shaw again.
I wonder if I mean, it'd be interesting. That's a really good observation, and there's something in that. And I'm just wondering what did they think the ball stopped swinging? The other bowlers bowled well, right? So that's the first thing. But I thought Shaw was bowling pretty well as well. They probably thought it's more nippy than it is swingy.
Yeah,
that's not to say Josh Shaw can't nip the ball because he obviously can. But yeah, it was slightly surprising.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, I have to say. But it worked. They got what they did exactly what they needed. They got their rewards, didn't they?
They certainly did.
left well alone by Luke Proctor, through to James Bracey. End of the over. Dot ball, maiden for Marchant. Delanga, 84 for 1. 21 overs in this innings have been bowled.
I was on a coaching course many years ago, and there are a few great characters on that. And the guy who went on to become the Gloucestershire coach, Richard Dawson, who formerly played here, actually, Yorkshireman, played for England, formerly played for Northampton, ended up coaching Gloucestershire. You know, coaches in the pathway set up with the ECB. And Richard Dawson's view about bowling was you bowl every ball at the stumps. Why would you not bowl every ball at the stumps? I remember a very long, heated but friendly conversation he had with Richard Johnson and Martin Bicknell, who got a few wickets between them, those two. And they were talking about channel and corridor and fifth stump and so on. And Dawes was just, yeah. But why wouldn't you bowl every ball at the stump? It was funny. But Gloucestershire are bowling. The reason it sprung to mind is that Gloucestershire, after the first 6 overs of their first innings, have pretty much targeted the stumps, and it has been very effective. And Richard Dawson will be very happy to see it, I'm sure.
Yeah, they got a lot of success from it.
On the vague off chance that he might be listening, I hope you're well, Dawson. He got a nasty blow in the nets with a cricket ball a few years ago, which saw him out of the game for a while. He's obviously now back in the game. I hope you're well. I hope all's well with you. Good fun, good character, great coach. A little bit lower arm there. He sort of jumps out at the crease occasionally, lowers his arm, undercuts a little bit, looking to skid it on, perhaps.
Famous last words, but it doesn't look like it's turning as much.
Jesus.
And I don't know whether that is because we've got the taller Emilio Gay at the crease.
I agree. It doesn't. I agree, and I don't know. I don't know why that is. I think it will turn because it has. So it doesn't really stop turning, but it has turned less.
Yeah.
And when it has turned, it's turned less as well, less frequently and less distance when it has turned. I don't know if he's bowled a little bit flatter.
Yeah.
Zafar Gohar looks a bit like that. It was interesting, talking about is he bowling a bit flat? When Emilio Gay chassed down the wicket and picked him up over mid-on, and we mentioned at the time the bowler applauded. That was telling me something, that although he was trying to say, "Oh yeah, well done, mate," he didn't like that. And that it gave something away, didn't it?
We spoke, didn't we, about Marchant, and Rob Keogh was kind of saying, well, if you played a nice shot, he'd applaud genuinely. And you commented on one in particular, one moment, but that certainly wasn't a genuine round of applause, was it? That was a very kind of, sarcastic round of applause to Emilio Gay, as if he picked up 4, but he certainly was less than impressed by the Northants opener. He's currently on 45.
He will, I've said it before, he will absolutely be loving this challenge, Emilio Gay, because he's on the ropes. He loves his boxing, by the way. So I use that terminology. He's on the ropes.
Yeah.
He's well behind on points. He's taking a few blows.
It's left alone.
But he's in the fight. He's in the fight.
Not really carried through to Bracey, that one, did it? He did well to pick that up on the second volley, on the half volley, so to speak. Can we spoke then just a little bit about, why is there not another fielder under the lid? And why is there not... Can you go, when you've got such a big total, is it possible to go too far?
Yes.
The other way?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? I noticed that there are, when Proctor's on strike to Delang, there are 4 slips. Yeah. And when Emilio Gay is, there are only 3. So they're trying to bottle him up a little bit whilst still attacking. And I guess there's a balance. There's always a balance, isn't there?
And I guess that's kind of a difference in personality. I was going to use the word ego, but I think that's a bit unkind. But Emilio is going to want to score. Mm-hmm. And therefore, I guess if you take away an easy drop into the offside, as you said, you bottle him up and that frustration goes. Yeah. You play on the ego a little bit. Whereas Proctor, on the other hand, quite happy to absorb the pressure, possibly not going to look at that drop into the offside. And
we saw that in the first innings with Ricardo Vasconcelos. he was going at a rate of knots, wasn't he? He was seeing the ball well, hitting the ball well. That's a lovely cricket shot, moving well. And he got kind of drawn into a firm-footed push into the offside. So Emilio Gay wants to score. If he's just hit a fielder with a beautiful drive, if he hits cover with another drive, does that mean the next one that he might just push out that's not quite drive length? Well, maybe. And that's batsmanship.
Yep.
You know, that's part of batting at this level is batsmanship. They obviously think if we bottle him up, he might just have a little nibble at one or a drive at one that's not quite there. That's fair tactics.
Yeah. Left alone as it just shapes back past the stumps towards James Bracey, takes that down low to his right.
What I wasn't at all sure of was the mid-wicket when they had 3 men saving one on the leg side. And they had at that stage there were 2 slips, weren't there? 7 defensive fielders and 2 attacking fielders. That was not right. It didn't last for long, but it was there briefly.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think the heavy roller so far has done quite a good job on this Montage Road pitch as well. And there, left alone by Emilio Gay. Dot ball to end the 23rd over. 85 for 1. Emilio 45. Luke Proctor 19.
When Delanga bowled that great spell, particularly at Saif Sayib, he was a stump straighter, wasn't he? He was challenging off stump and fourth stump all the time. He had to play. And Emilio Gay's just been half a stump wider, really, and Emilio Gay's been able to leave him. Emilio, so far, is certainly winning this contest against Marchand de Lang. It's going to be a change of bowling.
It is going to be a change
It's
of
going to
bowling.
be Miles Hammond, is it? To bowl a bit of off spin.
It isn't.
It's
Ollie Price.
Ollie Price, who looks like he's going to bowl a bit of off spin potentially. Or is he bowling slow left arm? I don't know what Ollie Price bowls. About to find out. So it must be off spin because he's pushing that man behind square on the offside. So a bit of off spin.
Yeah.
Quite a lot taller, Ollie Price, than Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, 11 wickets in 28 first-class matches. Average of 85.
That's interesting. I mean, that you said only recently that you thought Gohar was spinning the ball less. And the captain has obviously realised that, yes, he's spinning the ball less, and let's have a look at a bit of off-spin. The issue for the off-spinner is that his line is going to be inside the line of the rough. If he pitches the ball in the rough, it would not be of any interest to Luke Proctor, or shouldn't be. But it's a change of angle. I quite like that. It's a different look. They've got plenty of time, as you said, down to have a look at different options, unusual options.
Shuffle the pack, so to speak, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well fielded. Under the lid at short leg. For a moment there, I possibly would have been thinking Proctor would have caught hold of that one a bit better. I think that's Bancroft, isn't it? Under the lid at short leg.
It's a good effort, isn't it, from your overseas?
Fresh off 100. Get yourself under the lid at short leg.
He's a keeper, isn't he, as well? So he's probably used to those close positions, gets into good athletic positions, good hands, nimble mover. Nonetheless, you don't see too many overseas at short leg, particularly to a guy who's averaging 85 with the ball.
Full, almost Yorker length by Tom Price. It's quite amazing, and I struggle massively when I come out from behind the stumps to when you've spent kind of a summer there or years there, so to speak, and you line yourself up that way. And even if you find yourself at first slip, everything just feels so different. Mm-hmm. Short ball has possibly gone through Bancroft. Proctor's going to look for a couple. He's going to get a couple of runs.
I'm pleased to say, from a Northamptonshire perspective, the sun has broken through again. Although it's obviously late afternoon. not late evening, late afternoon sun in terms of the heat. It does make batting easier. The cloud cover at Northampton makes a huge difference to the amount the ball moves.
Yeah, it's been at best a hazy day, isn't it? And there's been a bit of haze about over the last couple of days as well. But you can see those shadows are pretty proud, aren't they, off the feet of Delanga there at the end of his run.
Mm-hmm.
3 slips in place for Emilio Gay. Drops that one in the offside, trying to get it square, but can't get it past Miles Hammond. There was, at the end of the over there, I don't know whether you spotted it, Ro, but Zafar Gohar was at the bowling crease from the Lynn Wilson centre end, almost kind of practicing a high release point, if that makes sense. It was kind of on his tiptoes, trying to gesticulate like the ball, the fingers coming over the ball. Well, I don't know whether he kind of isn't feeling as comfortable as what he had been, or
I thought he'd bowled a bit flatter. Yeah, we talked about that, and that would suggest that he's coming around the side of the ball rather than over the top of the ball. There'll be a reason why he's not still bowling. And we did talk about, is he bowling a bit flatter? There's definitely when I thought he deliberately undercut, maybe he just got his arm in the wrong slot, but he wasn't getting over the top of the ball and getting drop into that area, into that dangerous rough area. He just didn't hit it frequently enough. So maybe he's not feeling quite that the ball's coming out as well as it might do.
Yeah.
Short ball.
Well played. Emilio Gay's done well to get underneath it. And for a while there, Marchand's follow through wasn't as long, but he's just got a short ball that hasn't quite bounced as much as maybe what they'd have thought. Emilio's got underneath it well, and it's a few extra long strides, isn't there, at the end of the big fast bowler's follow through.
He covers some ground, doesn't he?
He really does.
He's a big fellow. He covers some ground without moving anywhere.
There's only 4 strides for him from short ball, cut away well by Emilio Gay. That's going to be 4. Diving attempt at backward point, can't get it, and the score ticks into the 90s. 91 for 1.
Good bumper. It's all about the follow-up. The follow-up was a poor delivery, short and wide, and got what it deserved. He hasn't bowled many poor deliveries for a guy who's pushing 85 miles an hour thereabouts. He's not bowled many poor deliveries in this match at all. That was one of them. And Emilio Gay will be happy to get that through for a boundary. He's been in the 40s a little while. He's now on 49. Got a golden duck in the first innings. He'll be happy to have got started. He'll only regard this as a start.
Yeah, as he should do. There's a lot of work, isn't there? It's, without stating the obvious, left to be done here at Wantage Road.
I don't know what happened there with Delang. Did you see where he finished that delivery? On the other side of the pitch, he apologised immediately to the umpire for running down the wicket.
He's taken a tumble quite a few times.
He has.
And I wonder whether there, instead of taking the tumble, he managed to gather his bearings enough, but ended up, as you say, maybe just taking a step across the full toss. Misses his length, which Emilio Gay will be frustrated that he's missed out on there, won't he? Dot ball to end the over. 25 done. 91 for 1. Emilio Gay 49. Proctor 21.
Delang's such a nice fella, known to be such a nice fella, such a genuine guy. I think trying to stay upright ended up having to jump across the wicket and ended up on the leg side of the wicket. It was quite remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And immediately apologised to the umpire. He's obviously aware that he'd been running down the wicket. In order to end up on the leg side, he must have done.
Yeah.
And I think that got him out of trouble, because I think had he not done that, and Neil Bainton had a look at where he'd run, you could see other umpires saying, well, actually, that's the first warning.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be really hard to convince yourself that's premeditated.
No, it wasn't. Not at all.
But
absolutely not at all. No.
Laws are laws at the end of the day, aren't they?
I think it would have been harsh though, because to be honest, it would have been harsh to get a warning for that. But I've seen it done. And had it been a less amiable, a less genuine, maybe cricketer,
maybe going back to that comment about an over appealer, for example.
Exactly that. Exactly. Yeah.
No, interesting. Well, that's an interesting bit of cricket, that, wasn't it? That was a bit of a rank one from Ollie Price, which Proctor didn't quite possess the Karen Nair kind of kayak sweep down through fine leg. That was half an appeal for OEW, but wasn't much going for it. That's what I've kind of settled on. I like to call it the kayak sweep.
Oh, okay.
Kind of a bit of an oar, isn't it, into the water?
Yeah. Oh, well, let's go for that.
It's like when you discover a new star, isn't it? You get to name it. Call it whatever you want. Short ball pulled away by Proctor. Fielders are going to give chase. They're going to have quite a long chase out there as it has sped up. They are going to win. So it's not going to go all the way. Proctor's going to come back for a third. Yeah, Zafagoha was 7 overs in that, 6 overs in that spell, because one of which was bowled before the tea break. But you can already see it's just a slight loss of control that Ollie Price offers in comparison to Zafagoha, which you would expect. Oh my word, that's well. Let's have another look at that one then. That's clattered into Bancroft's shin pads, isn't it? And flown back to the stumps where Emilio Gay is overbalanced, looking for the single.
Oh, he's in.
That is close, isn't it?
He's in. He's in.
No, he is, but it is close.
Yes, it is close. Sorry, yes, it is close. Yeah.
Bracey there does really well to gather that. Pretty much takes middle stump out the ground. It is in his excitement and his desire to run Emilio Gay out.
That would have been a horrible, horrible way to go, wouldn't it?
It really would. And certainly not what you need when you've got 464 left on the board, or several hours, which is more likely, isn't it?
There seems to be a much better timed lap of the ground from the Northampton coaching staff, having got stuck halfway when the tea break arrived, just before tea, obviously.
Oh yeah.
There's now another lap being taken. So this is good for Northampton. So there's 26 overs being bowled in this innings to date. They're 94, Northamptonshire 94 for 1. The bit after the 4 is going to be the more relevant number, really, as this innings progresses. It's currently 4-1. If it stays for 1, when the players walk off at the end of the day's play, Northamptonshire will think they've done very, very well. And they will have done very, very well. This partnership is good. This partnership is worth 63. Luke Proctor, who's going to face the returning Ajit Singh Dale, he's on 24, the captain. Emilio Gay is on 49. Singh Dale has bowled very well in this game. He's got the only wicket to fall so far, in this innings, that of Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW. He was bowling from the Lynn Wilson end around the wicket, struck him in front. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 23. Bowled with good pace, good control, good hostility, targeting the stumps. And started well, as one would expect. He really has bowled very well. I think this guy's a good bowler.
Yeah, he's been good to watch. They've been short spells, haven't they? What was Marchant's there? 5 overs, wasn't it? With one before tea?
Yes. Yes.
Well, no, because there was an over of Tom Price in the middle as well, wasn't there?
That's right. Yeah. I'm just having a look to see if they're back on at Glamorgan, and the answer is no. Round the wicket, Singdale again, bang on line. That ball, without the batsman there, clatters into mid and leg stump. The batsman, thankfully, is there. Plays it so comfortably. He has so much time, Luke Proctor. So much time. I'd never see Luke Proctor hurried. Only getting to the bar. That's the only time I've ever seen him hurried. He'd be welcome at the bar if Northampton get out of this game with a draw.
Yeah, there could be a few waiting for him, couldn't there?
I don't think I've seen John Sadler do a lap of the ground before. Have you witnessed that?
Yeah, I'm sure I have. He got halfway around the other day, didn't he, when he came up to see us?
He did. That was a little brief visit, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know which way around he went to get back, but
it's a very good point. Sometimes nice to get away from everyone when you're coaching. The chatter, the clatter, the noise. It's nicely bowled again from Singdale. It's not offering a lot of movement so far. It's a good deal of airspeed in that delivery, but it's running straight on to the dead bat of Luke Proctor, who's just dead batting it back down the wicket. Still, in all of the cricket today, the guy who's got the ball to move more than any other has been Ben Sanderson. And actually, there's been very few balls, extremely few balls that have swung, and very few balls that have deviated off the straight. There's been one or two, but not very many at all. Another slip has gone in. Mid-wicket has come out into slip. So there are 3 slips, 3 men on the offside, point, cover, and mid-off. A mid-on, square leg, and a long leg. And a repeat, really. It's you are watching different balls. We haven't got it on a time loop. This is 5 different balls that Singdale has bowled, but so consistent has he been that they all look pretty similar. And that's the job, plug away, keep asking the same question. If someone plays a great forward defensive against your best ball, ask them to do it again and again and again, and you will get your reward.
Yeah, it's not been the tearaway innings as what it was in Northamptonshire's first, was it? Or has it so far? But as we said, the Northamptonshire batting unit scored a lot of runs so far this year. They're in good form.
Well, they are in good form.
And it hasn't all fallen at the feet of one batter either.
It's been shared out, hasn't it?
Everybody's contributed. Everybody's gone past milestones. And they are going to have to work harder second time around, Gloucestershire, in order to be successful here at Wantage Road. Not to say they didn't work hard in the first one, but
John will know his team, and but he will find out a lot about where they are mentally right now in terms of how deep they're going to dig. Now, it takes 10 balls, right, to bowl this team out, and they can get 10 good deliveries and be out for 130.
Yep.
It's unlikely from 95 for 1, but you take the point. But the way they go about the work, the way they go about trying to get through to the close of play tomorrow will tell him a lot about where they are mentally. That's nicely bowled from Ollie Price. Gets up and over the front leg nicely. It's been pretty consistent so far. Luke Proctor attempts to sweep that ball. He succeeds in sweeping that ball. There was a hands-on head moment there from Ollie Price. I don't quite know why, because had Luke Proctor missed that ball, the ball was going well down the leg side. You would have thought he swept it off middle and off stump. I don't think that was the case. I think it was going down. First time Luke Proctor swept, I think, in this innings.
It is, yeah. It's a really interesting path to delivery for Ollie Price as well. He kind of starts wider, angles in and almost brushes the umpire's shoulder on the way past before then taking a step back out to the offside again.
Yeah.
And then releasing the ball, targeting in towards the stumps.
That's 50 for Emilio Gay, a very nicely played 50, coming into this innings off the back of a first baller in the first innings. 82 balls, 7 fours, and boy, he's played well. He has played well.
Yeah,
and he needs to continue to play well if Northants are to survive and get out of this game with a draw. But well done. Emilio gets a nice bounce back. It's a little bit flatter from Ollie Price. Just gripped a wee bit, that one. He's been generally trying to bowl the ball to land on about middle and off. That one was more off stump, and it just gripped a wee bit, offered him a little bit of turn. Very slow, though. As he finishes this over with one that does turn again. It's a little bit quicker, that one. And it's turned from 5th stump to 6th stump. But there's no way that Luke Proctor is going to have anything to do with that ball. Doesn't need to. Good judgment, lets it go through. So Northampton 97 for 1, approaching 3 figures. That still means they trailed by 460 runs. But it's the 97 for 1 that's the key statistic.
Yeah, it's been good so far, hasn't it? As you said, Emilio has looked good for 50 so far. There was that one on or off drive that went straight back at Ajit Singh Dale, and there was then the one I think that Zafar Gohar just almost tipped over the bar.
Yeah,
but they were a long time ago now in the context of this innings. 82 balls ago for the first one.
That's a flashing cover drive from Emilio Gay for an over-pitch ball. It was half stopped by Zafar Gohar at cover. Got a good hand on that. It was a good effort. Was hit pretty hard. He's going to get congratulations from his colleague at point to say, well done, young man. It was well done.
Yeah, he did well to get across because Emilio hit that pretty hard, didn't he? Full toss, I think, in the end by Ajit Singh Dale.
Tucked into, wasn't it? He hit it beautifully. He's on 52.99 for Northants. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Nicely played as well. In total control. Emilio Gay just tapping down the pitch there, and what he's doing as well, he's indicating to Neil Bainton that the bowler came right down the middle of the wicket to field that ball. It's just reminding Neil, in case he's just having a little bit of a rest, that maybe Neil might have just mentioned that to the bowler. Emilio will not miss a trick. Everything is a contest for him. Continuing to run in hard, continuing to try and hit the stumps. Ajit Singh Dale finds the inside half of Emilio Gay's bat, drops that one into the leg side. They easily jog through for the single that brings up 100 for Northamptonshire in the 29th over. The partnership moves to 69. I said earlier, we know through conversations and through observation how these two bat very well together. They're a good pair for each other. In particular, the captain's had a good influence on Emilio Gay. He's learning a lot from him all the time.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact day it was, but the innings of 269 for Emilio Gay, I spoke to him at the end of one of the day's play, and he was so complimentary about Luke Proctor. Luke Proctor, I think, scored 60 odd that day. It was another one that obviously looked really good and couldn't go on. He was frustrated when he got out, but Emilio couldn't speak high enough of his captain, and the maturity, the calming influence, the joy, just really enjoyed batting with him.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice attacking drive shot through the covers. He's timed that beautifully. Not known for his driving, Luke Proctor. Tucked into that one very nicely. Timed it beautifully. Raced away for 4 through the covers. That takes him on to 30. And if Luke Proctor's driving the ball, he is feeling very, very confident there. He will only drive, Luke Proctor, when he feels very, very in. It was a rare lack of direction, a rare loose ball from Ajit Singh Dale. He's been on off stump so frequently. That one was offered a little bit of width, and it was harshly treated by Luke Proctor. This one he overcorrects. The bowler just getting a little bit too straight on middle and leg, and as he's done all of his career, Luke Proctor will add 1 to his total as he knocks it onto the leg side, keeps the strike. He's on 31. His partner Emilio Gay is on 53. The partnership progresses to 74, 105 for 1. There's going to be a conversation between Cameron Bancroft, Graham Van Buren, and Ollie Price about lines, about lengths, speeds. Graham Van Buren continuing that conversation. He's more than a useful spinner himself, Graham Van Buren, left armour. He's got some knowledge and thought and experience to impart, as well as obviously the captaincy. 1 has been shown, the finger of 1 shown to Zafar Gohar. that suggests to me that Ollie Price has got one more over, and then we'll see Zafar Gohar from this end. I would think. All of that said, there was a stifled appeal that you may have heard there for LBW. It got a lot of bat on it, did Luke Proctor, but it was pretty straight. He's looking to work the ball into the leg side. He missed one in the first innings and was out LBW. Well fielded at short leg there by Cameron Bancroft. So although he's a part-time bowler, Ollie Price, he's obviously a useful bowler, and it's very important that Luke Proctor stays focused and continues to concentrate. As he pushes that ball into the offside, there's a call of 2. He's timed it well, so the fielder has to take a defensive line parallel to the boundary rope. He can't come in off the rope because the ball had too much pace. It would have beaten him if he'd tried to intercept it. It's nicely played by Luke Proctor, playing, I hope I don't put the mockers on him, playing nicely both sides of the wicket. A couple of nice drives in the last couple of overs from him. Ollie Price straightens his lineup. There's some oohs and ahs, but really just window dressing. It's a pretty comfortable defensive block from Proctor. Floatier delivery, this one from Price, again just blocked. So it looks like this is going to be the last ball probably from Ollie Price. He's bowled 3 overs and 5 balls, 0 for 9. He's bowled tidily. Hasn't created anything particularly. That ball just drifting down the leg side is turned further behind square for a single to Luke Proctor. And Zafar Gohar comes to the crease. He's just looking down the wicket. He is likely, I think, based on the conversation I saw with the captain, he's likely to replace Ollie Price at this Lynn Wilson end for the next over. We'll see if that does come to pass. Continuing from the David Capel end for now will be Ajit Singh Dale. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 32. It's been a little bit expensive, but for 32 is kind of irrelevant. It's the wickets column that's of interest. He's bowled, as he did in the first innings, throughout the first innings, with a lot of hostility. Really attacks the crease. He's bowled with good airspeed. Hasn't really managed to find a lot of lateral movement, if any, so far. But it only takes one, doesn't it? He's targeting the stumps. He's coming round the wicket. He's looking to get the ball to run back into the left-hander, miss the inside edge and hit one of the left-handers. This one facing will be Proctor, hit him on the pad. And so far, the 2 left-handers from Northampton have been up to the task of denying him that.
Nice little win as well for Northampton when you look at the field out the window. Slip cordon just starting to spread, isn't it? That's a big appeal for a delivery that was sliding down the leg side.
Do you know the wicket has gone very flat, hasn't it? And oh, that's close. James Bracey was on his way down there. I don't know how much further the ball had. It hit Luke Proctor in front of the stumps. That's kind of not really that relevant. It's where it's going to go on to. And from round the wicket, if it hits Luke Proctor in front of middle and leg, it's probably going to slide on down the leg side. Seen them given, but I think a benefit of the doubt, quite rightly going to the batter there. It just strikes me the cloud has come over, but the pitch has changed colour considerably in the 3 days so far.
Yeah,
there's no tinge of green about it now.
It's certainly got drier as well, hasn't it?
I think that grass has died off a bit, hasn't it? And
you remember, sorry.
No, go.
Do you remember day one when we looked out the window here down towards the end that Ajit Singh Dale is bowling from now, the David Capel end? But there were some really, really pronounced footmarks, weren't there?
Yes, there were, yeah.
Really pronounced. Like you could see the moisture underneath the wicket. And they have, well, essentially disappeared now. It's not really a footmark on the pitch, is there? Okay, it's a bit dusty down at the batter's end, as you'd expect, but
no, that's quite right. So, yeah, favourable batting conditions, and Gloucestershire will be very, very happy that they pulled out when they did. They didn't hang around. They've given themselves every opportunity. They'll have a lot of overs with whether it's the second new ball when they decide to take that. This one's only 30 overs old, so we're some way off that. But they will have a lot of overs to bowl with the second new ball when that becomes available, should that be needed. But yeah, the wicket has changed colour. Luke Proctor's just holding up proceedings for the moment.
It's had the heavy roller on it 3 times as well.
Singdale, no lack of effort, that's for sure. Oh, he's whipped away, square of the wicket, straight to the man on the boundary, so he'll only get 1 for it. Played that very square, Luke Proctor.
He did. He did indeed. It's a big part of his game, isn't it? Just kind of triggers across and quite happy to work anybody really onto the offside. Doesn't discriminate whether they bowl seam up or spin. That's his get out, isn't it? I think that's his kind of, it's my easy one, so to speak.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's his comfortable one. I'm surprised that we've not seen more Yorkers bowled to Emilio, given that that was his mode of dismissal in the first innings. That one was quite full. I don't know whether it was an attempted Yorker. I suspect it wasn't. It ended up as a decent length ball. Another day may have driven that ball. Cameron Bancroft is coming out of his position. That was 4th slip, and he is going to field at very straight, catching short mid on. There's another guy coming in at short mid wicket. That's a very significant change in the field in 1 ball for the last ball of the over. It's almost like a reverse swing field now, 1 slip. And that ball was, I think, turned over and looked to swing away from the left-hander. It was back of a length and nicely defended.
I really enjoy that from Cameron Bancroft and Van Buren. Just last ball of the over. Maybe doesn't mean anything in the context of the game, but taking a bit of time out, isn't it? Emilio, the rhythm that he's got between deliveries, just has to slow down a touch. He's going to have watched Cam Bancroft walk kind of through and around him and past him and gotten his eye line at silly mid on or short mid on, whatever you want to call it. And it might not, it might genuinely have not meant anything other than okay, just have a look at something else.
Absolutely.
I think as Zafar Gohar comes back, I think it's a really underrated tactic of a captain. So similar to what you just said about a Yorker in 4-day cricket. It's a good delivery. A good Yorker is a good delivery, whatever colour the ball is, whoever you're playing against. And for my money, you don't see it enough in 4-day cricket.
No, you don't. I agree.
Or 5-day cricket.
Absolutely agree. I'd be happy not to see it anymore today. Or what I have seen today is Zafar Gohar's first ball back, replacing Ollie Price from the Lynn Wilson end, has bounced. It didn't really turn. It bounced significantly and beat Luke Proctor on the outside edge. They're between innings at Cardiff. They've got back on, and Sussex have been bowled out. And Glamorgan need 56 runs to win. So that's a good start to the returning, or by the returning Zafar Gohar. My son thinks the LBW was out, he's told me.
Is he a bowler?
Yeah, I think he's an all-rounder.
Okay.
I'm not sure where he saw it. Might have seen it on his phone, perhaps. Yeah, and again, we talked about Zafar Gohar's action, and you spotted him kind of rehearsing and doing some shadow bowling. He's just pulling away. His follow through is more off the wicket, suggests that his body weight is going away from the target, which would drop your arm generally, undercut the ball. We saw him rehearsing getting over the top of the ball. That's better. Yeah, he gets a clap from the wicketkeeper, James Bracey. He will be aware of that. He'll have watched him bowl a lot of deliveries. He'll be aware that is more, that's more you, over the top.
Yeah.
Drive up and over. Stay upright on the front side. Shoulders working more vertically than horizontally. Although that one, again, he's pulled away. See where he's finished there, Dan?
Yeah.
Finishes well off the cut strip. The previous ball finished well inside the cut strip.
You did say, didn't you, at the start of the innings that it's a different mindset required when you're going out there and the team are looking at you to win the game of cricket?
Absolutely. Graham Van Buren, the captain, walks in with the ball. He's looking at the ball. He's suggesting that he wants the umpires to do something about changing the ball. And almost before he had looked at the ball, Martin Saggers was walking towards his partner, which suggested that they were going to do something about it. That was interesting. And they are going to do something about it.
Yeah, obviously a bit of damage on there, isn't there? Because they've not tried to put it through either of the gauges. It's clearly a very visual damage, a cut maybe on one side of the board. Can't quite think where that would have come from.
With the previous board, Graham Van Buren is fielding at sort of straightish mid-wicket. Yeah, who knows? But it was, it was clearly something wrong with the ball, wasn't it? And it didn't need an opinion. It was just, this is a problem.
Yeah.
And a problem that can't be corrected. So it's not a bit of stitching that's come loose and can be cut off, or a flap of leather that can be cut off. There's more to it than that. The 12th man for Northants has been summoned and eventually has responded to the captain's waving. That's frustrating sometimes when you see players waving to the 12th man and they don't get out there, but he's out there now. Can you spot who that is?
No.
No, I can't.
Is the short answer.
Bought a drink out for the captain and for his partner. And a well-earned drink, because their partnership has now reached 80. The one loss, Vasconcelos. One thought at that stage, oh, crikey. Does that mean we're going to lose a few before the close? Well, there's still 11.1 overs to go before the close. But Nelson is up. I hadn't realised that. I'm glad I looked at the board. Nelson is up 111 for 1. So I'm going to make sure that my feet are off the floor, because that will influence what happens on the field. It's not just superstition. It's a direct link between where my feet are and what happens, obviously. So the ball has been changed. I would always want to have a look at that. Particularly if I'm the captain, I'm out there batting, but I would anyway, because I want to see what sort of ball they've been given.
Yeah.
But the Gloucestershire looked pretty happy with it. There was obviously something wrong with it, needed change. It has been changed, and we can crack on. There's only one ball left of this over. What you don't want is for this ball to turn and spit and bounce, because then it puts all manner of thoughts into the batter's head. My feet are off the floor, and will remain there until Northampton get off Nelson. Let's hope that happens pretty quickly. That ball has turned, but it's one of the few deliveries, I think, that has landed in that area.
Yep.
The area of rough, because previously in his 8 overs now, he's bowled Zafar Gohar. He's bowled a little straighter and a little shorter than he did in the first innings. He's just, to put it another way, he's not hit that danger area, that rough area, frequently enough. That led to him being taken off. We saw a change of bowling at this end. Ollie Price came on, the off spinner. He bowled 4 overs, gave Zafar Gohar time to think about his work and maybe try and work out what he needed to do differently. He started with a decent over on return. Yeah,
as I said, he possibly can't afford to go as full into those foot marks, can he? Whilst Proctor and Gay are out there, they are taller. Maybe that is too full for those guys.
I'm just thinking about the dismissal of. Oh wow! Dismissal was one turn through the gate, wasn't it? I don't think it was Ben Charles. Who was it who was bowled through? It might have been Ben Charles was bowled through the gate by Patterson White. I think it was Ben Charles was one that he's quite a tall guy. He got it up there. It's about getting over the top of the ball, really. I think you've got to get the ball dropping so that encourages the drive. And in order to encourage it, you've got to get over the top of the ball so it drops and lands shorter than the batter has imagined that it would do. That's nicely played through the vacant third man area by Emilio Gay. Takes him up to 57. It was shorter and wider than was intended by Ajit Singh Dale. He's bowled very well. That wasn't one of his better deliveries. Emilio Gay got enough read on the ball to say, okay, I can run this one down pretty safely. Yeah.
You can put your feet on the floor now as well, if you want to.
I do. Thanks.
You're welcome.
There we go. Oh, that's better.
Much more comfortable.
115 for 1. 84, this partnership. I wonder at what point Graham Van Buren starts to think, well, how am I going to get one of these out? I need to do something funky. He's only bowled 32. He's got a lot of options and a lot of good options. I'd like to see Josh Shaw bowl as well. I think he might replace Singdale shortly. We shall see.
If Zafar Gohar is to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end for the rest of the day, 443 runs on the board, just surround the bat. 5 overs, first slip, leg slip, short leg, silly point.
And get driven. That would be, if I'm the captain here, I'm saying get driven.
Yeah.
I want you driven. I want you to be driven.
It doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. I can put two fielders out there as well. I've got plenty of fielders here. Just get driven. And he's only been driven once or twice, maybe once or twice, which is not enough in the 48 balls he's bowled. That's a good delivery from Singdale. Targeting middle stump, Emilio Gay up to the task, as he has been. Looked pretty comfortable, really, Emilio Gay. He started a little bit jittery. His movements were a bit big, a bit more pronounced than normal, but he's playing very nicely now. The arrival of the captain, the fact that he's got a start, the arrival of the captain 84 runs ago now, has helped Emilio Gay to really settle into his work. Bit of a pause at the back of his run, so I don't know if there's going to be a different delivery from Singdale. Looked like that one might have been offering to go away from the left-hander. He did bowl some good balls from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, around the wicket to left-handers that left them. I haven't seen the ball go past the outside edge. That one looked like it was shaping away from the left-hander. You could almost see him at the back of his run turning the ball over. There he is, turning the ball over before that last delivery. I like that. He's slotting it nicely into his fingers. He knows exactly where the seam is. And it looks flat out there. It looks very, very flat out there.
It looks good to bat, doesn't it, at the moment?
It does.
I think we back that point up with a partnership of 84 of 164. And the two of them batting nicely. Proctor 35 off 86. Gay 57 off 93. Zafar Gohar at the end of his mark at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Captain Proctor on strike. Have got a short leg. They've got a first slip. They've got Miles Hammond just off the cut strip at a short mid-on. Proctor will take that single on the offside as Zafar Gohar floats it wide of off stump, and Proctor just drops the bat on it, really, didn't he? Takes the easy single. Those two fielders there, the only ones on the offside, one backward point, one at a wide mid-off or a very straight cover. Oof. It's a bit of a loose one, isn't it, from Emilio Gay? Almost falls away from that, I think.
Yeah, he does, trying to create a little bit of room. Keep that bat as upright as you can on that shot. Stay with it. Stay with it. The under edge and the outside edge are in play with the angled bat. We don't want to be. We're not at home to that one. That's a softie.
Lets that one go straight through. That definitely feels quicker, doesn't it, from Zafar?
He's not in rhythm, is he? I mean, that's not to say he can't bowl wicket taking ball being out of rhythm, because he can, but his consistency has not been as it was in the first innings. He looks out of rhythm.
That one's gone straight past, straight on. Can't have missed off stump by much, but Embracey couldn't gather it clean either. Some of those as wicketkeeper, you just expect them to turn and go back, and you think, oh, I look a bit silly now, but that's a nice shot by Emilio Gay through that vacant cover region. That's going to be 4 more. He's going to move to 61. A round of applause from those that are in the ground this evening at Northampton. Still a few, isn't there, in various different pockets of the grounds. Some enjoying the evening sunshine, some in the shade.
Is Wendell in the house? I think he might be.
Yeah,
I see a flag over there. It's quiet though.
He's been here all 3 days. Nice shot again, takes the single down to long on. Good single by Amelia Gay at the end of the over. 34 have been bowled in this innings. The score is 121 for 1. Amelia Gay's on 62. Luke Proctor's on 36. The single means that Amelia Gay keeps the strike. Looks like we're going to have a bowling change from the David Capel end as well. James Bracey is up to the stumps, which will mean that Tom Price will bowl. Just the 1 over so far, which I think was a holding over really for Marchant Delanger to get whatever treatment he needed. Cameron Bancroft in there as the sole slip. Another catcher in at short mid-on. Tom Price is just going to bowl wicket-to-wicket deliveries, isn't he? Wicket-to-wicket deliveries, I think, will be the plan, which is exactly what worked for George Bartlett. Change of pace just takes a little while to adjust to. Did get a bit of extra bounce on that particular delivery, and that's down the leg side. A good take by Bracey. And we all know the best place to appeal for a stumping is at short mid-on. Good take. Smart work by James Bracey to go down the leg side, gather it cleanly, take the bails off. Nearly a fantastic run out off the shin pads of Cameron Bancroft. Probably about an hour ago now. It's nicely played by Leo Gate. As I say, a noticeable change in pace between the outgoing Ajit Singh Dale and the incoming Tom Price. It will just take a little while to adjust, to settle in. And a bit of company as well for Emilio Gay up to the stumps. That's straight on the money. Emilio Gay happy to defend. Change of angle. Tom Price. On its outside edge. It was of interest for a short while. There was a dive. It was wide of the fielder. It slipped. Emilio Gay is going to pick up 3. Get down the other end. That change of angle just caused a little bit of indecision, as you would expect. Good delivery as it's just run across the face of Emilio Gay. Bancroft it is in the cordon. Slip cordon reinforced now. 2 in there. The final ball of the over to Luke Proctor, and Proctor just defends that one on the rise into the leg side. Dot ball to finish the 35th over. 124 for 1. Tom Price 3 runs off his second over. 8 overs remain in the day. 9 wickets required for Gloucestershire. 434 required for Northamptonshire. Zafar Gohar continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The umpire and bowler in discussion about front foots and overstepping. Not sure, or whether the umpire's just taken a remark of the front foot line where it's a bit late in the day now, isn't it? It's quite dusty out there. Dried out quick. That's a very floated delivery from Zafar Gohar, which Emilio Gay, I think, would be pretty disappointed he didn't cash in on that one. A huge gap through the offside, and Zafar Gohar's not offered many, is he? Don't know whether he got a bit of bat on that one. I'm not sure, but
no, I don't know if it ran off the toe of the bat, possibly.
And Zafar Gohar back where Zafar Gohar operates. Emilio Gay up to task so far. First slip is in a...
I can't like that position. Sometimes they go a bit wide at first slip to the spinner. But the right foot is inside the return crease. On or just inside is good. If you go wider than that with your right foot not in line with the return crease, there is a gap that can go between the keeper and first slip. So I like where he is there.
Straight up from Gohar, defended back down the pitch by Emilio Gay. Short leg in place. Short mid wicket as well now, gone a bit squarer. Nice drift on that, isn't there? As Gohar just gets his fingers around the ball, drifts away from Emilio Gay through the air, pitches, bounces, and then turns back into the left-hander. And a dot ball to finish Zafar Gohar's 10th over. 7 remain in the day. 124 for 1. Emilio Gay 65. Luke Proctor 36. The partnership worth 93 as well.
I think it was a better over, actually. There are more balls there or thereabouts, I think. In that, the 10th over from Zafar Gohar, I talked earlier, I think he hasn't quite got the rhythm in his action that he had in the first innings, where he bowled beautifully. It's kind of thing, isn't it, about cricket, about movement, about sport generally. Sometimes you just move well and feel confident and it comes out and it's easy. And other times it just feels like everything's a bit foreign. So he's battling away there with his action. There were signs there that it's coming back to something he recognises. Yeah,
well, he'll get, 3 more goes at it, won't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end before the end of the day, or I can see Marchant Belanga going through a few stretches. Easy single down the ground, which Tom Price is not thrilled with.
So I stepped out for an over, which was obviously Tom Price's returning over, I guess.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And the keeper's been back the whole time?
No, the keeper was up to the stumps for the first over. There was 1 slip in place for Emilio Gay and 2 for Luke Proctor. Now we've obviously got the keeper back and 2 slips for Emilio Gay as well. So Van Buren's tinkering around with the field, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah.
Just doing different things, seeing what might work. I guess the Northants batters would be having a look around and seeing as to who might have moved. And obviously it's going to be fairly noticeable when you haven't got a wicket keeper breathing down your neck up to the stumps. It's played nicely. I wouldn't have said either of these batters look to bat outside of their crease.
No.
Sometimes a wicketkeeper come up to the stumps, then obviously the batter then has to come back into the crease, and then therefore that can upset their triggers, their movement, their balance, etc., and all those other good things. And as I say that, James Bracey's going to go for the helmet and go up to the stumps.
Just between balls there, Luke Proctor walked all the way down to talk to Emilio Gay, and then engaged with one of the fielders on his way back. So there may be a little bit of chat trying to get under Emilio's skin a wee bit. It won't work.
Oh, it might nearly have done that. Emilio Gay's tried to whip that through the leg side, and he's got a massive leading edge on it. So much so, it's gone pretty much all the way down to the boundary, which Bancroft has chased down. And, well, it's an all-run 4 for Emilio Gay. big leading edge through what would have been gully.
You don't see many of those at Northampton or run fours.
No.
It's not a big area. You don't see many of those at all.
No, he judged the pace of it well, didn't he, on the green? Started off quick, just held up as it got down to the business ends. But yeah, maybe there was just a little lapse in concentration. Maybe if there was a word, might have worked. Just looks like the change in pace really for Gloucestershire and Tom Price. There was one from Emilio Gay the over before that went through that region as well.
Uh-huh.
And it must be difficult as well when you've got Ajit Singh Dale finishing a spell bowling at a guess 80.
Yeah, I'd say.
Give or take.
Yeah.
And then you go to a Tom Price and you've probably got a drop off there of, respectfully at the moment, at least 15 miles an hour, I would say.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah. I think that's the swing of that kind of order.
Solid in defence by Emilio Gay. Just wanders off to gather his thoughts. He's not happy with himself, is he?
No, he's not. I think he tried to run that down, and he doesn't like the fact that he tried to run that down. Couldn't see the line of the ball particularly, whether it was a bit wide and he could have left it. Maybe there's something he didn't like about the way that he played it. That's good to see. He's gone and had a chat with himself. Comes back into the arena with a positive thought, I hope. I would expect so.
Yeah, solid in defence to end the over. So 6 left in the day. 37 overs have been bowled in this innings. 129 for 1.
We said earlier that very much earlier, in response to some comments on social media, that actually any team can beat any team in this division, and it's looking that way as Glamorgan, although they have lost a wicket, only require a further 22 to beat Sussex. They've got 9 second innings wickets remaining. So Sussex, who started the day top of the table, are about to lose their first game of the season. They have won 2, they've drawn 2, but that's soon going to be lost 1. And Glamorgan, who were sitting just behind Northamptonshire, will leapfrog with that win.
Yeah, they'll leapfrog a few, won't they?
They will.
Head their way up the table. With only 2 games going on in this round of fixtures as well. Width on offer, which Luke Proctor adjusts to nicely, opens the bat face on it and runs it up towards the heavy sweet. And that's a 100 partnership as well. Just quietly, a 100 partnership between Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor. Emilio Gay now on 69 and Proctor on 39. Round of applause from Phil Rowe in the box. It's important, isn't it? That's a huge statement for Northamptonshire. They lost Vasconcelos early in the piece. Needs to have built this nicely. Still 427 runs behind. It's, again, off the outside half of the bat. Well played by Luke Proctor. 1 into the offside.
There looked to be more overspin on that ball. It bounced a wee bit more than others have done. Looks like he's getting up and over that front leg. Getting the shoulders working well. Not quite got his line as consistent as it has been, but there are signs that he's getting back to what he resembles to be his best.
Defence by Emilio Gay. Talk to me about professional cricket psychology then at the moment. There's 5.5 overs to go before stumps tonight. There's still a lot of runs left. There's still a lot of wickets left to get as well. What would you say from your experience is the mindset of Proctor and Gay to start with, and what then can they take through to further on in this innings, and then with Gloucestershire as well, with 5 overs to go, and what might that say depending on what outcome happens for tomorrow morning?
I mean, I would love it if when the umpire takes the bails off, both batters go, what? Was that? Oh, we're finished.
Yeah.
So that tells you, there's a lot behind that, isn't there? Just take your eyes off the scoreboard, take your eyes off the clock and just play.
Yeah.
So that would be where I'd like the guys to be.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure they can't help but have a glance at the odd clock or two. They're only human, but just play. Don't change anything. if you get a half volley at a minute to 6,
Play it.
hit it for 4. Because if you don't, you might do something daft and half push at it and nick it. So just play. From Gloucestershire's perspective, I think I don't think they've done a lot wrong here, particularly. This is not by any means a criticism, but they have found lateral movement hard to come by.
Yes, yeah.
Therefore, they have targeted the stumps, so they've responded very quickly to that. They've not bowled channel and tried to nip it. They've bowled stumps, and Northampton's been up to it. So it's been a good hard contest. I think the only disappointment from, and I'm loath to say it because things can change quickly, the only real disappointment I think from Gloucestershire will be that, and from Zafagoa, he's not really bowled as well as he did in the first innings.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's mechanical, whether it's psychological, whether this pitch has just flattened out a little bit. We know it's changed colour. Certainly, it was greener yesterday and the day before. But that'll be the only disappointment. I thought the returning Metshon de Lang, he's coming back for a final spell. I thought he bowled pretty. He's just maybe half a stump wider. So they've probably been, I think they bowled maybe 8.5 out of 10 first innings.
Yes,
they've probably been 7.5 out of 10 in this innings, and that's enough. And Northampton batted a lot better.
Yes, yeah, I think that's the huge kind of difference in the state of the game, isn't it? Let's not kind of focus too much on Gloucestershire's bowling. It's been a case of it's almost gone from what was respectfully maybe a 3 or a 4 through to so far getting up towards that 8, I would say, for Northamptonshire.
Absolutely.
Cries of catch it from somewhere in the crowd. I'm not quite sure what game of cricket they were watching, but 3 slips back in place for Gloucestershire and Marchant Dalanga. Change of field as well. He's just bringing Tom Price a bit straighter and in as well on the leg side. That's width on offer and cut away. That's going to be 4 right across the square. Bit of a long up there from Marchant to start. Emilio Gay's not going to miss out on that one. He moves to 74.
Yeah, that's a poor start, isn't it? I said earlier that DeLange's bowled very, very few poor deliveries. Unfortunately, he's just started his latest spell with one. He will be cross with himself there.
Yeah, so much so he's going to have a change of angle as well in response. Slips just take a step wider as well to adjust for that change of angle. Ball is now back in Marchant's hands. Through the leg side. Oh, and it's been picked out.
Oh, no.
Emilio Gay has picked out the one fielder on the leg side. He can't believe it. Marchant Dalanga, did you spot that at the start of the over? He was very, very specific as to where he wanted Tom Price. Tom Price had moved from quite deep on the leg side and behind square. He kept drawing him in and in and in until he finally settled him down exactly there. The bowling change has worked. The change of angle for Marchant has worked. And Emilio Gay, distraught with himself, has got to go for a very well-made 74. Right at the end of the piece on day 3, Gloucestershire have got themselves another one. That's
a blow, because that's sort of, in rugby terms, that's against the head. That's not a got out wicket. That's a pilot error wicket. He didn't get the ball down quickly enough. That's as simple as that. It's a shot that he needs to play. It's a regulation shot. Tuck it off the hip. On a good day, it misses that fielder. He just didn't get the ball down in time. Hit it almost too well. I think it sounded like come off the bottom of the bat, so he didn't time it particularly well. He wasn't looking to hit it there, that's for sure.
Yeah,
and it carried. It was a good low catch in the end by Tom Price. Got his fingers under the ball, but Emilio Gay, disconsolate as he walks off. He's worked very, very hard and played very well for 74, but you just felt, how is he going to get out? How are Gloucester going to get a wicket? And it's been chipped to square leg. So good endeavour, as we've said throughout from Gloucestershire. So good effort from Dalanga, but that is against the head. I don't want to criticise Emilio too strongly. It shouldn't have been in the air when it reached the fielder. He should have got it down. He didn't get it down. He's paid a heavy price for a very slight mistake.
Yeah, he's going to know there's a lot of runs left out there. And we are going to see George Scrimshaw in at number 4. Job of a night watchman. Takes his guard. Thought he batted pretty organised.
Bit disappointed about that for Emilio. He worked very, very hard there. But Gloucestershire have worked hard too.
They have.
There are two teams here, and Gloucestershire have worked very hard. So there was so few plays and misses. There's so few balls. There's only been a couple of average LBW shouts. There's one closer shout.
Yep.
In nearly 40 overs. So that's really out of context of the game.
4 slips in place for George Scrimshaw. And a short leg. Marchand starts with that one just drifting down the leg side. 4.5 overs left in the day. Scrimshaw's job will be to face really as many of those as he possibly can, won't it?
It will. Well, he shaped up nicely in the first innings. He got out driving at one, last man out in the Northampton innings, but I thought he shaped up very well.
Just defended into the leg side.
Yeah, the timing of that wicket is, I mean, Gloucestershire were desperate for something. It was almost as though they thought, you could almost feel the body language was, wicket's gone flat, these two are playing well, let's get through to tomorrow and start again. And then out of nowhere, that wicket comes.
Yeah, the bowling change, as it does quite so often work, didn't it? And Marchand, the man in form, comes back into the attack, replacing the considerably slower Tom Price. Picks up the wicket with his second ball.
I wonder if the ball just didn't quite reach Emilio Gay as quickly as he thought it was going to. So he's threw the shot a little bit early. Bottom of the bat. He was balanced. Yeah, it was one of those, wasn't it? It's a cricket incident. But just what Gloucestershire needed. I mean, that's a big wicket.
Huge wicket, and the timing of it as well. I'm sure there would have been thoughts of, okay, well, what do we think about overnight, and how do we come up with a plan tomorrow morning? Nicely played by George Scrimshaw. On his tiptoes, defended into the offside, dot ball to finish. Successful over for Dalanga, and for Gloucestershire, the wicket of Emilio Gay broke a 100-run partnership, 137 for 2. With 4 overs remaining in the day.
Interesting. I didn't spot that, Dan. The careful placing of the fielder at square leg.
Did you see the reaction from Dalanga as well?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I can't think that he's there for the catch. I mean, but he caught it.
Yeah, it went right there as well, didn't it?
Yeah. But, well, if that's a plan, that is a remarkable plan to bowl a hit ball and get caught square leg. But it might be. You know, I know Delanga's a pretty straightforward fella. He'd be honest about that, I'm sure. From Emilio Gay's perspective, I would imagine that he's still got his kit on. His head is between his knees, hand on the back of his head, just thinking, what have I done? What have I done there?
Proctor on strike then. Zafar Gohart. They're going to have a short leg, a first slip, and a second slip with the helmet on. Proctor takes one, comes down the other end, and will give Scrimshaw the job to do against Zafar Gohart.
How on earth did they get a single there? That ball went straight to that fielder, who is presumably on the single, and he showed no intent to stop that single whatsoever, which means the night watchman gets on strike. That's pretty scruffy cricket, that.
Do they fancy taking George Scrimshaw with them?
Surely you want to be bowling at the batter, don't you?
I mean, with 4 overs to go, you could argue and say, well, what do Northants do next? If we pick up Scrimshaw, does Karen Nair have to come out to bat and face up against it? Oh, he didn't fancy it, lads. He didn't want it. And all those other nice words that get shared.
Where is he hiding? Remember John Lewis playing here for Gloucestershire many years ago, shouting up to the Northants balcony, "Where are all the Saffers? Where are you hiding?" As a second night watchman went in. He's a pretty fiery character, John Lewis, on the field.
Bit of a break in play here. Not quite sure what's...
It's a helmet, another helmet coming out.
Oh, okay. Not surprised. I think it's a really good move. something we spoke about probably about 10 overs ago, wasn't it, really, when we said about what could happen. And against Scrimshaw, with 3 overs and 5 balls to go, it's kind of free hit here for Zafar Gohar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It's unlikely Scrimshaw is going to deposit you out the ground for 6. It's unlikely he's going to drive you through the covers.
Just watching Zafar Gohar as there is a break in play. He's twirling his bowling arm over right next to his ear. So he is aware that it doesn't feel right. He's thinking, I think my bowling arm is dropping a little bit. So he's rehearsing a very upright release. It's quite interesting. And you saw him practicing point of release as well.
Yeah.
So we've got a few round the bat now.
Wow, look at this for a field. What have we got? First slip, almost a third slip, silly point, short leg slip, and the fielder's out of there. You've got a point mid-off, mid-on, and a backward square. Scrimshaw defends back to the bowler. This is one of those fields that ends up on social media, isn't it? Look at county cricket.
Dead right it is.
There's an appeal for LBW and possibly caught behind. The umpire says, no, thank you. Zafar Gohar can't believe it. We thought Marchant Delang's follow through was long. Zafar Gohar's might have just outdone him by a couple of paces there.
Yeah, it was an appeal, wasn't it?
Would have straightened, wouldn't it, from on that angle? I think it hit George Scrimshaw quite high up on the pad.
It did.
He's quite a tall man.
He's a big guy.
Scrimshaw uses his feet. Gets the bat and pad together. Defends back to the bowler. 2 balls left in this over.
I'm not at all sure about that tactic. Because you're bringing momentum in. If you do nick it onto your pad with that momentum, it goes up. That's better.
Solid in defence again. Yeah, Gloucestershire will be thinking about taking one here, won't they? Getting rid of the night watchman. Scrimshaw survives, defends the final ball of the over with a bit of a stare from Zafar Gohar to finish. 40 overs now have been bowled in Northamptonshire's second innings. The score is 138 for 2. And there are 3 overs left in the day's play with Marchant Delanga at the end of his mark already.
He's ready to go, isn't he? Glamorgan have won. Beaten Sussex.
1 down, or did they lose any more?
Yeah, just the 1. Yeah.
So Eddie Byron went out there and whacked it, didn't he, to just get it done, I think.
They did. 21 off 11.
Bit of blast practice.
Bill Root helped himself to 36 off 28 as well. So the man has come off the boundary at square leg into orthodox square leg. Delanga's got his tail up, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's probably generally up most of the time, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Glass half full kind of cricketer.
Still got an extra cover. He's got a helmet on.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's beyond strange. What is happening here?
Well, I guess, yeah, he's going to come in here. That's what's happening.
Right. Okay.
So he was always going to come in if there was a change of batter. If Scrimshaw got on strike, so I guess he just thought, well, look, I'll just get the helmet on. I'll just keep it on. I've had it on for the previous over. I'll just keep it on.
I suppose it limits the chance of 5 penalty runs, having 1 left on the floor as well.
True.
But
yeah,
I don't think you're going to see that very often, are you?
No. It's not a comment on the quality of the outfield.
Or the cricketer. There's a few cricketers I've played cricket with that I would kind of be more comfortable if they wore a helmet at kind of deep square leg. But Miles Hammond isn't one of them. Not that I've played cricket with Miles Hammond. Proctor up to task. Dead bats it. Delanga, Hammond in conversation as to what the plan is, what the ball's meant to do.
Yeah, that's for Luke Proctor's benefit, isn't it?
I'm going to swing it in, nip it away with a bit of leg spin on it. And you're going to inside edge it onto your pad, pop it up. 2 slips, 3 slips, in fact. It's just missing third. 1, 2, and 4. And Proctor defends the 4th ball. 2.2 overs left. Stumps at Southampton. Durham are 410 for 8. They trail by 93. Getting towards, obviously, the end everywhere now. Kent, 347 for 6 in response to Worcestershire's 618. Lancs. Oh, no, Lancs. 61 for 5. Trail Notts by 111.
Oof. Who's got those wickets?
Width on offer. Proctor can't get it through. In the other game, I'll get to there in a second. Warwickshire lead by 85 at Surrey, but they're 8 down for 206. So it looks like the Surrey train is going to continue. Pennington 3 for 25. Dane Patterson 2 for 14. Lyndon James 1 for 3.
Nice. Is it a Stone bowled in that innings?
He has, yeah. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13.
Okay. Good lad.
Open the bowling. Last ball. It's a long conversation there between Delanger and Van Buren. And Proctor. Rinse and repeat cricket there, really, wasn't it?
It was.
On 4th or 5th stump, and Proctor just across, covers it up, trundles up the other end to have a chat with George Scrimshaw with 2 overs to go. He's going to face up against Zafar Gohar. It's a bit of a nervy time, isn't it, now?
It is. It is a nervy time, and whether Scrimshaw volunteered or was volunteered, I suspect he volunteered. Looks like a guy who wants to be involved in the game. To be the goose, the night watchman. So far, he's faced 9 balls. He shapes up nicely, doesn't he? He's shaped up nicely against the pace of Delanger. He's going to be facing the guile and craft of Zafar Gohar.
Appeal again from the cordon. No interest from the bowler at all.
Yeah, that does make the fielders look a bit daft when the bowler doesn't join in. That's slightly slower.
Yeah.
Inside edge, they're going to get 2 down to the vacant fine leg position. There was a little hesitation just to make sure it was going to be 2 rather than 1 before they set off. It was going to be 2, so they took the 2. Scrimshaw's off the mark.
For a little while there, he thought that was just going to be 1 there, didn't he? And I think maybe he just got the hurry up and realised that he was out there to see off Zafar Gohar and not just take 1 and get down the other end.
That's a better line from Gohar. Yeah. First 2 balls were too straight. That one is bang on the money.
Bit of pace off as well, I think.
It was, and Scrimshaw nearly overbalanced, didn't he?
Yeah. Extra flight inside edge onto the pad. Did go down. Oh, he's got some company, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a few mates out there. I'm sure he's getting some nice encouragement. We've got a coach on the field at deep backward square leg.
Keep going, George. You're doing wonderfully, says the Gloucestershire fielder at short leg.
Flatter round arm delivery. He's going to, that's interesting. He's bowled 4 balls so far, 5 balls this over. 2.5 of which have been going down the leg side. And then he's bowled a flat arm, quicker ball. That's not where his success is going to come from. No,
last ball then for Zafar Gohar.
That's better.
And that is defended successfully by George Scrimshaw. So that'll be Zafar Gohar's day's work done in this innings. He's bowled 13 overs, none for 28. It's 140 for 2. There'll be 6 legal deliveries left in the day.
Luke Proctor's just reached 100 balls for his 41. He's played well, hasn't he?
He really has. We've spoke quite a lot, haven't we, over the last 3 days now about leading from the front, being the example, wanting to be in the battle, and a lot of that was obviously to do with his bowling. His batting is exactly the same. 3 slips in place. There is a fielder at short cover with the lid on. That's defended by Luke Proctor.
That was the Yorker. We've been talking about a Yorker. That was definitely, it was a good Yorker. It was maybe just outside the line of the stumps, but in terms of the length, it was perfect Yorker. Yeah, in summarising a little bit, still got 5 balls to go. I think Gloucestershire will be disappointed that Zafar Gohar hasn't created more problems for the left-handers that he's bowled at. And overall, I think they'll be disappointed not to have created more opportunities and caused more issues. They've got a second wicket, assuming that it does remain at 2, a second wicket late in the day, which was slightly soft, a chip off the hip to square leg. Is not a genuine dismissal. It still counts, though. But it does tell you that they haven't created a lot. So that'll be on their mind. On their mind tomorrow. They'll be thinking about plans and fields and combinations of bowlers for each of the Northants batters. But maybe just need to execute their skills better for longer. Haven't quite been as good as they were in the first innings. That was a high benchmark, though. They bowled absolutely beautifully in that innings. The wicket, though, has gone flatter. There's no question about that. The colour has gone from quite a vibrant green to points grey as the grass has died off, really. There was quite a lot of live grass on it, and it helped the ball carry. It was good for the game, no doubt. It's now died off in the sun, and the pace and movement has gone a wee bit. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Northampton have done fairly well. You know, they wouldn't have wanted any more than 2. It looked for a long time it was going to be 1 down overnight, which would have been fantastic, particularly given the quality of Emilio Gay. We know what he is capable of doing and how long he's capable of batting, but he's not there. Opportunity for the night watchman to make a name for himself. He'll be thinking overnight about, what if I'm there at lunch?
Hey, we've seen a lot from Sam Cook, haven't we, as the night watchman this year?
We have.
He's been out there 3 or 4 at the top of the order.
Yeah.
And has scored a lot of runs up there as well. 1 ball left to go then. Dalanga just oversteps and again tumbles almost across the pitch.
And yeah, George Scrimshaw's had a modest game with the ball. So if he can make a contribution here with the bat, which is basically not about runs, it's about how long he's out there, how many balls he can face. If he can face 70, 80 balls, he's done a fantastic job for his team.
Yeah. Well, last ball of day 3 of the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Marchant Dalanga will bowl it, and Luke Proctor will turn it down the leg side to the fine leg boundary for 4. 144 for 2 at close, Northamptonshire. Do you know what, Phil? This has been a great 3 days of red ball cricket, hasn't it?
It really has. Really enjoyed it. I'm just clocking the body language of the Gloucestershire players and the Northamptonshire batters as they leave the field. You'd have to say there is more of a spring in the step of the Northamptonshire batters than the Gloucestershire players. They would have expected in that 43 overs to pick up more than 2 wickets. And more than that, it is the fact that they haven't really created a lot of opportunities. There's not a lot on offer for them on this pitch. It has gone flat. And so they're going to have to think differently overnight and come back with new plans and new thoughts tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. Well, the not out batters tomorrow morning will be Luke Proctor on 41, George Scrimshaw on 2. The 2 wickets to fall, 1 for Ajit Singh Dale and the other for Marchant Dalanga. Thank you for your company today. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 4.